So hey guys, welcome back to my channel. What if Naruto dimension hopping warrior and had Assaj Ventress as Pervy partner? Movie. Preface. Fate rarely calls upon us at the moment of our choosing, a wise statement from a wise warrior Optimus Prime. Similarly, few of our heroes have ever waited upon its call before their time. Destiny calls those who are needed, not those who want to be. And so, destiny is forced upon our heroes whether by the times or the conflict they come to fight. Why them, you may ask? Children dream of adventure. Men dream of glory. It takes a mind with pure desires to become a true hero. It takes such a being to inspire the masses to fight for their future. No matter how great or how much is obtained, glory will fade and the adventure grow dull. Then those who dream of power must ask themselves, what good is power without purpose? Power without purpose merely leads to a life without harmony. So come near and listen to this tale, the tale of a man who, forsaking his past and even his future, finds purpose in saving worlds not his own. This is the story of one such hero. The story a man, once content with life, thrown deep into the misery of an unexpected war in worlds he never thought existed. Who is this hero, you might ask? Man from a world too different from your own for you to care, perhaps. Perhaps yet, it is similar, too similar. Remember, the cost of change is innocence, but hatred won't go down without a fight. Like a sinking ship, it will expend every resource to take the final warrior down with it. Planet Earth. Chua after apocalypse. Deep in a dim and moist cavern, covered in tattered linens and lamenting refugees, a depressed and mournful warrior leaned exhaustedly against the cold stone wall. Covered in leather robes, earned through the spoils of war, he sat, just warm enough to keep his sanity through the horrors he had seen. The young man in his mid-20s thought back on the horrors that caused his deplorable situation. The year was 2132, 2 years since planet Earth fell into World War III, and with that drop entered into a conflict so horrendous it had been pronounced the apocalypse by those who opposed its endless bloodshed. It's been just under a year since a once hidden group identifying itself as the Bones revealed itself as the true ruler of the Americas and declared war on the world. This war is no longer a battle between nations, but between the three world powers remaining, the Bones, the United Asian Order, and the Holy Order of Muhammad. Three organizations, secret societies of radicals, each with a desire to rule the world under the guise of powerful and well-founded ideals, twisted by the greedy, sinful, bastards in charge. Everything we once thought true was a lie of the most perverse nature. Most who had ever heard of the Bones dismissed it as another radical conspiracy theory until that fateful day when they revealed their presence. Now we know better. They had spent the better part of the last century gaining political influence and indoctrinating an increasingly significant portion of the supposedly democratic government. With every politician they paid off, their society grew. All who entered found themselves neck deep in a society with every intention of assassinating anyone who didn't go along with their plans. Their methods were sneaky and manipulative. Through more paths than could be imagined, they manipulated the people's will to elect. What few conspiracy theories there were out there were quenched quickly and relentlessly. Some through were made to look radical and insane. Others were simply assassinated and framed as random crime or ritualistic suicide. Looking back, a number of the most prominent assassinations of the last 2 centuries were conducted by this shadow group. Our best were manipulated by these sadistic bastards, furthering their true goal. Among the 3 organizations around the world, the Bones was by far the most secretive. It had hidden itself from the public, secretly controlling the American government and the media, slowly manipulating the minds of the people. The others revealed themselves in the form of regional unions, much like the EU or any number of similar groups. The Holy Order of Muhammad revealed itself shortly after America left the region in the early 21st century, declaring victory over the Taliban and radical jihad. Its claimed purpose was to promote regional peace and to unite the Middle East while giving it some of the political clout that the West had flaunted for most of the 20th century. The message was well received both in the Middle East and around the world. For nearly a century that's what they seemed to be doing. How could anyone have known who was actually leading it? How could anyone have known what they were actually doing? Behind all the peace, the innovation, and all the general good they had done for the world, behind the good name faithful Muslims had made for themselves over the last century, these bastards had to ruin everything with visions of grandeur. The United Asian Order appeared in mid-2079 after a rebellion in western China crippled its unparalleled growth during the decade. Before then, Japan had begun to fall behind technologically and China had become both the world's leading innovator and its leading manufacturer. The rebellion threw the world into a global depression after several targeted strikes on some of the world's most efficient factories. In effect, it was the United Asian Order that spared the world from plummeting into a deeper and longer-lasting recession than could have ever been predicted. Who could have known it was them who set the ball in motion? It was them who used spies to ignite the initial dispute. Who could have known they had partnered with the American shadow government? Publicly, there was a treaty that split the world into 3 distinctive sectors. Each sector was designed to prevent such global economic crashes. The Americas had a new and expanded form of NATO, which more closely resembled a regionalized version of the long-dead United Nations. Europe joined the Holy Order of Muhammad with a partnership between them and the European Union. It had its balance for a time, but by 2096 the EU was in disarray with yet another economic collapse forcing the group to fall to the order. Who could have known it was merely a temporary ceasefire? In reality, all three organizations had existed for decades, centuries. This depression was merely a side effect of the cyber war that was actually going on. Hundreds of square miles of the world would undergo periodic power outages. We all thought it was the failing infrastructure that had been neglected since the boom of the 2020s. No, they were at war even then. They knew each other existed, they knew their enemies. Oh, how I wish we did. Even the fall of the EU was nothing more than a political game played by the leaders of the two groups. They manipulated the media so well we believed every word. They united their peoples and forged patriotic feelings within the regions. The whole life I once knew was a lie. Whose fault is it? Who let this happen? Was it anybody's fault? No, it was no man's fault. It was a monster's. It wasn't any people. It wasn't the Americans, the Muslims or the Asians. All the three peoples ever wanted was a world that worked, a world that would strive for peace while giving credit where it was due. For the Americans, independence and freedom they praised. For the Muslims it was Allah. For the Asians it came to be their intelligence. What was once a silly stereotype had become reality over the centuries. In the end, people were people, and that's exactly how the organizations came to be. The leaders of the organizations didn't really care about freedom, Allah, or intelligence. They simply used those socially embedded ideals to manipulate their citizens into following their rule. The innovations that came out of Asia were remarkable. True hover cars came to prominence just before the start of the 22nd century. They had been around for decades, but our dependence on oil kept us in the technological dark ages. Did we ever get the flying cars we envisioned back in the age of the Jetsons and Star Trek? No, they added a second and third level of traffic while the second was reserved for police and emergency personnel. We went to Mars and discovered water at the caps, though it was poisoned by other materials and needed much refinement. Even with all that, we were still back using bullets and handguns. Portable rail guns had become popular, though they were expensive and unreliable. All the good stuff was reserved for the military. Asia drove this technological drive while the Middle East became the world's largest exporter of solar energies. They knew the oil wouldn't last forever and used the last decade of its revenues to construct the world's largest solar array and put into place numerous protections against sandstorms and the like. For that century, America seemed to take a back seat to the world's ingenuity. A philosophy came about that an economic boom ensured an eventual depression. The greater the boom, the greater the depression. It was a sad century for the few who could remember the so-called good old days of the 20th century. The people born at the end of that century were amazed at the youth they maintained through that century. Advances in biotechnology made 50 the new 20. Before this infernal war, the oldest person on the planet was at the ripe old age of 142. If it weren't for the war, today's life expectancy would have topped 150. Even today's elderly look nothing like grandma in the photos from the 1900s. White hair, hell, gray hair today is little more than a fashion statement, not that it's mattered since that day. Why did America take the back seat to development? Again, it was all planned by those blasted bones. It took time, but eventually our minds gave into the constant feeding of information. The speeches, the news, anything that connected us to the world outside of our own feeble minds was persuading us to take the back seat. Meanwhile, the bones used structural problems to cover up the war they were gearing up for. For decades they bided their time while the other two took the path of 20th century America. All three succeeded to levels far outpacing the expectations of their competitors. How it happened, I still wonder. Amidst the war between the regions, there have been minor attempts at rebellion with very few successful operations. The resistance has been maintained in small cells around the world, hiding underground in communes ranging from 100 to 1,000 people, none connected to another in any way. It's simply too dangerous. The last group that tried it found themselves surrounded by an entire battalion. By our estimates, there are somewhere between 4 and 5 million people left opposing these governments. The world has become a godless wasteland devoid of truth or justice. All that remains is war and famine continuing until someone emerges victorious. The death tolls have risen well above 5 billion, and none of them due to nuclear strikes. No, they have a better, less totalitarian method of destruction, more than a century of hidden technology only revealed at the start of this god-forsaken war. I am but one man in the rebellion, having joined near the beginning. Originally I was a young man fresh out of college, having just accomplished his lifelong dream of owning a sword shop and smithy. Why I ever went to college I still don't know. Who knows, if the war hadn't happened my education could have been a backup if the shop ever fell through. At least it helped with the accounting. Most of my works were for display and made the bulk of my revenue, but I also made fully functional blades and taught kendo for several hours on the weekends. I was in utter bliss until that day. It all started on July 4, 2130. I was minding my own business, watching the shop near the outskirts of New York when. Flashback. A massive explosion shook the entire block with such force that swords began flying out of their wall fastenings and glass began to shatter out of the local storefronts. The young shop owner blinked in confusion as he ducked behind a desk so he wouldn't be hit by one of his many flying weapons. It took time for the rumblings and debris to settle. Those were a frightening few minutes. Once the aftershock of a collapsing building subsided, he peered out from behind his table, looking onto the street. What the hell was that? Startled by the sudden sound, Will leapt over the counter and ran outside to see what was going on. Did an old gas vein explode? Wait, didn't they get rid of those a few years ago? They could have missed one, he thought, recalling the numerous pipes that were taken up while he was still working out his finances. As soon as he opened the door, he saw 4 tanks rolling down the road. The tanks were black with a red skull printed on the front. They seemed old and antiquated, like something out of a World War II film. Then they fired again. The shell struck yet another building with such force it began collapsing a few blocks down from where Will stood. My God! His eyes opened in horror as he noticed the tank, which acknowledged his existence by turning its massive cannon from its already decimated target to the frightened store owner. The audible churning of gears made this damnable reality all too clear. Oh shit. He turned and leapt back into the shop just as the tank fired, blasting away the entire roadside wall. The sound of collapsing debris made it clear that the shell had pierced the building but didn't explode until entering the building next to it. Oh my God, what, who, why? Why? Will screamed frantically, still not quite comprehending this reality as the debris fell around him. The remains of his many display swords littered the ground, some lodged in walls and others laying precariously around the remains of his store. He scrambled through his now burning shop, grabbing a few prized swords as he hightailed it out the back door, praying the tank would follow him no further. The streets were littered with debris and fleeing people when everyone started moving to the sides of the road, making visible a series of new American hover tanks. The people cheered, knowing their saviors were here. Little did they know that what they thought were their saviors were in fact another arm of the monsters sent to ensure their destruction. The American tanks turned their cannons to the civilians and, like the tanks before them, opened fire. That's when it came. End flashback. Those damn machines, they've been hiding them from us for so long. So long, I guess I wasn't really surprised to find out that the government was working for them all along. Everything was in place, right beneath our noses. They made everything seem so necessary, and then they revealed themselves. I had no idea at the time that the same thing was happening around the world. All 3 of the world's true governments unveiled the reality and began to attack each other. All who didn't join the military or assist it in some way were eliminated swiftly. The first day the Bones attacked their own people with the sole purpose of sending a message to the world. That night, in the middle of reports of the destruction in New York, Atlanta, Washington, D.C., and nearly a dozen other cities, Artemis Makris, the man who led the Bones, delivered an announcement to his region. He told the public of the situation, that he was their new leader and the day's destruction was merely a display of his power. He told us that we would follow him or we would suffer the same fate as the people of those cities. He told us of the war with the other regions and that it was either them or us. Only one region would remain standing no matter how many lives it took. It was by far the most elaborate world domination scheme ever pulled off. Even Nazi Germany paled in comparison to the level of perversity that Satan Spawn pulled off. I was lucky to get away from the destruction of New York, but even that was thanks to them. My new friends, the Resistance, they are the ones who saved me. A high-ranking member saw me with my most prized sword on my back and 2 more swords at my side. He felt I would be useful and knocked me out, dragging me back to their headquarters, a decent-sized cavern on the outer rim of New York. Wedge was his name and he, like a handful of others, was monitoring the situation. He had known what was coming and he was prepared. The initial attack on New York took him by surprise, though he knew it would happen eventually. It was that foreknowledge that permitted him to plan out escape routes and build up a stockpile of weapons. By sheer luck or perhaps fate, his escape route happened to pass by my annihilated store. I owe my life to him. After about a week we began taking in refugees that were found running from the attacks. Every time we went out on retrieval runs I prayed we wouldn't be followed. By that point, our safe haven was all we had left. I praise God for every day we remain undetected. But now, after all we've gone through, we have failed. The lights are dim and we just lost half of our members in a raid on the local armory. Their weapons were too advanced. All we have are swords and whatever we can salvage. Up till now most our successes were thanks to some advanced cloaking tech Wedge developed. With these hands I forged it all. He made the designs and I built it. From the cloaking devices to what guns we had and the blades I could make, we pushed farther than any other rebelling group we knew of. A new type of blade made from the remnants of their armor proved more useful than any gun we could get a hold of. Oh, the weapons I made, the armor I could make. Against traditional tanks and guns our blades could cut them down like tissue paper. Our armor would stop their bullets like darts on concrete. But no, they had to bring out the plasma rifles and better armor. They had to unleash those damned mobile suits. By a month ago the only advantage we had left was Wedge's cloaking tech. Almost 2 weeks ago one of our elites fell after one stupid misstep. It didn't take long for them to study it and render it useless. Everything we have tried since has been useless. That was more than proven yesterday when I was only one who made it back. Oh God, my God, where are you? We need your help. Hitokiri, Wedge has requested your presence, it's important. A young man cloaked in a black trench coat and sitting in a corner of a large cavern was shaken from his thoughts by a frantic man in ragged clothing and what could have once passed as a bulletproof vest. The cavern was cold and damp that winter, but it was as close to home as any in their situation could hope for. Grand, what is it this time? Another useless raid. You know how the last one went. I was the only one who made it back. The cloaked man's face was covered by a hood so that only his heavily shadowed mouth could be seen. Even that was thanks to the few lamps that hung from the ceiling of the cave. A long katana rested against his shoulder and a small cylinder dangled from his belt. Hitokiri, as most people had come to call him since the war, had been depressed and deep in thought ever since their most recent armory raid. He had lost a lot of good friends in that one. I know, but it's different, he's dying. This bit of information was defiantly a shocker and brought his dull green eyes into a freshly livid state, now barely visible in the dim light of the cavern. What? How? He hasn't left the base since the war began, and he's been the picture of health. How could he be sick? Wedge had a special place in Hitokiri's memory, for he was the one who saved his life. He was the leader of this cell and had become a father figure to all in their cell. The loss of this man would more than likely crush any moral his allies had left. I don't know, but I think it's poison. We might have a spy. His face was obviously filled with sadness at this turn of events. Like many others in the resistance, Wedge was the man who gave them life in this hellhole. Damn, another point to those 3 bastards. Just come. I don't know how much longer he's going to last. It took a few moments for another response from Hitokiri, but Rob let it go. He had done the same thing when he heard the news. Okay, Rob, does he really look that bad? Hitokiri looked at the horror in the man's eyes, knowing Wedge had been like a father to him since the war began. He had to everybody. It's worse than bad, Rob replied after a momentary pause. The whole situation still had him in shock. Hitokiri followed the man through the cavern till they reached a small room separated from the rest of the cave by a simple stitching of tattered cloth, which they pushed aside, revealing a man in his mid-30s gasping for breath, laying on his back on a makeshift bed. You called for me, sir. Hitokiri's words carried a heavy concern that seemed uncharacteristic for one with such a nickname as Assassin. It wasn't his choice to take the name. The name was given by an officer of the Bones after an assassination mission left 50 Bones soldiers dead, including a prominent major in the New York sector. It didn't take long for word to spread about this Hitokiri, who led numerous successful assaults against supposedly high-security facilities. A few months after this assassin had showed up, the name had made it to the top of their most wanted list. Few understood how a group of ragtag peasants with swords could take down mobile suits or an entire armored facility. It was the tactics that made more of a difference than the skills of the warriors. That was why this last raid was such a disaster. The Bones had discovered the secret to this Hitokiri's success. Once they understood his strategies, it didn't take long to devise a counter-strategy. Will, is that you? The man looked as if he had aged dramatically over the past few days. Although all knew his relative youth, especially in this day and age, in this condition his skin hung as low as it would one in their 90s over a century ago. Few had seen anyone look this old in nearly 50 years. Yes, Wedge, it's me, Will replied, coming closer to the man who had saved his life those 2 short years ago. I don't have much time left, so listen carefully. I have kept this a secret for the past 3 months, but with me leaving this world, it's up to you to complete it. I started it after I received a vision. A series of dreams brought detailed blueprints for a time machine. Well, you are Hitokiri, our best assassin. Through his explanation, Wedge took several moments to catch his breath. Merely opening his mouth was draining him of the last of his energy. A time machine. The poison must have really done a number on him if he really believes that. Hitokiri tried his best not to belittle what he knew would be the man's dying words. Though he knew there was no way this could be real. Yes, it is nearly complete. I would have had you working on it sooner, but I needed you on the outside fighting. Well, there is one part missing, and I need you to complete it. He actually built the thing. That's impossible. Nothing like that's supposed to exist, even in this day and age, is it? Yes, whatever it takes. What is this missing piece? Will replied, trying to play along. Your energy blade, the one we built. I know we were only able to make one, but its gadolinium power cell is the best power source we have. That's no problem, it'll just go and, Will replied, seeing something strange in the eyes of the old man. Could it really be possible? No, Will, there's one more request. you are the only one I trust enough to send back, from now on you do not exist. You are not Will, you are not in any way related to any of us, to anybody or anyone, you are simply Hitokiri. And your mission is to eliminate all the organization heads before this war begins. Is he really delirious? He seems so sure of himself. I might as well try it. If it is true then this could be our best shot. If not, at least I let one man die in peace. Understood. Hitokiri looked around before confirming his understanding. He took note of the men outside the room and thought of the men whose belief and assistance would have been necessary for such a thing to be accomplished. I pray to God this is true. These men need some sort of hope after the last few weeks. Hitokiri, when you go back there will be no one who knows you. Promise me you won't try to contact your old friends, I know you miss them but it could compromise everything. After hearing these words Hitokiri felt a deep pain at the memories of everyone who had died over the past 2 years. Still, if this were all true he knew it would be necessary. It had been so long since he had seen any of them, his family, his friends, and the kids who lived near the store who liked to play cards. He missed them greatly but knew that confronting them with anything would easily jeopardize this whole mission. Oh God, I pray this is your doing. If this proves false, I just don't know how I will break it to the men. Understood, but sir if I may ask one question. Granted. How do you know this will work? You have to admit this all sounds crazy. Honestly I don't know how I am even considering this as reality. I don't know, but I cannot believe that God in all his mysterious ways would leave us alone in this hellhole. He winced in pain as he grabbed his heart and his cheeks turned pale and then blue before he coughed and finally was able to breathe again. I have to believe that for whatever reason God gave me the blueprints for this, as a way to avert this fate. Something is telling me this is a false apocalypse and God wants it averted. Now I am dying and you are our last hope, may God be with you and guide us to victory. Go, save our world. Just as Hitokiri was about to speak again an explosion was felt coming from the entrance to the cave followed by lots of screaming induced by the nauseating sound of plasma rifles. The red glow of fires could be seen through the curtains to the main living area. One of the guards on the other side of the room threw the curtains open about to warn its occupants when his head exploded off his shoulders from plasma fire. Take me to the machine now. Will knew that it was his only hope. Even he couldn't stop this attack now. If the machine failed, everyone would assuredly die. This was truly their last chance. Yes sir, several rebel soldiers exclaimed giving a salute before running down a path in the back of the room as they tossed a grenade behind them to block the path and hopefully buy them some time. There was no saving Wedge, from capture or death. They knew he would have wanted it this way as the tunnel to the deeper corridors collapsed behind them. It was only moments later that the three came upon the machine built in the back of the room sitting dead as a doornail. It was massive and took up nearly 2/3 a room nearly 50 feet deep. Is it calibrated? As far as I know, honestly, I've never had any idea what Wedge was doing with this thing. I saw it on the other day and he was messing with a circuit board, but other than that, the man answered truthfully. Okay, is there anything he wanted me to know before using it? Hitokiri asked as he frantically looked through the control panel on the outside of the machine. No, only to insert your lightsaber thing into the slot on the cockpit. He pointed to a slot inside a small cockpit with no buttons on the inside, only a few lights in the hole. Thank you. Whether this works or not I want you to know you are among the bravest men I have ever known. Sir. They saluted and stood back as Hitokiri pressed a button near the opening. As soon as he pressed it the hatch began to close, encasing him within the cockpit. I am off. Hitokiri stated to himself as he inserted his weapon into the control board and pressed the button to turn it on as a wide variety of lights and gears came to life. The soldiers finally burst through the blocked doorway shouting you're under arrest. Only to notice the violently flashing machine in the back of the room shaking, revving, and pretty much scaring everybody shitless. Then all in an instant, a brilliant and blinding flash left friend and foe momentarily blinded. Before anyone could regain their sight the entire room fell dark as the machine vanished into thin air. You two, what the hell was that thing? One soldier demanded of the two rebels as soon as the few lights that hung in the room flickered back to life. Your demise, they stated with a smirk opening their shirts to reveal numerous explosives, which flashed red a few times before blasting the room into oblivion. The next time Hitokiri opened his eyes the first thing he noticed was a massive headache as he started looking around. What the hell? Where am I? Oh yeah the machine, okay so. My god it worked, I am back, wait, what? He flailed his arms around looking for something recognizable, his eyes still adjusting to the light. His hand passed through a series of noticeably wooden and paper floors. Defiantly not something you're likely to find in the middle of New York. Fuck, he shouted loudly as his eyes finally found focus and he noticed the blatantly Japanese walls. Hitokiri leapt out of the sheets that covered his body and stumbled across the floor trying to find a way out. Surely it didn't send me to, that was when he finally got a look outside. Where am I? This is normal talk, this represents thought. This represents talking in Mindscape. This is Demon Summon Thought. This is Demon Mindscape Talk. This is Demon Summon Gundam Mobile Suit Talk. Flashback. This is standard text in flashback. This is talking in flashback. This is thought in flashback. Sumimasen Daijobu Dezu ka, excuse me, are you alright? A female voice said behind Hitokiri, sounding oddly familiar. Daijobu. Japan grand, well that makes it official, I am in Japan. Hitokiri threw his arms up in the air in annoyance at the revelation. Sumimasen, Nihongo wo dekimasu ka, I am sorry, do you speak Japanese? The mysterious man was obviously perturbed by something, though she didn't have a clue. Actually, that was the first time she had ever even heard English before. The woman clearly hoped he understood. The situation would be made far more complicated if she couldn't communicate. Hi, from now on he's speaking in Japanese, but it will be in English. Sorry, but where am I exactly? I know it's Japan, but... This is Tokyo. I am Kaoru Kamiya, by the way. Kenshin, Yahiko, stop hiding behind the door before I make you eat it. The woman snapped as soon as she sensed the eavesdropper's presence. Yes, ma'am. In an instant both men scooted around the door and found a seat on the floor. Both were quite curious about the one they found. This is Kenshin Himura and Yahiko Myojin. They pulled you out of that machine. Kaoru introduced, and the two men gave their own short greetings. At hearing those names and seeing those faces, however, Will was in no shape to answer. But, that's impossible. No, this can't be. I've lost it. I can't be talking to them. There's no way in hell. His eyes widened in shock, unable to believe who it was he was seeing. What's impossible? Yahiko replied, somewhat disturbed by the frantic replies they were getting. You, them, you can't be real. You can't be, can you? ... Yet, you look the same. Oh god, did Shiro lace my lunch with something again? Yes, that has to be it. I am high. Hitokiri flailed his arms around in a very animated manner, having completely lost all realization that anybody else was in the room. Yahiko, of course, was wondering what the hell high meant, while Kaoru covered her mouth, not believing what she was hearing. Tomorrow I am going to wake up. The resistance will still be there. Wedge will still be alive. Kenshin and the group sat there with wide eyes, listening in on the abnormal ranting of what was most likely a crazy man. I don't believe we have met before, that I don't. Kenshin didn't like this kid. Sure, he approved of healing him, but the talk of a resistance made him uneasy. He could sense the kid's good nature, but also an intense suffering behind the frantic rambling. While Kenshin and the others looked on and contemplated this strange character, Hitokiri had nearly finished his ramblings, thinking out loud, and finally calmed down into inward thinking in an attempt to rationalize all this. Okay, right, I can't be high. That's different. Was there actually a time machine? Say there was. Something must have gone wrong. There's no way they existed in real history, but that would mean... Wait, did he ask me something? Finally realizing that he should answer the question, Hitokiri cleared his thought and attempted to get something coherent out. No, you don't, but I know you. Batuse, in momentary shock that someone knew about Kenshin. Everybody tensed up at the sudden seriousness in his voice. Don't worry, I mean no harm, but I am afraid my mission has been compromised and I will need assistance too. Never mind. Well, I guess I will explain later. If I am high, who knows who I am talking to? If I am not, and this is all real. You know I was the Batuse, but we do not know your name. That we do not, Kenshin stated, trying to be as polite as possible. This was a kid after all. On the other hand, what kind of kid besides Yahiko could know his identity, much less stay conscious around him? Oh sorry, a name, I guess you can call me Nazamashi, Mitsukoi. What kind of name is that? Seriously, you had to make that up on the spot to come up with something so stupid. Yahiko screamed, as was usual loudmouth and expressive nature. You shouldn't be so rude to our guests, Yahiko, that you should not. Still, why would a kid have to make up a name? Must be in some sort of trouble, poor kid. Kenshin's right after we found him with his face buried between those rocks and that metal thing last night. I am sure he's had a rough travel. I am sure he has his reasons for making up a name. Nazamashi's eyes widened at the mention of a metal thing. Oh god, what I'd give to be high right now. Well, I guess I am not, and if they really are who they seem to be, allies could be a real help right about now. Look, I know you're trustworthy, but still, I made a promise that I would leave my old name behind and hadn't given any thought to a new one. I don't want to startle you, but for the past year or so most people have simply called me by my code name Hitokiri. Oh cool, so you're like a spy or something, right? That's so sweet. Yay, right. There's no way some brat younger than me could be a spy. Yahiko thought quite differently from what he let on. That shouldn't be something to joke about, that it should not. It's anything but Yahiko. I would say what I've seen over the past 2 years would rival the horrors Kenshin has seen. Nazamashi lowered his head towards his hands, remembering the many battles he's been through. One in specific event stuck out in his head, the most recent armory raid. I don't mean to pry, but how could you have seen that much? You couldn't be much older than Yahiko. Probably younger, Kaoru replied to the boy, not realizing that Kenshin had been little older yet when he first received the name Batuse. I am. What? That can't be right. I am 23, oh don't tell me. Nazamash's eyes once again widened in horror at the thought that things could be worse than he thought. He quickly ran outside, looking for anything that could make a reflection. Finally settling on a small pail of water, he took a nice long look at himself. He was young, and nothing like his old self. He looked almost like a young Kenshin with silvery almost blue hair and blue eyes, yet he was still wearing the leather robes that he was in before being sent back, only smaller, still fitting. Think Organization 13 robes. Sure, his face was a bit longer and more pointed, but the resemblance to Kenshin's younger self was remarkable. Impossible, his jaw dropped as he looked on at his image with fascination, horror and astonishment. Somehow, he could no longer recognize himself. This wasn't his face. Who was this? What the hell had happened? Exclamation mark. Nazamashi unleashed an ever more potent scream that took him to the edge of passing out. This unremarkably earned some strange looks from passerbys. This can't be. I am 23. I am no 10-year-old. How did this happen? Nazamashi's brain was entering overload with quantity of shocking information. It was getting so bad that he was about to hyperventilate. As he knelt to the ground on the brink of tears, he wrapped his arms around his legs in the fetal position, simply laying there as his mind attempted to process this remarkable twist of fate. A few moments passed and no one spoke until he had finally regained some of his composure. Even Yahiko knew it would be bad to scream at someone with their minds in such a fragile state. This one believes you should start from the beginning, that you should. Kenshin finally said once he sensed that it would be beneficial to continue. He walked over the boy and reached out his hand, gesturing for him to come inside. Yay, Gensai-sensei is making dinner tonight, so let's go inside and relax. You can start while we wait. Kaoru added while walking over to assist Kenshin. Unfortunately, it's probably for the best. Nazamashi took one last look at the machine that had brought him here as they walked inside slowly. He hung his head so low he was lucky he wasn't dragging it through the dirt. It was clear from the momentary glance the machine was damaged beyond repair. Even if Wedge left the blueprints, the tech in the age was literal centuries behind what would be necessary to make the proper repairs. After settling down on the porch, Nazamashi began telling the tale. It was hard for him to decide where to start. Half of the things from his time weren't even conceived for another century. It took a while, but he finally decided on a good place to start. Well, I guess the first thing you should know is I am from America in the year 2132 CE by our time standards. This much alone dumbstruck everybody, making them wonder if he was sane, a question that had already occurred to them several times already. His words were slow and held a somber tone. He was purposely taking things slow, since much, if not everything he was about to say would be a major shock. At first I was thinking I was high, or that this was all a dream. Now I just wish our experimental machine had worked properly, but now I am sure it was a complete flop. For starters, my real name is irrelevant. I left it behind and most people have called me Hitokiri for the past year or so. I was a swordsmith, although until what I consider recently it has become a collector's art more than anything. Thanks to guns, blasters, a little more 2.5 years ago I opened my own shop when the world broke out into World War III. Did you just say World War? Kaoru asked, afraid she had misheard something. Wars were normal enough to be talked about, but what on earth is a world war? Oh, sorry, I forgot that none of them have happened yet in this time. Where to start? Well, the first one will start in a little under 50 years. I am not sure what year it is exactly here, all I know is I am in the Meiji era right now. So that means, so soon after your wars means it's the 1870s, maybe 80s, I think it is right now. No matter, the first will envelop all of Europe and affects every country in the world in some way or another. The second one occurs a few decades later with Nazi Germany trying to eradicate the Jews and basically take over the world with some glorified racial purity crap. Japan and China end up fighting. Japan attacks America. I'd rather not go into much detail. It gets complicated. At some point and after Germany surrenders, Japan is left still fighting rather strong. In the end, Japan loses thanks to a new kind of bomb being dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. What's so bad about a few bombs? They can't be that bad, can they? Nazamashi frowned at Yahiko's innocence in these matters. Oh, how he wished he could be so ignorant. Death on such a mass scale. These aren't ordinary bombs, more like city destroyers, which between the two leave several 100,000 people dead or dying with the cities uninhabitable for decades. No way. Okay, this kid's obviously off his rocker if he expects us to believe that. Seriously, a city destroyer, please. That's horrible, Kaoru commented, shocked by the thought. What does he intend with telling us these things? Does he really expect us to believe it? To be blunt, it was the most regretted choice in history. But in the end, America's only other option was to send millions to their doom in an endless ground assault. Russia had already lost tens of millions in the battle and the world was essentially in ruins with a broken economy. Needless to say, all of this was well before I was ever born. In fact, my parents weren't even born till more than a century after of the Second War. Amazing. What happened next? He may be crazy, but that's an awesome story, Yahiko thought, having not had anyone to tell interesting stories for several years. Next, shadow governments around the world took over the world but stayed hidden from the knowledge of the public for centuries. The few that openly took over kept their real intentions secret and pretended to be peaceful groups of countries for the betterment of mankind. Oh, how wrong that was. They bided their time developing technology to surpass the nuclear threat of their opponents. The nuclear threat being those bombs I told you about. Things went by relatively peacefully compared to the Great Wars for the next 70 years or so. But in the end the world was essentially ran by three organizations all intent on taking over the entirety of the world. Or kinda. Two wanted to take over and the other wanted to bring it to an end and remake it from their own bloodlines. All three ruled the world for more than a century before they developed enough technology to surpass a nuclear war. It was then that they began a war that left all others in the dust. Murderers. Who would do such a thing? Exactly, they never had any remorse for killing even the smallest children if they could. It was unbearable. The world became a godless wasteland, a hellhole. It was literally hell on earth. Most people came to call it the apocalypse, though the world still stood, even if feebly. So which side were you on? You already said you were called Hitokiri. You must have killed a lot of people, Kaoru asked, realizing there may have been little choice in the matter. None of them. I was in the resistance trying to stop the meaningless bloodshed. By a few months ago the war had already claimed the lives of 5 going on 6 billion people. Kaoru gasped in horror at the information while Kenshin's eyes were livid in anger with what humanity had brought upon itself while Yahiko just looked at Nazamashi dumbfounded. Are there even that many people on the planet? Yahiko asked, surprised that there were that many people in existence. In the next 250 years or so, the world population should be nearing 12 billion. But that's almost half. Oh, trust me, after their most recent plan I am sure they will have it down to a tenth or lower. I have been fighting, developing better weapons to fight them, but their technology is just too great. There's only so much you can do with swords when you're fighting machines the size of buildings, even if the metal is capable of cleaving through steel beams like butter, even if we could become invisible. That's why they called me Hitokiri. I was one of maybe 10 people with the courage to get in close enough for that kind of combat, and the strength to survive it. Most of the others just took the armor I made and fought with conventional guns and anything we could salvage between fights. It seems you have been through a lot that you have, but that still leaves how you got here and how you know us that it does. This is amazing. This story is so ridiculous, who could make it up? If I couldn't sense the truth in his words I wouldn't even consider the possibility. As for how I know you, have you ever heard of a phonograph? Oh yay, those new things that can record sound, right? I saw one for sale in the market a few weeks ago. It was really cool, Yahiko commented with excitement. Exactly. Well, as technology grows, in the next 30 years or so people will figure out how to make things called movies by adding slides. By mixing pictures rotating at high speeds with sound adjusted to fit the fake movement on a screen. People will make moving picture books. By the time my time comes around we have things called television shows where short movies are made in a week and played non-stop all day long to small boxes in people's houses. One of my favorite shows was an old rerun called Rurouni Kenshin. It was an old story but a classic. A lot of shows that start late in this next century will be replayed for centuries to come. Assuming this isn't some kind of horrible dream on my part, the best estimate I can come up with is this is an alternate dimension and the writer had some kind of telekinetic link to the events of this world and wrote the story based of the things he saw from here. Or something, I just don't know. It's all so much further out there than I had ever considered before. It's like I went to sleep and woke up in a dream. Wow, oh yay, he's certifiably insane. If you want proof, I know Kenshin's real name is Shinta. None of you are supposed to know that for several more years, if my assessment on Yahiko's age is right. Kenshin could only stare in shock at that revelation. No one but Master Hiko knew that name and Kenshin hadn't even referred to himself with it in more than 20 years. It made about as much sense as the story. That's impossible. Hey, I am having just as much trouble believing the situation as you are. Still, how else would I know something you never even told Sano or your own son? Oro, I have a son. You have a son. Kaoru practically demanded an explanation. Kenshin didn't know what to say. He couldn't have a son. Tomo died. It was impossible. She was the only one he ever. Forgive me, I didn't mean to make it sound that way. I am not sure I should be telling you this, but, I mean both of you, years from now. Nazamashi replied while pointing to Kenshin and Kaoru. The blush on both their faces displayed their sudden embarrassment. Perhaps another time. Is there anything else you want to know? Well, how you think you got here would be a good one. Yahiko replied blatantly. It was clear he didn't believe a word of this ridiculous story. Well, my commander built a machine which he told me was supposed to be a time machine. I was supposed to go back and assassinate the heads of the shadow governments before they revealed themselves. By the looks of things, it sent me to an alternate dimension instead, because I am sure none of you were supposed to have existed in my world. And somehow I've ended up, somewhat, younger. While describing his somewhat younger self, Nazamashi shifted his eyes around his body for emphasis. While everyone was talking and discussing this month's intriguing past, the police chief came running through the gate to the dojo. I am sorry to interrupt. The police chief bowed in traditional manner of greeting despite his apparent urgency. You're the police chief. Yahiko and Kaoru replied in unison the second they recognized him. I am sorry for my trouble the other day. Watch the show, you will understand the scene. Closing parenthesis. And what is it today? Kenshin asked in his usual peaceful tone, sure the police chief meant no harm. Kenshin Dono, I have a favor to ask. For the past 10 years there has been a serial murderer calling himself Kurogasa. He has been targeting high-ranking political officials. His skill is amazing and he has been capable of killing off guards long before they are even able to draw their guns. He kills everybody, even bystanders. Please, I am begging you to stop him. The police chief bowed lower than his previous greeting, knowing Kenshin was the only man with the skill to stop this monster. He must be a Hitokiri from the war like I am. But even now he finds himself unable to stop the killing. It's so sad that it is. Kenshin, I would like to come with you. Sano would be of great help as well. Nazamashi commented with enthusiasm, knowing that he could help. If he was stuck here, then the least he could do was try to better the lives here. His knowledge of future events could be invaluable. I would be most grateful, but who are you? Wait, you're a child. The police chief looked at the kid a little confused that a child thought he would be able to help. Clearly the kid didn't understand severity of the situation. It does not matter, I am a friend of Kenshin's and am much more experienced than I look, let's leave it at that. Nezo replied with a tone one his apparent age should have been capable of. Arigato, we are most grateful. The police replied, knowing Kenshin was little older when he first became that legendary assassin. He left soon afterwards, and as soon as he passed through the gates Nazamashi turned to Kenshin. His real name is Jine Udo. Tonight he will change his target to you upon seeing your skill and kidnap Kaoru tomorrow in an attempt to bring out the Batusei. His entire purpose in life is to find ultimate fight. Nothing would please him more than fighting you at your prime. Amazing, you know all this about this guy. Yahiko exclaimed, just starting to truly understand the fact that Nezo was who he says he is. Unfortunately Nazamashi himself was still having trouble believing all this. Like I said, it was my favorite show. Nezo rubbed the back of his head sheepishly, hoping they would take that no further. Then we should prepare for the worst that we should. Kenshin remained sitting so they could devise a battle plan. Nazamashi has been right so far. I only hope that he is correct about the rest, that I do. Kenshin, even you say this after fighting him the first time. In your current state you cannot defeat him, at least not without becoming the Batusei once again. You haven't killed since the start of this era. He on the other hand has stained his hand daily. That is most troubling that it is. Kenshin commented, knowing all too well how much his skills had slipped over years since the revolution. It would take months of actual training to get anywhere near where he was. But, then how does he win without resorting to that? Kaoru asked, concerned for Kenshin's safety. If there was one thing she hated to think about, it was the possibility of him becoming that legendary monster again. Before it was your will, you broke free of Genie's paralysis technique just before Kenshin was about to kill him. Your call got through to him and stopped him from truly becoming that thing once again. Before another word could be said, Sano burst into the room, nearly ripping the sliding door out of the wall. Oi Kenshin, you're not trying to leave me out of this, are ya? Sano shouted as he came closer to the red-headed samurai. Despite giving up his job as a fighter for hire, he was itching for a good fight. No Sano, he's not. In fact, we're planning on using you to take this man down. Nazamashi replied with a smirk. Good, you know I would never forgive you if you tried something like that. Sano stated, shaking his fist in the air as a visual of what he would do if they did. It was then that he realized that it wasn't Kenshin who answered him. There was someone new in the room. Hey, who's the kid? The fighter asked his friends while pointing to the new kid with his thumb. With annoyance Nazamashi replied, I am no kid. I am a 23-year-old man from another dimension who wound up here in an annoying twist of fate. Either that or I am high on something and you're all part of some crazy hallucination. Right now I am wishing for the second of those two options. Don't tell me you're some kind of sorcerer. Sano quickly scooted back to the nearest wall, crossing his fingers, somehow thinking the gesture held some sort of anti-demon property. Unless you think technology is sorcery, then no. Oh wait, you do, damn it. Nazamashi lowered his head with a sigh when he remembered Sanosuke's distinct fear of trains and anything else distinctively technological. This one doesn't know about the superstition Sano and I don't completely get it, but he seems to be telling the truth that he does. Kenshin smiled warmly, hoping to calm everybody down with his own calm attitude towards the matter. Well, if he turns any of us into bugs, you'll know I told ya so. Right, whatever Sano. Anyway, we don't have much time to prepare for tonight. Kaoru, would you mind showing me to my weapons? I am going to need them if I am to be of any use to you. Nazamashi commented, hoping his blades made it with him. Oh yay, there in the shed. Kaoru stood up, getting ready to show him the way when Nazamashi began speaking again. Okay, so there where Kenshin's staying. He too got up to follow Kaoru to the place, though Kaoru stood there for a moment confused about how he knew that. What? Nezo turned, wondering what got her suddenly lost in thought. Hey, how did, oh yay, this guy knowing the future is starting to get creepy. This is going to be a long lifetime. Nazamashi smiled at the thought of what he said, thinking even if I don't get home, I will have a much better life here, with them. After retrieving his 3 blades and energy blade, Nazamashi began walking out of the dojo when he was stopped by Kenshin's voice. Your blades are rather intricately made, that they are. Kenshin stated while leaning against the corner of the house. He had examined the blades while Nazamashi was asleep. All 3 of the blades had the mark of a master craftsman in every inch of their creation. The metal was clearly of a very high grade, and though they looked used and worn, they were still as sharp as the day they were made. 2 of them had a bland look about them, while the third was intricately engraved with waves, giving it a very prestigious look. Had Kenshin have never tested them, he would have figured the intricate one were ritualistic in nature. I built them myself. I would offer you one of them for our battle, but I know you will not accept it. Kenshin looked at him curiously. There was something hidden in his words. He knew what he meant, both literally and figuratively. You want to learn my style, that you do. Kenshin could see it in Nezo's eyes. It were as if the boy had just seen the solution to a puzzle and known it was unattainable. Nazamashi sighed and turned around, looking Kenshin in the eye. The look between them was one that only 2 highly trained assassins could give. Both of their eyes were serious and cold, as if they were looking into the other's soul. And yet neither set held any indication of an attack. Kenshin's eyes clearly held the more experienced of the 2, while Nazamashi's merely showed great sorrow, the eyes of one thrown into such a life, having never before had any intention of such serious things as death and mayhem. Kenshin could also tell that Nazamashi held a deep desire to become stronger. He held some driving goal that would require it. Yes, I don't know if I will ever return home, but assuming I do, if something would even increase my chances of stopping the horror I've seen, by 1%, I would gladly stake my life on obtaining it. I would gladly devote 1,000 lifetimes to detour that fate. Kenshin could see the good intentions in the mon's soul, but he himself had his own promises to keep. I will never kill again. It is sad, but this style will always kill more than it can save. In my promise I cannot pass it on, even to a son that I cannot. Regardless of the reasons, this one does not plan on passing on that style that I do not. Whatever small hope Nazamashi's eyes held, of attaining that most prized style, was suddenly dimmed to that of nothingness. He closed his eyes in acceptance of that answer, knowing that it could never have been meant to be. I figured that, you never even taught your own son. His voice did not hold any contempt for Kenshin's decision. He understood Kenshin's reasoning. It was in fact the reason that it was his favorite show. That determination to never kill, to always search for a better way, was the thing that made Nazamashi look up to Kenshin. He knew that he could never ask such a thing of the man. That if he were to ever obtain the style, he would have to seek out Hiko Seijiro. At least that way Kenshin would be spared the guilt of those Nazamashi would kill. He keeps mentioning this, son. As for the style, I would prefer if you would teach me. However, if I must, I will gladly seek out Hiko and have him train me. Nazamashi looked over to a family walking down the road, laughing happily as the child leapt into his father's arms. Tell me, if you knew of a way to stop your revolution, would you have taken it? There is not a day that goes by this one doesn't wish he knew a way. Even if it meant you would have to kill every public official in power. Kenshin was dumbstruck. That was partially his original assignments, but most of them had ended up being low-ranking, not quite big enough to yield an effective result, even if he was the Batusei. That is the situation I am faced with. Either I do just that or let genocide nearly wipe out the entire planet's population. 2 horrors for which I must choose the lesser evil. And now I am lost in another dimension without knowing if I will ever find my way back. At this point Kenshin was lost in his own thoughts about the Meiji Revolution and his own role in its fate. Would he have done such a thing if he had known who to go for? Today he realized that without knowing the right targets, such a thing was a fool's errand. However, if he knew exactly who to strike and when, he didn't know. Perhaps there was that much, if only that much of the Batusei left in him. Even if I never make it back, I will do anything that ensures such an injustice does not occur under my watch. You repent of your sins even when you were in actuality one man who saved thousands from your actions. And if that is the sin I must live with, then so be it. If it must cost 1,000 to save 1,000,000, I believe that is a price worth paying. You don't know the horrors this one has seen. Kenshin heard those words and remembered the foolish actions of his youth. It was just the same. The idealistic drivel that earned his banishment from his master. The ideas that brought him into this hell he would forever regret. It was all the same. Maybe not with your skill, but I have a good idea. You know what I am saying is true, Kenshin. If you didn't, you wouldn't be carrying your Sakabetu. Kenshin looked at his hands, reminiscing on the war again, then finally looked back to Nazamashi and looked at his eyes. Somehow the boy was right. One way or another Kenshin was still fighting the same old war in a different way. You mean every word, that you do. But it is a style this one could not teach even if he wanted to, that I cannot. Yes, you can, even if that does not include the succession technique. Kenshin, I am not asking you to break your vow to never kill again. Frankly, that's part of the reason I would prefer to learn from you. My goal is to raise my skill to such a pinnacle that I could do as you do. Even in battle, immobilize the opponent when the kill isn't necessary. Even if it is just an ideal, it's something I have to strive for. It's not as easy as you think that it is. No. I know, and I don't care. God gave Wedge the dream to build that machine, and I must believe there is some plan for me. Some reason I am here. Nazamashi Mitsukoi, there may just be something about you that there may be. This does not mean I will teach you, however you have convinced me to give it some thought that you have. Kenshin grinned and waved Nazamashi off as Nazo went out with his blades to wherever it was he was going. Nazamashi went off towards a field, drawing two of his blades, leaving the third on his back and his energy blade in his cloak. The walk took nearly 15 minutes, but it was time he needed to gain his composure and contemplate his purpose in this world. Even if I receive no training, I will watch, I will learn, and I will train, I will become strong, and I swear, that atrocity will never occur again. He hacked away into the air, taking away sheets of tall grass as he preformed his katas in series. He hacked away with his full determination as Kenshin and Sano watched him from a distance. He has a strong will, that he does, Kenshin stated, smiling as he watched the spirit and determination of the boy. Yeah, I guess he's like me, and he's got his mind set on something. Nothing's going to stop him. And from what you told me, the kid's got a worthy purpose. Sano, do you think I should train him? Are you seriously considering that? He could become the way you were. Sano was genuinely concerned for both of them. He had talked to Kenshin about his past a few times and come to an understanding of how the Batusei came to be. It was defiantly something he wouldn't want happening to someone else. As much as this one hates to admit it, I am. It may seem unbelievable, but there's truth in his words. I don't know what good it could do on such a large scale, but it would be a crime to leave him be, that it would. Well, of all the people to train under, you would probably be best for him. With all your talk about never killing, it could be good for him. I believe he will ask you as well that I do. You're kidding. Come on, Kenshin, there's no way he would ask me that, not after asking you. This one believes he will that I do. He is too determined to limit himself to a single style, considering with the number of blades he has. Blah. You of all people should know I can't do that. He's a swordsman and you yourself destroyed my Zanbetu. He said he is a swordsmith, that he did. With the quality of his blades, this one is sure he could repair it, that he could. That's impossible, but you're not kidding. Sanosuke concluded after looking closer at Kenshin. The redhead was too serious not to be. You know, Sano, if he does remake the Zanbetu, you will have to make him strong as well. Hey, I guess it would be fun teaching someone. Sanosuke truly felt a sense of pride that someone would want to learn from him. The former Zanza, fighter for hire, and former of the Sekihoutai. Yea, if he can get that strong. He has a warrior's spirit I have not sensed since Hiko Seijiro, but I can sense a heart in him that would never intentionally harm an innocent. It's a rare combination, but one that described me in my youth. How can you sense this stuff? And who the hell is Hiko? It sounds like some kind of sake. Right now Sano had one thing on his mind and it was making him drool. Sake. Maybe later he could head down to the Akabeko and, crap, he didn't have any money. After the last few times he'd been there, they weren't going to consider giving him anything till he paid up front, and his tab. My master and the only true heir to the hidden Mitsurugi Ryu. True heir, what about you? Sano replied. He figured the style was rare, but certainly not that rare. What did he mean by heir? I left Hiko before I finished my training so I could join the Imperialists. Mai is the only true master of the style. If we were to fight he would crush me at my best, that he could. Sano was shocked, that there were people stronger than Kenshin. People he admitted could beat him that easily. It was a concept he had never thought of before. As far as he knew, Kenshin was called the strongest for a reason. Of course that also brought up another thought. Could there be other people that strong around the world? Perhaps even here in Japan. It wasn't long after a short silence that Nazamashi was coming closer to a tree and was hacking away at it, leaving deep gashes with his blades. The tree was thick and hard, yet the blades caved in as deep as his blades clashed into it. Cutting paper with a knife seemed more difficult with the ease he was cutting through the tree. After several deep slashes, Nazamashi threw his two blades aside, drawing the blade off his back and cleaved the trunk in two almost horizontally. Before it had a chance to budge, the swordsman leapt high, using the propulsion to run up the remainder of the tree. At the top he flipped upside down and brought his energy blade to life, revealing a blade of green light as he dove down the length of the tree, slicing it clean in two vertically, leaving a sizzling flame burning down the center. After turning off the energy blade, he sheathed his sword and began walking over to retrieve his other blades. A strong gust came by and the tree began to fall, leaving a powerful crash as it hit the ground. Once his blades were retrieved and sheathed, Nazamashi walked towards Kenshin and Sano, with Sano's mouth agape and Kenshin more surprised with the energy blade. Indeed, he would come in handy fighting Jinne. That is how it started. The fated meeting between master and pupil. Together trained for over 40 years, Kenshin, Sanosuke, later Aoshi and Hiko. We joined together and have started a goal, an organization, an ideal. The name we have decided on, the Zot. We of the Zot have sworn to remove corrupt powers from government and bring peace to the worlds we assist. One thing that has become fact to us all after our years of training and fighting: we must pull the evil out by the root in order to save the innocent from being poisoned. It is our dream that one day our actions will produce a peace throughout the dimensions, so we may live free of the horrors of tyrants and war. The Zot, a name we found in Kenshin's world. A name given to an underground society of people striving to live a life without the tyrannical politics of life above ground by those who live in it. I, Nazamashi Mitsukoi, have founded this organization 23 years into my stay in Kenshin's world. Once we had played out the significant ordeals within his universe, I began studying the effects of this space-time travel. It has been complicated, and far more advanced than anything I could have ever studied on my own. Thankfully, Wedge left a number of notes in the machine that have proved more than useful. To be frank, I have never been considered a genius. It took me years to even decipher what half the notes meant. I've always had a knack for building things but never for the technicalities of them. Still, thanks to Wedge, I have managed. Today, I believe I may have discovered the true function of the machine which threw me into this fate. Space is a wave rippling around a central timeline, with a structure similar to DNA's double helix. However, this is far more complicated and well beyond my full comprehension. Space-time appears to be a many-sided thing with nearly endless dimensions, each nearly overlapping but never quite touching, repeating over and over, following time down what I can only assume is an endless cycle. I have found that the ancients knew the significance in numbers, pi being but one example, if more recent than others. Between such numbers and Wedge's notes, it is my belief that his machine was less flawed with respect to its original intention than I originally anticipated. It was simply overpowered. To move through time, one needs to move back through the time dimension without stepping into another reality. It's like trying to paddle a raft upstream but pushing so hard that you threw yourself like a skipping stone up the river and managed to land on one of hundreds of other rafts on the same river. This revelation, as surprising as it was, is not my most significant discovery. 4 years ago I managed to construct various devices I had grown accustomed to in my world. With them I attempted to use the knowledge Wedge left me to study this theoretical effect. What I found shocked me to no end. Apparently some kind of energy was building up around me between this dimension and the time stream. Whether it's a side effect of the machine or of the dimensional travel itself, I can't say. However, with the data Wedge left me on how much energy is needed to enter the time stream, I can only assume that I and anything immediately around me will make a dimensional jump when the energy levels rise high enough. I spent most of the next 3 years studying how quickly the energy built up. It was steadily raising, but none of it was anything one could detect without the right equipment. Over 8 months ago I finally realized how wrong Wedge was about his machine. It makes sense that more energy will take on further. So the minimum amount of energy necessary to make a jump is the amount necessary to enter the next dimension. Until then, no rift will open. Unfortunately, the distances between dimensions can vary dramatically, and thus the time for the necessary energy to build up will also vary. The equations are far more complicated than anything I had conceived of tackling before. Without someone far more intelligent than me, we will never be able to precisely know when, if ever, there will be another jump. By my best calculations, there could be anywhere from 12 to 70 years before a dimension is close enough and the energy levels high enough for a jump to occur. The machine developed by Wedge actually functioned by sending me back in a straight line to the next dimension over. The distance between dimensions vary back and forth, and with that variation the energy necessary to cause a jump varies with it. When that matches with the building energy that the machine started, that is when a jump will occur. I may not know what worlds await me, but the one thing I know is this. I will continue traveling through dimensions until I return to my own, or until I die. And now is the time to see the results of my most recent experiment. The ground was darkened where Nazamashi had landed. He was right, it had taken him several years of calculating, but in the end he discovered the exact day that he would be transported to the next dimension. He looked around hopeful that his experiment worked, yet still very dizzy and exhausted from the transport. That was when he saw Aoshi. "Aoshi, wake up." Nazamashi stumbled over to his ally and checked his vitals. Aoshi was out cold but very much alive. That was when it hit him. He grinned. Success. Aoshi was one of the furthest away from Nazo when the transport occurred. This clearly meant that the others had to be around here somewhere. Somehow the rift had been large enough. Nazamashi has successfully brought the Zot with him. It will take a lot of testing to prove, but if his theory was right, each of his allies would make independent jumps from now on. As predicted, Aoshi was much younger, as was he yet again. So far the age issue was one of the parts of dimensional travel he knew the least about. Clearly it was going to repeat with each jump. Nazo had a few theories as to why, but few of them seemed very logical or were at all provable. Right. The others. Nazamashi closed his eyes and focused on the presences of the others. Kenshin, Kaoru, Kenji, good Sano's here too, no Yahiko, it seems that's it. Ah, good Hiko-sensei's here too, I guess 5 of 9 isn't that bad. I will have to give some thought as to why they didn't show up. Nazamashi went around trying to wake everybody up so they could begin to figure out what kind of dimension this was. As far as he could tell, they were in a city, some kind of parking area for air cars. He stroked his chin, wondering what the dimension would be like if they had air cars. Is this a futuristic Earth, or is it another planet? Only one way to find out. Kenshin was the first to wake up when Nazo got to him and assisted in wakening everybody else up. Kenshin, once we get everybody here, I have something to discuss with you. Nazamashi was about to walk away when he remembered something very important. One more thing. Sano is going to freak when he sees the air cars. Try to calm him down. You've always been the best at doing that. Air cars. Oro. Nazamashi sighed, knowing there he would have a lot of explaining to do, again. Everybody was awakened within the hour and gathered together before entering an elevator, which needless to say caused Sano to, like Nazamashi thought he would, freak out. Damn no. You're not getting me in that possessed room. Sano, it's not possessed. Remember our little talk about technology. Oh god, did he remember their little talk. He in no way wanted to go through that again. 5 hours of pure hell, that's what that was. I don't give a shit. That thing's possessed and you're not getting me in there. Sano exclaimed while crossing his arms in protest and standing outside. So you would rather run up 600 flights of stairs? Nazamashi knew what would get him. Despite Sano's amazing stamina, he was one of the laziest people he knew. Well, when it came to anything other than fighting anyway. 6. What? Since when can anyone build shit that big? Since about 200 years after you're supposed to die. Besides, this is another dimension with technology far beyond anything even I have seen before. The air cars from my world were far less advanced. Nazamashi stated, praying this would finally put things to rest. Then how do you know it's not possessed? Sano was about to continue when Kenshin heard glass break and could sense somebody falling to their doom, causing him to leap through the window of the elevator and catch the man as he was falling. He drew his blade and plunged it into the side of the building just as he grabbed the man with his other arm. It was a very precarious position, being a few thousand feet off the ground and all. Guys, a little help here. Kenshin screamed, knowing that he couldn't hold on to both of them with just one hand for very long. Hold on, Kenshin. Kaoru screamed as she bent over the edge to get a better view. He never fails to amaze me. That little comment earned Aoshi a big nod on his head from Kaoru. Here, Kenshin, gab this. Nazamashi pulled out a long battle chain from under his cloak and dangled it out the window for Kenshin to grab onto. The second Nazamashi noticed the Mon's face, he not only knew where they were, he knew when, and the annoying fact that everything just got a lot more complicated. Kenshin and the stranger were quickly pulled to safety when the stranger started running off, only for Nazamashi to hit enough pressure points to eliminate his movement. Interesting. Jedi Master Mace Windu. Guys, I know where we are and we're about to enter into a whole load of shit. Mace Windu falling out a window and downward to his inevitable doom. Yes, they had to leave fast if they were going to survive this plight. Hiko, I need you to carry him. You're fastest with extra weight. Right. Hiko hated it when he was used as a luggage man but knew it couldn't be helped. Odds are Sano was going to freak out again and they couldn't risk dropping their guide. Besides, if Nazamashi were correct, then urgency was more than necessary. What are you doing? Let go of me, the Sith are upstairs. And Hiko picked up the Jedi Master and slung his immobile body over his shoulder with ease. Sorry, but you're going to have to bear with us for the moment. Hiko apologized, hoping to quell any fighting the interesting man many might produce. I am sorry, Master Windu, but there is nothing you can do about it. Anakin has been tainted by the Sith Lord and will soon be ordered to kill all the younglings. At the same time, all the clones will be ordered to attack the Jedi and Chancellor Palpatine will become the new Galactic Emperor. How do you know all this? Mace could sense that the boy somehow knew what he was talking about but was still a little skeptical. These strangers had a strong connection with the Force and probably foresaw something the Council had overlooked. Foresaw something the Council overlooked? Impossible. Of course they were there at the right time, so maybe, I will just have to go along with it for now. They did save me from what should have been my death. Windu thought as he looked to the stump where his hand once was. Long story, but it's in both of our best interests if you help us. This is such a large coup, a lone Jedi cannot hope to stop it. Our best option is to move quickly and save as many as possible. Damn, how do you know this will happen? I can sense the Force in you. Did you foresee this? If you did, then why didn't you warn us? Let's just say I have seen the future and intend to alter a few things for the betterment of both Jedi and ourselves alike. For one, hopefully we can bring Anakin back from the dark side. For now they think you are dead and they have no idea we exist, so we have the element of surprise. Let's gather the nearest Jedi and run. We have neither the time nor the resources to waste on what could have been. Oi, will somebody explain what's going on here? Sano asked offhandedly, earning some intense stares from the rest of the group. Later, nearly everybody screamed to Sano, who crawled from the reaction. They ran through the parking area, nearly leaving Sano behind. Oi, hey, wait for me, and he ran to catch up. Master Windu, how can we get out of here without being seen? Nazamashi demanded of the Jedi in urgency. The fate of this galaxy was at stake and politeness at this point would be yet another waste of time. The fastest way would be to commandeer a speeder. They should be able to tell who we are once we ditch it. Then let's grab one and go. Hey, can you release whatever you did to me? I can walk on my own. Yay, sorry. As they ran through the lot, looking for the nearest open speeder, Nazamashi poked the places he had previously used to immobilize Windu. It didn't take long for him to regain movement and start running on his own. The group was nearing the end of the level and their choice of ship was getting more and more limited when something finally snapped in Sano's head. No, not another possessed machine. Sano cried, praying that they could just walk. Although, looking out through the openings in the garage, it was a long way down. As far as he could tell, they all looked like demons. That, and he was starting to get a definite urge to pee. Shut it, Sano. Kaoru screamed as she hit him over the head hard enough to knock him out, a rarity for him, and Aoshi quickly threw him in the nearest air car. You'll have to drive, don't ask why, just get us out of here. Nazamashi commanded as quickly as he could while jumping in the back seat. Understood. Windu leapt into the driver's seat and immediately ripped open the dash with a quick motion of the Force. With the wires exposed, he was quickly able to hotwire the ship and got them out of there as fast as possible. Now could somebody tell me what in the name of the Force is going on? Windu demanded now that they were in transit and had some if any room to breathe. The Force? Kaoru questioned, having never heard such a phrase before. However, she was ignored when Kenshin replied to Windu's question. We are friends, this one believes that we are. Kenshin's right. We're here to help. Long story short, we're from another dimension and I know the events of this world up until the death of the Darth Sidious. I don't know how our presence in this world will affect things, but right now our goal is to save as many Jedi as possible and hide. As long as they have the clones, there's no way we can beat them, even if we were to save all the Jedi. I sense you're right. What of Master Yoda? Does he survive? The rest of the Masters? Only Yoda and Obi-Wan were supposed to survive. The rest either die or are never heard from again. Damn, I am taking us to the Jedi Temple. Master Windu was cut off by Nazamashi, who was obviously trying to take command of the situation, knowing certain things that simply wouldn't work. We will leave Yoda alone. He will make his way to Dagobah to hide his presence. As for us, we need to give an order for all Jedi to run and hide so we can contact them later. But with the Sith in control of the Senate, all we can do is save who we can, bide our time and come back later. Could somebody explain what's going on? Later, Kaoru, right now we have to focus on saving the Jedi. Especially the younglings. Younglings? What's the children training to be Jedi? Oh, but what are? I'll explain later. There is no time for this. What's your name? Master Windu asked urgently, knowing there was only one person in the group who knew what he was talking about at the moment. Nazamashi. That's Kenshin then. For once this day Nazamashi had pulled a stupid, misreading Windu's intent. It didn't take long for him to get it though. Nazamashi, search over there and see if there's a way to contact the Jedi Council. Windu said, pointing under the console on the passenger side. Nazamashi looked around the console for a radio or communication device. When he saw none, he looked under the seat and finally found one. Here, what's the frequency? Nazamashi picked up the box with the adjustments and looked it over in an attempt to figure out how to use it. I'll take care of it. Windu reached his right hand over and started pushing some buttons on the box, entering the Jedi communications network. Council, come in, this is Mace Windu. He received nothing but static for nearly 30 seconds. They were beginning to fear the worst when finally someone answered. Oh, Master Windu, something wrong is there. Thank the Force, Master Yoda. Anakin was right, it was the Chancellor. Anakin has joined him. There's no time to explain, I need you to evacuate the younglings and call off all Jedi. Anyone we can contact needs to get into space and hide as soon as possible. Call off the Jedi, say you. Yoda closed his eyes and concentrated on Windu's words. Master Windu was right, Something was coming, something that would cause much turmoil. It was like seeing a figure in a deep mist, but knowing what to look for it was clear enough to confirm Windus' words. Much suffering in our future, I sense. Prepare an evacuation, I will. We're on our way, save the younglings. Done will it be, Master Windu. May the Force be with you. And also with you. With that matter out of the way, the Jedi Master took a few moments to catch his breath as he focused on getting them through the traffic. Now we will be there in a moment. Until then, ask anything you wish. Windu panted out thanks to the exhausting of this turn of events. He was frightened, more frightened than he had ever been in his life. He could sense the death coming. The deaths of thousands of Jedi was inevitable. I will explain. For now, just keep Sano asleep if he sees us flying. You get the idea. Everybody nodded as they noticed Aoshi's seemed to take a nauseatingly greenish tone. Apparently he wasn't very good with heights, especially heights where there were so many fast turns. Leaning his head over the side of the speeder, the others decided to ignore his situation as much as possible. If that was the cause, then he wouldn't be cured anytime soon and there was little they could do to help. To be blunt, we are a small organization called the Zot. We are here to assist you in your time of need while we train to become strong enough to solve the problems back in our own homes. As for this world, my friends, this universe is a place where there is a power known as the Force. People with a high count of things called midichlorians are able to tap into this force and do many amazing things. Galactic functions 101. Galaxies are made up of a central point of gravity surrounded by billions upon billions of stars which rotate around it both loosely and in clumps called solar systems. These are made up of stars with planets rotating around them. On our home planet we are from a solar system revolving around our sun with a variety of other planets, which is in essence a tiny part of our galaxy called the Milky Way. And no, I don't know how it got such a stupid name either. Long story short, in this galaxy the majority of it has joined together into one large governmental system protected by both the government and each planet's own defenses. Other than that, the Jedi are a group of people, warrior monks I guess you could say. They are capable of using the Force and use it protect the people in this 25,000-year-old system. I won't go into all the details, but a counter-organization called the Sith has influenced a powerful boy from the Jedi as well as manipulated this government and is now waging a coup d'état against the Jedi and is attempting to create an empire under the rule of the leader of the Sith known as Darth Sidious. Speechlessness. Nazamashi lived for these moments. You really aren't from the Republic, are you? Master Windu broke the silence with the only thing he could think of. As far as he could make out, these people were from some other galaxy or something. But that was impossible. Millennia had been spent attempting to create ships capable of traveling those kinds of distances. It would take years with today's technology, and a ship large enough for the supplies. Of course it was all possible to someone willing to give their lives on the off chance of wandering aimlessly till death, on the off chance that they might find an inhabited planet between jumps. There were reasons that sort of thing simply wasn't invested in. Nope, Nazamashi stated plainly while shaking his head, glad that he didn't have to go through the same thing he went through with the others. Okay, so what exactly are we trying to do now? We can't exactly warn the Senate. Palpatine has them in the palm of his hand. It is impossible to stop it at this point without killing the Sith as well as all the leaders following them. It's just not happening, so we just need to save as many Jedi as we can and hide till we can build up a force powerful enough to assassinate this bastard government. Wait, are you saying you want us to train you in the Force? No, the Council would never accept it. If we don't act quickly, there won't be much of a Council left to argue that point. I know it goes against your rules, but frankly, I don't care. There's no way you can train mere children into Master Jedi in a few years. It would take at least a decade or two, and the time to rebel is before Anakin discovers that his children are still alive. Children. I knew something was going on between him and that senator, but children. Traditionally it is his son Luke who is supposed to defeat Vader. Anakin. Well, kind of. It's a bit of a long story, but more or less Anakin is supposed to bring balance to the Force. Keyword being balance, as in the same amount of evil as there is good. By killing off the Jedi, that is his destiny, but we are here to change that. We can talk about it later, but for now we should focus on saving the children. That we should. Kenshin finally said from the back seat, hoping to avoid more unnecessary explanations in the middle of this chaos. He needed time to think over what he had heard. Attempting to absorb more at this point would only complicate things. I agree with Kenshin. What is our strategy for now? Aoshi asked, trying to keep the conversation away from the confusing nonsense of Nezo's past movie experiences. Thankfully his stomach had calmed down after unloading its contents over the side of the speeder. There is an emergency escape ship deep below our tower. Yoda should be moving everyone to the ship. I just hope we can get past the planet's defenses. Don't worry. They have all been diverted to assist in killing the Jedi around the planet, so there's no need to worry about a blockade. There it is. They had finally arrived at the Jedi Temple just in time to see the ship ascending into the sky. Oh good, they made it. But how are we going to get in? Look at that thing, it's moving. Aoshi practically screamed in amazement. Windu grabbed the car's communication device and began contacting the ship. Master Yoda, I am ready to dock in the escape ship. Master Windu, open the docking hatch, I will. Yoda's strange talk had Kaoru snickering while Hiko couldn't help but smile, while Aoshi maintained his usual stone face, or at least as much as he could after seeing so many amazing things. As they drew closer to the massive ship, a large docking port began to open in the bottom and Master Windu steered towards it. Master Yoda, I am heading towards the docking bay. Preparing the tractor beam, I am. Yoda stated only seconds before the ship reached the bay. Soon a pale blue field enveloped them and began pulling them inside. The Zod looked around at the amazing sight and all the metal that had to have composed the enormous structure. Even Nazamashi was impressed. It was far better than seeing Star Wars in a 3D movie theater. As soon as everyone was fully docked, Windu leapt out of the transport ship charging for the control area when a series of blast doors opened up to reveal Yoda on the other side. With us as the Force. Yoda smiled at Windu, who only looked at him in shock but quickly turned his attention to their guests. Yes, but if it were not for them we would all be dead sooner than later. The experienced Jedi turned to the interesting people behind him and motioned for them to come closer. I see, come, discuss these events we will. For now, Master Windu, to the council room, show them. Return I will, once free of the planet's gravity we are. Thank you Master Yoda, I will head to the medical bay after we're done. Windu replied while glancing to the stump where his hand once was. He was deeply thankful that he was able to steer the speeder without too much trouble. Kenshin and the others simply looked at the little green man, not believing their own eyes, as Hiko carried Sano out of the car effortlessly, with his only reaction being a few blinks before shrugging off his surprise. Moments later the starship soared out of the atmosphere unknown to more or less everybody, and when Anakin did arrive to take out the younglings, he saw nothing. The memory in the building's libraries had been erased along with all information on Jedi strongholds and potential hideaways. That part of their plot had been foiled. Never. But Master Yoda, Nazamashi attempted to plead with the aged Jedi. Too old, too much sorrow. Master Yoda hobbled around the meeting room, unable to sit. It was times like these that he needed to stand, to be able to walk over and speak to another, face to face. He could see it in each and every face. The Force told him much of their past, and more of their feelings. Master Yoda, we may be old and we may have experienced grief greater than most, but that is why we exist here. That is why we contacted you, and that is why we are asking you to train us. Nazamashi tried to reason with the old master. The two Master Jedi and the Zot were located in various parts of an enormous, circular room with a full 360-degree view of the endless void outside. Yoda was the only creature in the room that remained standing while the others sat in chairs similar to those once found in the Jedi Council room. Normally, I would agree with Master Yoda, but considering the current situation I am inclined to disagree. Yoda sighed in frustration at Windu's statement gaining everyone's full attention. To make sure he had everyone's attention he also tapped his cane on the solid metal floor. In dire straits we are. But agree to such actions I do not. If followed my counsel we did, then be in this situation we would not. It was true, even Nazamashi had to admit that. Yoda never wanted Anakin to be trained, even in the beginning. It was in essence Anakin's attachment to his mother which led to the slaughter on Tatooine, his attachment to Padme that led to his betrayal. Nonetheless, Nazamashi would not give up so easily. Master Yoda, we intend to learn the ways of the Force whether you teach us or not, but I would much prefer it if you did. We are fighters of justice and seekers of peace. We will never join an organization such as the Sith. But you know as well as I that there are other people knowledgeable in the Force, people not of the Jedi or the Sith. In the end it is not your choice if we learn but by whom we learn. The Sith are our enemy as much as they are yours. If any of us are going to survive this you are going to need allies, as will we. Yoda eyed each of the Zot with hardened eyes. He looked at the crossed scar on Kenshin's cheek, knowing a great tragedy had caused it. The wise Grand Master of the Jedi looked them each over, searching their minds for inevitable taint. As expected there was much to be found. Murders, hate, war, it was all there, everything that the Jedi stood against. On the other hand there were also good intentions, a longing for peace and calm. Their minds were open and easy to search. Hide very little they do. But the greatest taint of age I have ever felt they bear. 3 pure souls by war are tainted. 2 by justice are driven, bear strong resemblance to Jedi they do. Master Yoda, there may not be enough of us to take on a Padawan, but you must sense, they can help us. If it weren't for them, I would be dead, as would the younglings. They have given us a chance, why can't we do the same for them? Master Windu pleaded in their defense. He too had taken a deep look at their emotions, at their past. However, contrary to Master Yoda, he could see great allies in them. Their souls may be tainted by war, but their intentions were pure. Such intentions were not easily left behind. Right now they needed people like them. True. But fear the ramifications much I do. Yoda used the Force to move a cup over to a drink machine and bring himself a freshly made cup of tea to soothe his nerves. It had most certainly been a long day. Nazamashi looked back through his memories, trying his best to think of something he could use to assist their situation. Master Yoda, if I may, was it not you who told Anakin that fear leads to anger, that anger leads to hate, and that hate is what leads to the dark side? I beg of you, please put aside your fear of the past and help us help you. Half the people in the room thought it was a good argument, nodding in acceptance of the point. Yoda, on the other hand, was not very pleased, quickly turning his focus to the man who took so much pride in quoting words long past. What know you of the past? Know you the horrors of the dark side? Know you of what the Sith are capable? I know that the Jedi once taught aspects of the dark side before banning it. Certain Jedi began to delve too deep in the dark arts, they began to rely on it and so they fell. I know that you fear training outsiders with attachments. You fear that those who have known pain and suffering would turn to the Sith like they did all those millennia ago, that those who have suffered would seek revenge. We have moved beyond thoughts of revenge. It is a pointless emotion. Revenge achieves nothing but the pain of dwelling on it. Yoda scowled, now understanding that this one at least knew far more than anticipated. If I may, Master Yoda, this one was once a Hitokiri, a murderer of thousands. But I gave it up, swearing to never kill again, that I did. It was my way of repenting for my sins, a way to come to terms with my past. With them this one has sought to protect life more than taking it. This one knows it is impossible to avoid but important to try, important to, in the middle of Kenshin's statement, Sano yawned. Wakening up and drawing everybody's attention, many of his companions sighed with the momentary though oh shit knowing what seeing Yoda would do to him. Ya, oi Kenshin where aarr oh my god an alien. He leapt up from his seat into the air trying to punch Yoda only to find his body floating in mid-air as Yoda held his hand to him. Train you I will but like it I do not. Yoda stated bluntly as he smirked at the reckless Bruit. Hey, put me down so I can kick your ass you green fur ball, Sano screamed while struggling to free himself from whatever force was holding him in the air. He kick me will you? Master Windu, to training area 2 show them. With the younglings train you will. Difficult it will be but remember, asked for it you did. Hey, I said put me down you green. Sano suddenly dropped to the ground as the thick metal door closed behind the now leaving Master Yoda. Sano ran to the door, punching it and ramming it for all his worth. Unable to find a doorknob or get through the door, Sano moved towards the strange chairs circling the room and decided to ask a question that began growing in his mind. What was all that about? Everybody simply chuckled and started walking out of the room, leaving only Aoshi to explain. It was a very dull explanation that left Sanosuke more confused than when he started. Everybody spent the next few hours exploring the ship as Nazamashi and Windu explained. Well, pretty much everything to do with space and the various machines in existence as well as aspects of the Force. Shinji, Kenshin's son, wandered around with Kenshin and Kaoru. There was something that had just hit him. Excuse me, father, why are we all teenagers again? I mean I look like I did a few years ago and you look, both of you look younger than I've ever seen you before. It's really awkward. According to Nazamashi, every time we enter a new world we will be aged equivalent to this dimension's EHH. To be honest, it confused Kenshin too. Nazamashi said it would happen, he even explained a few theories as to why, but for the life of him he still didn't get it. To be honest, it didn't seem that Nazamashi understood it all that well either. He had watched enough of Nazo's research to know his friend was struggling to comprehend half the stuff he was messing with himself. As Nazo put it, using Wedge's notes was like taking an advanced physics class. It was complicated, but with time and study you could put 2 and 2 together as long as you had the time and patience. He estimated we would be aged to 12 years old, give a decade or so. He said himself he had trouble making that estimate. We seem to be closer to 15 right now, but really there's no way to tell. He knows more about this than we do, maybe you should ask him later. I am sure with the technology here his understanding is only going to get better. Kaoru responded. Your mother is right, Kenji, that she is. Their technology here is amazing. This one never thought he would see stars this clearly. Kenji nodded and walked by their side thinking about how strange this whole scenario was. Meanwhile, Sano was doing his best not to freak out and attack everything, or at least after he ran into another Jedi with a large egg-shaped head and very long fingers. Of course he attacked the man but ended up thrown into a wall by the same mysterious force the green alien used to levitate him. What the hell is with this place? Everybody I run into looks like some kind of fish with the powers of some witch. I've got to watch myself or I'll end up yakiniku. Only a few moments later he walked towards a wall which looked like it could open to the sides. I wonder, that green guy he still couldn't figure out what Yoda did to open the doors. Unfortunately that left him walking around with a large number of dead ends. This time though he decided to walk up to the door calmly and it opened. Oh thank God, he jumped in success and walked through the door, coming face to face with Yoda, again. Why me God, why me? Yoda walked over to him, watching how the large, yet frightened man backed up slowly. Greetings, young one, Yoda waved casually, with a warm smile. With the wave bringing attention to Master Yoda's three-fingered hand, Sano couldn't help but stare in shock and fear. What the hell were these monsters? He couldn't help but focus on the stubby appendages as they seemed to move around like an octopus. Of course most of this was in his mind, and in actuality Yoda had nothing of the sort. Fear me do you? Yoda asked sarcastically, knowing the man before him held a deep amount of fear for him, closer to a phobia than anything. Hell no, I fear nobody. Especially not green midgets with 3 fingers. Sano raised his fist for emphasis but didn't earn much more than a sigh from the Jedi Master. See through you I can. Yoda held up a finger out of habit. Luckily Sano didn't take notice of Yoda's claw-like fingernails. You what? Yoda sighed and shook his head, knowing this wouldn't go very far so long as Sano was so easily frightened by non-human sentience. Misunderstand me you do. Read your mind I can. Lie to me you cannot. Sano's mouth dropped, taking a few moments of staring before he could regain some of his composure. So both men stood in place, unwilling to move. What I am you ask? Irrelevant your question is. A new ally, no more no less. Will you stop that? You talk weirder than Kenshin. Sano cried, wishing he didn't have to meet any more strange creatures. He wanted nothing more than to go to sleep and wake up back in his home where things were at least somewhat normal. The one with the scar you speak of, Sano sighed and hung his head, knowing there was no stopping the strange speech. At least it wasn't trying to levitate him anymore, or throw him into walls from a distance. Why did everyone he fought have to cheat in us cheap tricks like that? Mere seconds after Sano sighed, the door whooshed open to reveal Kenshin and his family walking through the doors. Glad that they weren't at each other's throats, the whole family waved to Sano and Yoda. Greetings young ones, Yoda said with a smile on his face, motioning for them to follow him. He turned to another door on his left and it opened into another meeting room similar to the first. The Jedi Master motioned his hands around to the chairs as a gesture for them to sit. You seem to have changed your opinion of us, Master Yoda, that you have. Kenshin could tell because of the dramatic change in Yoda's disposition around them. It was no longer one of minor annoyance but friendly hospitality. It made him glad. Meditated on this I have. Some good I sense in your training. Over 900 years of age I am. Yet much to learn I still can. Can't we all? This one agrees, that I do. They shared a friendly smile, knowing they were now allies whether they liked the circumstances or not. Would somebody mind explaining this whole force thing? God, it sounds like I am surrounded by witches. Sano asked as he shifted his eyes around the room, earning a chuckle from several others in the room. A powerful life force residing in all things, the force is. Listen to it, and help us it does. Without the force, exist nothing would. Yoda answered with wisdom in his voice. The calm tone seemed to help things a bit with Sanosuke, although not a lot. Right, Sanosuke sighed while thinking. Yup, witches, I hate it when I am right. This one wouldn't worry about it, Sano, we should be learning about it soon enough that we should. Kenshin stated while trying to make himself comfortable. He wasn't used to sitting in chairs and was having trouble getting used to them. The sword didn't help much either. Master Windu said to meet him in that area he showed us in, well in 10 minutes. I suggest we go. Kaoru spoke up, earning a smile from Yoda. First check your midichlorian count, then look into the holocrons of the old teachings we will. Old teachings? You can't mean that, seriously can you? Nezo told me earlier that some things were banned for a reason, that they were. Yoda's serious face nodded in acceptance of Kenshin's words before deciding to elaborate. All Jedi, towards the light or dark sides they lean. Neither good nor evil are they. The door opened and Nazamashi walked in, deciding to give his few cents on the conversation. The light side generally consists of mind tricks, healing, insight, and others. There are also neutral abilities known to all Jedi, regardless of which side their ability leans to. Then there's the dark side, consisting of more destructive abilities. The Jedi stopped teaching them because of an increasing number of students becoming obsessed with the power they offered. The most notable are the Force Lightning, the Life Drain, and the one Anakin will become most known for. The ability to strangle foes with the Force from a distance. Kaoru's hand covered her mouth, hearing brutality of the last part while Kenshin closed his eyes, hoping he would lean towards the light side, while Sano just thought of them as another cheap trick like guns. Sadly, it is a two-way street. Communicating with the Force permits you to know its will. The light and dark sides of the Force are opposites, with opposite wills. To use the Force one must communicate with it. If one dwells on the dark side and communicates with it too much, they can be pulled towards its will. Each ability is not necessarily good or evil, all that is required is the knowledge of how to use them. The problem is intent, the emotions that tend to go in hand with each ability. Take Force Lightning for example. It is an aggressive technique. Few use it without aggression or hatred in their minds. The dark side will feed on that aggression, it will make you feel empowered and want more. If you use it sparingly and to protect you may be fine, but there will always be that pull to use it aggressively. Without deep dedication and a strong heart it can be so easy to fall to the dark side. That is how Anakin fell. At first he used it to protect, but through the course of war he became more aggressive towards his enemies. As he dwelled on the dark side it pulled him deeper and deeper until that one decision earlier today led to his final downfall. However, it is possible to use such powers to protect or for judgment. Such methods are more difficult but far less tempting and luring to the dark side. Because of this it and many similar techniques are considered dark side techniques. So your dark side may not be evil, but without fighting it constantly it can twist your thoughts and make you evil. That's bullshit. Why would you unbar something as dangerous as that? Sano shouted in anger at the concept. I believe they intend to assist the development of the younglings so as not to abuse the power. Still, even dabbling in the dark side could prove a double-edged sword, that it could. Correct are you. However, fear, also there it leads. Through fear, clouded our senses we have. Clear now it is. Balance the key as I sense. More about understanding the dark side than teaching it. The point is. Focus our intentions we must, let go of darker thoughts and intentions. That reminds me, Master Windu successfully picked up Master Ki Adimundi about an hour ago. He had several others with him. They wanted me to let you know they went to the holocron storage area. There look for whatever they can find about the dark side, to aid in our learning about it. Sano immediately lashed out from his chair and began screaming at Yoda. Wait, I thought you said nobody knew it. In his mind this was utter bullshit. Why would they have information on anything barred for millennia? He said they didn't teach it anymore. Holocrons were designed to store data for tens upon tens of millennia without damage. It wouldn't surprise me if they had notes made by Jedi as they fell in the past. If nothing else it will assist in resisting the pull of the dark side. Okay, fine, so what's this key guy look like anyway? Sano said coldly, still pissed off about the dark side of the Force. This caused him to receive several glares from everybody, mentally telling him to be more respectful. Not that he could actually hear their thoughts. His head is shaped like a large egg. He has 2 hearts and long fingers. As Nazamashi attempted to explain, Sano's eyes went huge when Ki Adimundi walked through the door, revealing himself to be the same creature he ran into earlier. Yaau, he stuttered, looking as if he were about to go into a panic attack. Ha. Master Yoda, it is good to see you. We are retrieving signals from a variety of Jedi who survived thanks to your transmissions. Master Ki chuckled at the antics of the one robed in white. Warmth to my heart this news brings. Come, sit you must. And I hear we have decided to train these outsiders. Master Mundi looked around the room somewhat arrogantly, disliking the idea of teaching them almost as much as Yoda did initially. His gaze finally settled on the one robed in white, Sanosuke Sagara. This Bruit foolishly attacked me just as I entered a while back. I do hope he has learned his lesson. At this point Sano was cowering behind a chair, afraid he would be thrown into another wall. They are far too old. What could have possibly convinced you condone such a thing? Master Mundi asked skeptically. Still like it I do not, but little choice we have. To match Master Windu's skill, terribly powerful has the Emperor become. Need allies we do, and much to offer they have. Foolish to ignore them we would be. Come now, meet Master Windu we must. Their training we must begin. As Yoda stood and began heading towards the door, an intercom beeped and Master Windu began to speak. Master Yoda, I just finished a scan of the local sectors. Our warning gave enough time for nearly 100 Jedi to escape the coup. I encoded a message through our private links on how to find us. We should be cautious, but it looks like we can still regroup. Based on our local survival, it is possible we could have as many as 2,000 Jedi left around the galaxy. It's impossible to say until they contact us. For now these 100 are our sign of hope. Grave loses I sense. Thousands already dead and dying there are. I can feel it too. The echoes are rippling throughout the galaxy in waves. It's impossible not to feel. Windu replied with remorse. He could feel each and every death within the Order. Jedi were too connected to the Force for others not to feel it, not when they weren't at peace, especially not when there was this much shock and distress in their feelings. To a Jedi such a death was like each and every one sending out a flare for all to see. In the Outer Rim a rendezvous point set up we will. For now see to our new allies we must. Again, thank you we do. Today, many Jedi you saved. Forget this we will not. The training had begun and everyone was excited. Well, not everyone. You couldn't tell with Hiko or Aoshi. Sano didn't want to have anything to do with these alien freaks, though he persevered. Kaoru was hoping she would be light-sided, believing it would fit her style better. Kenshin was interested but stayed deep in thought over how he would train. It had been years since he had trained for an actual war. As of now he could tell that was the only way this would end. Nazamashi's reaction was similar to Kenshin's, but Kenji was the one who was truly excited. Alright everyone, I am going to need a blood sample to check your midichlorian count. Everyone complied with a bit of resistance from Sano. Windu could only think this one could be trouble with his stubbornness. Not to interrupt Master Windu, but should NTU be in the medical bay? Nazamashi questioned the Jedi who was preparing the needle to take their blood. The wound is cauterized. It makes little difference whether I go now or when we're done. The pain has already subsided. You're sure? I can't imagine how that must have felt. Nazamashi replied, having felt his share of pain in the past, but nothing like a plasma blade searing your hand off. Windu came close and Nazo held his arm out for the Jedi to take his blood. Believe me, the lighting was worse. Windu replied as he plunged the needle into the Zot's arm. Oh yes, I nearly forgot about that little detail. You should have given Anakin an assignment. That was a turning point for him. He could have gone either way had he not been there. Windu blinked twice in response to the first comment. He hadn't mentioned it before. Perhaps they had seen more than they let on. Would he? Windu questioned, knowing that Anakin's thoughts were troubled. He needed counsel. His mind was conflicted and he needed someone to work through it with him. It was disturbing to think such a small decision could have altered the future so greatly. Then again, with the Force no action was small. What surprised him more was that even with how attuned he was at seeing shatterpoints, he still missed that one. Even for a Jedi as skilled and let go as Master Windu, mistakes like that were the kind that would keep them up for days. It took a few minutes to gather all the blood samples, but once they were gathered the processing was quick. Their results were in and Windu's eyes were wide with shock. He immediately called for Yoda. By the Force, Windu made a few motions on the monitor, manipulating the results and testing them again. Master Yoda, you'll need to see these yourself. Windu finally called for his friend. The numbers, Master Windu. Master Yoda urged as he started walking closer to the monitor Windu stood in front of. Most of them are as nearly high as yours, and unless something's wrong, 3 of them are nearly as high as Anakin's. The ones called Nazamashi and Kenshin are nearly 20,000. Hiko is pushing 18,000. As for the rest of them, Aoshi and Kenji have the next highest around 14,000, with Sanosuke around 13,000 and the Kaoru with nearly 11,000. By the end Yoda was just as astonished as Windu. He blinked once and his mouth hung open just a hair until he regained his composure. They were very Force sensitive, all above the average 10,000 most Jedi scored around. Granted, none were as high as Anakin's unheard of 27,000 reading. Still, anything over 10,000 was above average and anything over 12 was far beyond normal. Over the history of the Republic there were maybe 100 known Force sensitives with readings over 13, less than a dozen over 14. For so many far above average Force sensitives to come together without any prior knowledge of the Force, it simply should NT have happened. Ki-Adu Mundi entered just in time to hear the reading and looked on in astonishment. If they are all higher than mine or Master Windus, then surely the Force has something intended for them. I must agree with Master Mundus' assumptions. This is simply not normal. I would retest them, but I have already done that twice. Windu stated, still shocked by the results. Nazamashi stood and walked over to them with a curious look on his face. I am not sure if I can shed any light on this, but I do have a theory. As I explained earlier, we are from another dimension. I can only speculate, but it is most likely a side effect of the dimensional travel. Perhaps entering a direct flow through time-space introduced us to unnatural levels of the Force. Perhaps that has somehow filled us with these unnaturally high midichlorian levels. I can't say for sure, but it is the only explanation I can think of. There are other side effects, like our age. The first time I jumped I was in my 20s and ended up a teenager again. It's been many decades and here we are, teenagers again. I can't explain how, but it's true. The short answer is there is a significant difference between knowing how to use something and understanding how it works. I'll be the first one to tell you, this time-space travel is well beyond me. There is a reason people gave up at time travel millennia ago. The fact that you got beyond hyperspace is frightening to say the least. As for your theory, it is reasonable. There have been instances where objects with an abnormally strong connection to the Force have enhanced midichlorian levels. However possible, there is no way to know for sure. The only thing we can say for sure is you are unnaturally strong with the Force. Your potential is nearly as high as Anakin's and we cannot ignore it. I must impress another point on you, however. This does not remotely mean you will be powerful with the Force. Simply that it will take less concentration to connect with it. Regardless of numbers, this will take a great deal of training. Without dedication and immense concentration you may never learn to understand the Force. The body of a warrior does not a warrior make. Hiko replied with a short but highly accurate description of the situation. It applied two ways. One could have the greatest, most combat-oriented body the world has ever seen and never grasp the idea outside of raw brawling. The opposite was also true and Kenshin was living proof of it. He was short, and frail in stature. Without seeing his sword or looking into his eyes few would ever know how powerful he actually was. Physically, of all the people in Japan he was one of the least likely to become a powerful warrior, but he did. In spite of his disadvantages he rose far above people with bodies 1,000 times more suited for his line of work. Only time would tell what their results would be with this force. However, this was also a group of the most dedicated warriors he had ever met. If anyone were capable of mastering something new it was this group. They were too powerful and far too dedicated to their cause to accept anything short of success. What about our affiliations? Is that going to tell if we are light or dark-sided? Kaoru soon asked, deeply curious of her results. Oh yes, well, frankly you are all so high in midichlorians you could be better in all aspects of the Force than most average Jedi, at least by odds. The average Jedi is around 10,000 while Master Yoda is nearly 18,000 and Anakin is beyond Nazamashi and Kenshin. Anyway, Nazamashi, Kenshin and Hiko are all about the same with tendencies towards the dark side but not by much. You are surprisingly well balanced for ones who have experienced so much battle. Aoshi is heavily leaning towards the dark side. It is admirable that you can walk so deep in the darkness and remain in the light. I understand personally how difficult it is. I must warn you, with tendencies towards the dark side it will be easy to fall to it. My Vapad style uses dark side emotions and has a pull on me every time I use it. You must be aware of it at all times and prevent yourselves from being drawn and consumed by it. It is somewhat disturbing that those of you with the higher levels seem to lean towards the dark side. That is why above all we must teach you restraint and control. I have come to accept who I am and who I have been. In spite of that I know who I want to be. I choose to use who I am for the greater good, Aoshi replied, surprising Windu with their similarities. Windu decided that moment that Aoshi may be the first to truly grasp the concept of Vapad, to use one's own inner darkness for the light. Pushing the thought aside for another time he decided to finish with the remaining Zot. Kenji, Kaoru and Sanosuke, you three are inclined towards light side, especially you Kaoru. In fact you seem to radiate light side. Even among Master Jedi there are few who are that attuned to it. You might not understand it now but you all have the potential to become powerful Jedi. Meditate on these events I will. Yoda stated with his eyes closed and sitting in a chair that looked many times too large for him. As surprising these events were they were very good for the Jedi and the future of the Republic. When prepared a single Jedi can be worth anywhere from a dozen to several hundred droids. To gain half a dozen Force sensitives with extensive combat knowledge was as good a sign as they could hope for in times like these. I will as well, but for now, join the younglings so you can gain a basic grasp of the Force. Once you understand the basics we will begin training you. Master Yoda and I will be teaching you the art of the lightsaber. Master Mundi will teach you what he learns about the dark side while I teach you everything I know about resisting it. Master Yoda will teach you about the light side and how to use it. Everyone nodded and went off to join the younglings which again freaked Sano out but he restrained himself because he knew he was dealing with children. There were simply so many sizes and shapes. This would defiantly take getting used to. They all progressed rapidly in the basics of understanding the Force and even started basic training with the remotes within a week. It was about that time that they met up with the first convoy of Jedi who escaped the massacre. It was at that time that the real controversy began. The newly returned Jedi didn't like the idea of outsiders starting the training. This was largely caused by Anakin's betrayal. Fortunately all controversy was put to rest when they agreed to a compromise. The newcomers would display their skills for all remaining Jedi in the training area. They were permitted to use their swords if they wished but everyone including the Zot themselves knew that would be futile against fully blazing lightsabers. The first match was Kenshin versus a Padawan known as Wan Lu. She drew a purple lightsaber as Kenshin drew a blue training saber. You must forgive this one. I am new to this style and still need much practice before I could be adequate at it that I would. He smiled and tilted his head while the woman with green tendrils dangling from her head remained emotionless. The only movement to give away that she heard anything he had said was a slight narrowing of her eyes. Even with this tiny reaction Kenshin was quick to react in reading her emotions. Kenshin was the first to attack, blazing across the room at speeds which surprised even the masters. He's quite fast, one knight stated calmly while monitoring the fight. Not using force as he. Master Yoda stated with a small grin which surprised the knight who momentarily turned to the Green Master as if asking if he were lying. Of course he of all people should have known that Yoda never lied. Clearly not normal people, another noted to himself after overhearing the short conversation to his left. The knights and Padawan looked on in astonishment at the ability the outsider was showing. Kenshin's speed was his true advantage, making it hard to match even with the Force predicting his movements. Kenshin slashed from the left with his saber as Wan Lu blocked with some difficulty. For someone so small his strikes were surprisingly powerful, not unlike those of Master Yoda. Not a moment after their blades clashed, Kenshin vanished from her sight and was noticed diving from above with a powerful slash downward which plowed her to her knees as she blocked. Kenshin withdrew his blade, turning it off as he bent over offering her his hand. She slapped it away and spoke something in some native tongue which was clearly derogatory by the tone. It earned her a cold stare from her master, who could sense the kindness in the monk's heart. He would certainly have to go through a few more lessons on reading another's thoughts properly with her before recommending her for the trials. Her pride could use some adjustment as well. Next up was Hiko, who stepped forward, opting to use Kaoru's boken, earning a hearty laugh from the entire crowd and a statement of him being overconfident from all three Master Jedi. One attack, Hiko stated with force in his voice. His confidence was clear, but after seeing Kenshin's fight and this Jedi's reaction to his pupil's speeds, the swordsman knew his opponent wouldn't stand a chance. He didn't even bother to remove his cloak. "Dick it," the Mandalorian Jedi muttered as they entered their stances. The Jedi plucked his saber from his belt and flicked it on, holding it towards the ground with a loose grip unique to his style. Hiko, on the other hand, moved into a thrusting position which the hidden Mitsurugi Ryu users recognized right away. With the realization of what technique he was using, they realized why the powerful swordsman had opted for the boken. Any other blade would kill on contact. This Jedi knew his opponent was going to open with a thrust, but was surprised when he realized what it really was. Hiko blasted off with inhuman speed as the Jedi leapt into action, trying to slice the stick in two. Hiko struck with such speed that the Jedi was unable to block and was hit in all 9 primary attack points of the human body at once. This man was thrown into the wall on the opposite side of the room by the attack and fell to the ground, clearly in pain from the force of the attack but unharmed beyond severe bruises. Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu Kuzu Ryu Sen, an attack which strikes at such speeds that the user is thought to attack all 9 vital points at once. There is no blocking this attack without matching the speed in an all-out offensive to stop them all at once. Hiko explained with his back to the horribly defeated man who ached in pain while Kenshin's master walked over to Kaoru to return her boken. Windu looked on in amazement but loved the idea. If the Jedi could learn this style, the skills with a lightsaber would be unbelievably higher. With his Vapad style it would be damn near unbeatable. "A word you wish, Master Windu?" Master Yoda asked after sensing Master Windu's unspoken interest. "Yes." He paused for a moment to formulate the proper words. "I believe that this style they are using could prove as beneficial to us as the Force is to them." "Fail to see something you do. The first one refrained from using his techniques. Tell me, why can you?" Yoda could sense something important but couldn't resist testing his fellow master's analytical ability. "I see." Yoda's words were enough for Master Windu to understand, and he had to agree. That was a very good reason to avoid using such a style. The style relies largely on one-strike kills, but several of its more powerful attacks are rendered useless by the lightsaber that they are. Kenshin Himura spoke up from his position, resting against a nearby wall with his reverse blade sword leaning against his shoulder. "What attacks are these you speak of?" "Batojutsu. Several of our best attacks are drawn from the scabbard and strike in one fluid motion. There is no sheath to these blades, and to use those attacks without one would sacrifice one's fingers." Hiko stated blatantly. "Our fastest and most powerful attacks revolve around Batojutsu. The others are simply fast and well-honed strikes designed to get around defenses. Nazamashi found this problem with his own energy blade years ago. Actually, with this world's technology, I believe there may be a solution to that," Hiko Nazamashi said while leaning against the metal wall of the room. "And that would be?" Hiko inquired. "Non-issue Nazamashi. That material is far too difficult to control." Windu commented, knowing the material he had to have been talking about. The number of materials capable of withstanding even momentary lightsaber contact were few and easy to sense when someone was talking about them. What are you two talking about?" Kaoru asked, completely confused by the conversation. "The metal Nazamashi speaks of is a durable metal used in the most effective blast doors. Lightsabers are useless, but it's impossible to mold into anything short of a wall. The requirements are just too much to build a glove. It's so difficult to mold and so expensive it is rarely used even in high-security ships. Vibro blades would be far more useful, but too risky and cumbersome, not to mention the annoying hum they have when they're off." Master Windu explained. As annoying as Windu made the hum sound, it wasn't something most people could hear. To Force sensitives, however, it was like sitting near a beehive. "Perhaps you're right, but that doesn't mean I will give up. I've used plenty of unstable materials before and I won't be hindered by something simply difficult to mold." Windu sighed at Nazamashi's insistence at pursuing something so technologically hindering. It simply couldn't be done, even with the vast technology around the galaxy. "Tell me, what exactly is your fighting style called?" Master Ki asked. "Hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, the Flying Heaven Honorable Sword style. The idea is to push the limits of the user's body to such a point that they surpass God speed. I believe you would call it breaking the sound barrier. Or at least it does when advanced users push themselves to the max. And you are all capable of this, God speed." Windu felt a bit surprised that anyone could achieve such speeds without use of the Force, though a little irritated at the glorified name for the ability. "Kenshin, Hiko, and myself are normally capable of it. Shinta has come very close, the rest of our group use their own styles. Aoshi has a technique which pushes him to a speed fast enough to create after images. Sano doesn't really rely in such speed, he's more of a brute strength fighter while Kaoru simply uses her bokken for knockout attacks. She is skilled and can hold her own but is hardly a frontline fighter. Regardless, we can only use it in short bursts. That is why it fits single strike attacks so well. Masters Yoda, Ki, and Windu, if I may request, I believe we have seen enough of their skill. I would request that in exchange for our teaching them the force that they teach us their styles. A nearby knight requested. I sense that this request would be difficult. Why, if we're going to teach them our ways, is it that difficult for them to teach us theirs? The young Padawan who made the suggestion protested. As we have protected ourselves from training the Sith, protect themselves from those who would steal their style they have. Even among themselves several there are untrained in this powerful style. You would be correct, Master Yoda. We do protect our styles with a master-apprentice teaching. However, if Kenshin and Hiko were to agree, I believe we would accept teaching a few of your wise selection. Nazamashi turned a questioning gaze upon Kenshin and Hiko, hoping they would accept this compromise. It was reasonable, Jedi taught with an apprentice system anyway. I will teach one, but they will need a solid blade, Hiko stated while in a cross-legged position, opening his eyes for a moment only to shut them again after his statement. Kenshin simply smiled and nodded as Aoshi did the same. Assuming we keep it to an apprentice system and we both agree to the candidate, I believe something can be arranged. Nazamashi said, drawing a few nods from the Master Jedi. It seems an agreement we have. Tell me, how much have you learned of the Force so far? Windu asked, having only talked to them about the basics of saber combat and introduced them to some very basic remote exercises at this point. So far most of us can read through cards and are locating objects in boxes. We've tried to focus on moving small marbles and such, but it is very difficult, Kaoru said while looking around to her companions who nodded in acknowledgement. Truthfully, they had started the exercises a few days earlier. Up till then it was almost entirely theory and concepts. Master Yoda, considering that they will be teaching us as well, I would like to pair them off with one of us to advance their training faster. We could get started right away. Then get started we must. Yoda stood and walked over to Hiko and Kenshin. Train you two I shall. Master Windu take Nazamashi and Aoshi, I would suggest, then with Master Mundi go Sano and Kenji. Then what of the other Kaoru? More suited the role of the consular she is. Contacted us, Master Luminara has. Arrive within a day she will. Until then, see Vokarache you must, Master Yoda replied plainly. Then we should get started. Windu replied as Yoda took his students off to a private training room for concentration on the Force. Masters Mundi and Windu soon followed suit, bringing with them their respective students. They knew it would be a while before any of them knew enough of the Force to become Padawans. However, plans were set in motion, and when facing the Sith, patience was something everyone could use more of. This time they would not be caught unprepared. Nazamashi. Master Windus tried to get Nazamashi's attention as they left the room with Aoshi. Yes, Master Windu, what was this about you having an energy blade before coming here? Ah yes, that. It was a remnant of the battles in my home world. I built it with the help of a friend of mine. It was never as powerful as a lightsaber, but for the technology I was facing it was more than adequate. Would you mind if I see it? Certainly, it's in my room. I figured I would see a world one day with the technology to repair it. With some luck I may be able to convert it into a lightsaber. Nazamashi replied, having nearly forgotten about it with all that had gone on the last few days. Later then, and there is no luck, simply the Force. It may be a long time coming, but you are more than welcome to try. A lightsaber is heavily dependent on its focusing crystal. Until you become more adept at using the Force and endow it with the Force, whatever you make will never be capable of standing against the Sith. I see, that explains a lot, thank you. Nazamashi replied, never having quite understood what made it so weak in comparison to what he had seen from lightsabers over the last week. Their raw cutting power was far superior to that of his old weapon. Back with the resistance, his energy blade just barely managed to cut through the legs of mobile suits. The metals those suits were made from were so inferior to Durasteel it was pathetic. To a lightsaber, Durasteel meant little except in its most potent forms. If there's anything you need, don't hesitate to ask. For now we train. Windu finished. Somewhere deep in space a man cloaked in black screamed out to the universe at the realization that he was the one who had killed his wife and child. Informed by his master, Lord Darth Vader was now focused on only one thing. Power. The power to rule. Devoid of any joy from love, he was now mostly machine and now a killer. Anakin could no longer stand to think of himself by his real name, not now that he was traitor of his order for this all-devouring power. He made his choice and now he would have to see it through. Lord Vader, you have failed such a simple mission. Normally failure can be corrected, but at the climax of decades of planning it is near unforgivable. So the younglings were not in the temple when I sent you there. Apparently they caught on to us. A few younglings can be taken care of. But then I send you to deal with the remains of the Separatists and you lose to a single pathetic Jedi whose methods of fighting you are more than familiar with. Around the galaxy thousands of Jedi have escaped. What do you say for yourself? Darth Sidious spoke angrily through the hologram projector which stood upon the back of a four-legged droid. The droid walked slowly alongside Darth Vader. Your orders, my master. Darth was depressed, angry, and hateful, even towards his own master due to his blatant failures. He would have spat his last statement if it were still physically possible with his body charred beyond recognition, now forced to reside in this mechanical shell. How could he, Lord Darth Vader of the Sith, have failed so miserably? Ever since his betrayal of the Jedi he had not succeeded in a single mission related to that blasted order. Though deep in the back of his mind, he was already starting to wonder if this was the path necessary for the power he desired. You will monitor the development of the Empire's greatest weapon and ensure its completion as fast as possible. You, my apprentice, will then search out and destroy every Jedi in existence. I want them annihilated. If you fail me again I will destroy you myself. Yes, my master. Lord Vader took a knee, bowing towards the hologram as the image faded from existence. As the hollow projection faded, Vader rose to his feet and in a rage he gripped the droid through the Force, smashing it into a ball faster than one could blink. Not yet satisfied with the droid's destruction, he threw its newly crushed form into the nearest wall. Master Yoda, we have just received contact from Master Kenobi. Good. To him an escort ship send. Make sure follow they are not. Right away, Master Yoda. Almost instantly Master Windu entered the room, interested in a turn of events with his students' training. Yoda sensed his presence and called to him immediately. A moment, you wish, Master Windu. Nazamashi and Kenshin have been focusing on the Force with surprising results. Surprising, you say? Something unique. In concentrating on the Force they seem to be contemplating unique ways to manifest the Force. Manifest. More accurately, they want to use the Force to concentrate the air into a ball. After releasing it, it seemed to explode. I told them they hadn't come far enough in their training for such thoughts, but they are persistent. I know such techniques exist, but I never bothered looking into such things. I figured you might know something. Interesting days I sense ahead, Yoda stated with a smile. They requested the masters search the archives for anything on such techniques. I figured there wouldn't be any harm in searching the archives. We're going to need everything available to us if we're going to defeat the Empire. Such techniques there are. Elements besides lightning or environment altering, rare, difficult to learn they are. Yes, Nazamashi in particular was interested in creating fire like the Force lightning. Aoshi asked about condensing moisture from the air. I must say I've heard stories but disregarded them as lost teachings. Long ago left behind, such attempts were too little influence with the Force, only legendary masters ever utilized them properly. Meditate on this I will, but get their hopes up they must not. Not new are these, simply forgotten. Know a few myself but use them I do not. Too deadly, perfect for Sith but not Jedi. With great control perhaps but too violent otherwise. Almost instantly a powerful explosion rang through the hallways. When they found the source of the explosion, Nazamashi and Aoshi stood in the middle of a training area covered in black smoke. Yay, scratch that, I think I'll stick to something a little more typical. Memo to self. Fire. Explodes. Nazamashi released a held breath and spat out a puff of smoke. They quickly went back to the standard practices that everybody else was practicing. Moving small objects. Perhaps one day they would return to their tinkering with the Force, but certainly not till they had a far greater understanding of it. It reminded Yoda of why they trained Jedi as younglings. Their minds were pure of such carelessly destructive thoughts. Events in the galaxy progressed for several years and the Death Star was well underway. The materials had been gathered and the Empire established. As for the Jedi and the Zot, they had decided to spread out throughout the galaxy into smaller training cells on planets with strong dark side auras to mask their presence. This proved difficult with the number of Jedi that remained. In all, over 1,700 Jedi survived the genocide. On the few planets they settled on, the Jedi dedicated themselves to training as well as finding new members to bolster their numbers. They set out on a wide variety of missions, making small but concealed strikes against the Empire. However, the remaining numbers of the Jedi dwindled as Lord Vader slowly fulfilled his objective. Such successes for the Dark Lord dramatically limited the number of Force sensitives willing to join the Jedi ranks. This was the end result of their rejection of marriage. Nearly 4 years down the road they were forced to accept marriage within and outside their ranks to maintain their numbers. Nearly 20 years have passed since the formal formation of the Empire, and the galaxy has all but forgotten their once proud Jedi, forgotten, even among much of the resistance. Death Star, this is Supply Transport 74B requesting docking sequence, docking code 193DB697. The beeping of machines could be heard through the radio connection as the command confirmed their docking code. Supply Transport 74B, you are confirmed for docking sequence, please make your way to docking bay C-53. The link was closed and the general at the computer turned to a stormtrooper. Take Squad 4 and search the ship. Lord Vader has ordered that we search all incoming ships. A few moments later a squad of 30 stormtroopers entered the docking bay and surrounded the entering ship. Under order by Lord Vader, we are to search all ships. You will remain in your cockpit until our search is over. Do you comply? No sound was heard from inside the pit and the troopers proceeded in blasting the door open when it was found they could not open them manually. A figure cloaked in a black robe emerged, saying nothing, simply standing there in the smoldering remains of the door. He raised his hands and half of the troopers started floating into the air, hanging around as if they were held by a series of strings. Another hand was raised and both moved downward, then back up on each side, separating the troopers and slamming them into the ground, then scooting along the floor into the walls on each side of the docking bay. The remaining troopers began firing upon the ship but quickly stopped when the man fired a wave of greenish thunder, shocking them all to death. Another cloaked figure soon stepped out from behind the first. Think you overdid it, Master? The female voice inquired. Hardly. Those clones are an abomination. Since the war they've been stripped of their humanity. They are little better than droids now. They never should have been created in the first place. The cloaked figure scoffed at his naive pupil. He understood that they were still living beings, but they were robbed of their minds at birth. It was sad, but they never should have been created. It might have been acceptable if they weren't trained to be so blindly obedient. As they were little better than organic droids. Yes, they were sentient all right, but virtually everything that gave sentience purpose was stripped away. In all reality they were combat-trained animals with unquestionable loyalty to the Emperor. True, but she was about to continue when another figure came out of the door, latching his arms around both previous figures. Oi, you guys done out there, or are we ready to crush this thing? You never change. Several more cloaked figures began walking out of the shuttle as the first turned the loud one, taking the arm off of his shoulder and commenced in pointing at the blast doors recently locked by the troopers controlling the room. It will be my pleasure. The loud one said enthusiastically as he fisted his right hand and focused the force into it as he charged the door, unleashing a powerful blast as he punched the blast doors open wide. Astonishes me still he does. The shortest of the group said, taping his cane on the ground. You know me, always loved making a smashing entrance. 11 of the 13 rogue figures entered the battle station as stormtroopers began filling the hallways, only to be smashed into walls, crushed beneath steel planks ripped from the ceiling, electrocuted, drained and or simply cut to pieces by lightsabers. The remaining 2 went searching the hangars for a better ship for their escape. These chumps just don't know when to quit, the original rogue figure stated in an apparent state of annoyance. Pay no attention, Master, they will all be dead once we destroy this command center. You misunderstand me, I get to test my abilities on all this bantha fodder. His annoyed voice changed to one of explicit excitement as a toothy grin shone through his hood. As reports of the infiltration started flooding into the main command center, several commanders began using every possible means at their disposal to contact Vader of this nuisance. Lord Vader, the Admiral spoke sternly as he finally noticed the link had gone through. Admiral Veers, what is your problem this time? I am sure you recall I do not tolerate disappointments. Vader could sense the anxiety in the Admiral's psyche. Unfortunately for the Admiral, Vader really didn't like disappointments, especially when it came to the Death Star. After an incident with the last one, he really hated disappointments. Lord Vader, it seems some rebel curs have entered the Death Star. The stormtroopers have been ordered to kill on sight, but I felt you would. I see, retract your men. Vader cut him off almost immediately, only for him to fall silent before enacting the final statement. But, Lord Vader, I have had it with your failures, Admiral. You will not fail me again. I sense the rebels have knowledge of the Force and several feel quite familiar. Yes, it would seem 3 of my old masters are in your battle station. I will deal with this situation myself. The constant breathing sound of his respiratory system could be heard through the communicators, and his words frightened the Admiral's men more than Vader himself. Yes, Lord Vader. Veers stuttered momentarily at the thought that the Dark Lord himself was going to handle things personally. Things never turned out well when he handled things personally. Well, not for his subordinates anyway. Vader got things done better than anyone else could possibly attempt to. Unfortunately, Allied casualties tended to be very high once he got involved. Veers could only assume that was why Vader had him pull his men out. On the other hand, if there are Jedi involved, then it probably is for the best that he handles things. The last time I dealt with them I lost 40 good men to simply take down 1. And we still lost him. Admiral, does he mean we're dealing with Jedi? One of the Admiral's newer subordinates asked, having only heard stories of what the Jedi could do. The stories his fellow servicemen told often sounded more like horror stories than reality. The vast majority of servicemen in the Empire had never seen a Jedi, not since the fall of the Republic. For the most part, the clone troopers dealt with them, or stormtroopers as they were called these days. Still, every now and again a Jedi would break through the ranks and make it to an established command center and rip it apart. For how few clones survived the massacres, most non-troopers tended to live, though often maimed to the point only extensive cybernetic replacements and reconstructive surgery would ever allow them to live a normal life again. If what he says is true, they are not ordinary Jedi. Most likely a group of masters who escaped the purge. Withdraw all men in combat and concentrate them on secure areas, do not let them enter the command center. Veers commanded with more than a simple hint of fear in his voice. He had overseen several battles against Jedi himself. It was how he became an admiral. From his experience, few situations where Jedi were involved, few ever turned out well. From his personal experience, a single Jedi was worth more at least 30 stormtroopers unless you caught them by surprise. Unfortunately, that was remarkably difficult to do, and when you ran into a master it was a suicide mission till you had at least triple that number of troops. Sir. Vader's respirator echoed through his chambers as a man entered through the blast doors wearing clothes similar to Anakin's old Jedi clothes minus the robe. What is thy bidding, my master? Enter the station and destroy its command. Breathing, it is time to make our strike. Breathing, create my path. Breathing. What of the Jedi? I wish to speak to them. Breathing, they will speak to me. If they refuse, destroy them. Am I clear? Breathing. Yes, my master. The figure bowed and quickly left to his ship. Breathing, well, Master Kenobi. Master Yoda. Breathing, will you join us, or will you die? Breathing, either way you are no match for my apprentice. Even the Emperor is no match for him. Breathing, not now. Vader voiced his thoughts to the emptiness of space as he looked out a massive pane towards the nearby Death Star. The group moved through the station for nearly 15 minutes. When they began noticing less and less resistance, then, they felt something terrible. Did you feel that? One of the cloaked figures stated, drawing attention of the others. Someone strong in the dark side just entered the station and slaughtered an entire room of troopers. Another with an exceptionally tall head under his hood replied. And another just screamed out in terror, choked by the dark side. Yet another replied as the mass of cloaks turned to the blast door. The presence was approaching. They are coming this way. The cloaked figures talked back and forth, deciding to find the nearest open room and wait for the figure. And then, it entered. The blast door they had opened only moments earlier opened to reveal Vader's apprentice withdrawing his red lightsaber. Welcome, Jedi. Lord Vader wishes a meeting with you. His voice held no room for objection, spoken as more of a command than a request. You can tell the heartless traitor we decline, Obi-Wan told the man who appeared to be Vader's apprentice as he withdrew his hood. I would suggest you at least hear his request. He will be most displeased with anything less. Starkiller replied, unconcerned with their answer but trying to accomplish his master's will. This request, what kind, we ask? Yoda asked, sensing that Vader would be here soon and avoiding him was next to impossible at this point. He did not say. He merely requested that I clear his path, and kill those who decline. The warriors remained somewhat calm thanks their superior numbers but felt a little iffy with this man's presence. One thing was very clear, this man was ridiculously powerful with the Force, possibly more powerful than Vader. They all had the same thought, the Force is strong with him, very strong. No sooner had the thought crossed their mind than the blast doors opened once again and Vader entered. Breathing, it has been a long time, Master Kenobi, Master Yoda. Breathing him, Master Windu, so you did survive. Windu removed his hood and set a hard gaze on the man who betrayed him all those years ago. Words of treachery you speak when call us masters, you do, Yoda stated while removing his hood. Listen, Vader, we are not here for formalities, we are here to do the same as I. Breathing, you are here to destroy the Empire's greatest weapon before it becomes fully operational. Breathing. What do you mean the same goal as you? Nazamashi replied while removing his hood, soon followed by the rest of the Jedi and Zot. You have become a skilled liar, Vader, but we will not be so easily tricked as we were last time. I assure you there are no tricks, Master Kenobi. Breathing, in these years I have found that the Emperor is not the man I once thought he was. Breathing, he manipulated me as much as he did you in the wars. Your mistake, that was when joined him you did. Yoda kept his words calm but serious as he chastised the fallen Jedi. A small part of him wanted to draw his lightsaber but he resisted, knowing it would only set Vader off. He could sense the possibility of conflict was low if they kept their calm. If you will join me in destroying the current Empire, Breathing, the Jedi hunting will cease. I will promise you this. Breathing. And how are we to believe you? If it weren't for Master Kenshin I would have died thanks to your treachery. You had every intention of killing the younglings the moment Sidious had you in his grasp. You have long since exhausted any trust we once held in you, Darth. Windu replied, harking back to the moment he told Anakin the boy had gained his trust for reporting the identity. That trust had most certainly been short-lived. Breathing, so that is how you escaped. I am glad. Breathing. Glad you say. Betray us, hunt us down, and glad you say. No, enough tricks, Darth Vader. Master Yoda replied, emphasizing the fact that he was a well-known Sith. Happiness was not an emotion one associated with the Sith. Breathing, I assure you I was tricked myself. The Emperor had acted as my only friend. He offered me a way to save Padme. Breathing. Was I not your friend Anakin? Were we not like brothers in the Jedi? Don't you realize that your turning was what killed her? The now old Obi-Wan was becoming furious at Vader's lax attitude with the matter. What he says is true. The Emperor made it seem to Anakin that the Jedi were trying to keep him from happiness. That the Jedi were trying to influence the Republic. Windu's attempt to kill Palpatine on the spot drove him over the edge. Still, Obi-Wan is right. You attacked her in your misplaced anger. Without you, she no longer had the will to live. Nazamashi was becoming curious with Vader's supposed change of mind. It was as if something had changed in him. He knew of the secret apprentice but also knew that the child was originally a pawn. But there was something. It was heavily clouded, but he could sense some degree of truth in his words. Perhaps the Zot's presence in this world had changed more than they anticipated. Breathing the famed Nazamashi, it's an honor. Breathing it is difficult to infiltrate a fortified armory alone. The Emperor was not pleased with its destruction. Breathing Vader responded, trying to change the subject from his most painful memory. I hardly destroyed it alone. Getting in and out without suspicion was the hard part. Sacking it with over 100 Jedi was child's play. Nazamashi responded, mildly amused at the praise. Breathing regardless, it set him back months. You have no idea how much it pleased me to see his plans getting whittled away. Tell us this now. You do. Why? Vader is telling the truth. I can sense it, can't you? Several of the robed figures looked closer and replied with a faint nod while Yoda and Obi-Wan looked on with cold eyes. It is faint, but I sense it is there. Hiko added. It would seem our presence in this dimension has changed the course of things in such a way that Vader has realized some of the error in his ways. Not changed. No, altered perhaps. Still deep in the dark side he dwells. If risen has he, then why order his apprentice to kill us? Breathing because he is stronger in the Force than I. Breathing and invaluable to my new plan to restore the Republic. Breathing I wanted to test his abilities. If you would not join me. Breathing. It's clear neither of us can fully trust the other. Perhaps we can reach a compromise. What do you intend, Nazamashi? If his intentions are real, then Vader could permit us to destroy the Death Star for him. In exchange he could supply us with information on key areas to destroy. A few targets to break through the Emperor's defenses perhaps. An acceptable compromise, I agree, but work with Vader I will not. Master Yoda emphasized his resolve by striking his cane on the ground. Much work he has if my trust he wishes to gain. That's the beauty of it. We don't join him, he doesn't join us, but we both achieve our ends. If he betrays us, then we are no worse off than we started by revealing ourselves. The group had been so consumed in their discussion that none of them had sensed another presence heading their way. In what felt as if a powerful presence made itself known in an instant, the door opened again, shocking those present in the room. It would seem that I have been betrayed. The Emperor stood looking feeble as ever but held a dark power few had felt in their existence. I have felt your resistance, Lord Vader, and now, you must know the price treachery. The Emperor laced his fingers together as a maniacal grin formed on his face. Breathing, you are no longer my master. I feel no remorse. Destroy him, my apprentice. Vader's apprentice thrusted his hand forth to blast the Emperor through the open blast doors when three figures robed in red landed next to him. Using their own knowledge of the Force to reduce the impact, they did the same, but were overwhelmed by Starkiller's power and thrown back through the doors behind their master. Your apprentice is quite strong with the Force, Lord Vader. Such a shame he chose to oppose me. The Emperor threw his hands forth, spitting lightning at Vader, only for Vader and his apprentice to block it with their lightsabers as Windu had done all those years ago. You have grown weak, Vader. You have only worked with a student long enough to produce a single apprentice, while I have spawned dozens and given power to thousands. Breathing, you have resurrected the Sith and ignored its own teachings. You always were an influential boy, but you never learned the most important lesson of any order. The leader creates the rules. He shoved his hands further forwards, producing more lightning, enough to throw back both Vader and his apprentice. While you went around obeying my orders, I have trained myself, enhanced myself. The Emperor threw off his imperial cloak and began to stand from his hunched-over position, revealing himself to be much taller and in much better shape than originally been masked by an illusion. With the survival of the Jedi, I was forced to resurrect the most powerful order to ever walk the face of the galaxy. Betray even your own student you would, Emperor, then destroy you we shall. Yoda drew his lightsaber, permitting his magnificent green blade blaze to life. Ah, Master Yoda, the old fool, the loyal old fool. Loyalties are for the weak. The robed members of the Zot stepped forth, most tossing their robes aside. And what is this? More Jedi fools wishing to defy the Empire. We are not the Jedi. We the Zot have joined forces with the Jedi to destroy evil like you. Nazamashi used the Force to pull lightsabers from the insides of his sleeves into his hands. He activated them, falling into a stance to show off their violet presence. The rest of the Zot complied in doing the same, showing their unique styles and colors. Sano's lightsaber was especially unique, a single large lightsaber with a beam over 20 feet long and silver as the background of hyperspace. The hilt was as long as a staff, though only one side could emit a blade. "You will all die here," the Emperor screamed as dozens of Sith showed themselves emerging from the shadows in blood-red robes, activating their uniform red lightsabers. The blades came in many styles and designs. Some wielded only one, while several unleashed two blades, and one unique man had followed the path Darth Maul once took with the staff. The Emperor took advantage of the moment of shock to leave along with his private bodyguards, his elite, each as strong as a Jedi Master. "Breathing, it would seem we were destined to join forces," Vader stated, hoping to rekindle some of whatever remained of his former alliance. "Don't get your hopes up," Vader Obi-Wan stated, activating his traditionally blue lightsaber as Vader cut down the first of the Sith. Dozens of Sith leapt down from boxes and access holes in the walls of the massive storage room. Some with only one lightsaber, others with two, and a few like Darth Maul, all flooded with enough killing intent to knock out a bear at 30 paces. "With Nazamashi, it ends here, Emperor." Nazamashi looked around at 4 Sith who had surrounded him. With a smirk, he used the Force to detach 2 more lightsabers hidden under his robe. He used the Force, hovering them around feet while activating them, his smirk deepening as they blazed to life. Over indeed. With a scream, he leapt at the Sith behind him, hacking away with the blades on his upper body while flipping upside down. The blades from his hands were blocked by the Twi'lek Sith as she moved to attack in sequence with what appeared to be her partner. Swelling with the Force, Nazamashi pushed off from his opponent's blades, propelling him into the air, where he overpowered one by axe-kicking him in half with his lightsaber. Though his back was turned to his 3 remaining opponents, the Force alerted him to their drawing closer. As Nazamashi landed and adjusted his footing, he turned his head to the remaining 3, not making full eye contact, and said, "Do you surrender, or are you next?" The Zod asked as more of a courtesy than one actually expecting his opponents to surrender. The 3 charged in an attempt to overpower the single Zod, but were shocked to find all of their blades blocked by just as many levitating blades. The dark side might be easier, but anger can only take you so far before making you sloppy. In their shock, the Sith never noticed another series of lightsabers that had snuck up behind them. "Such a waste of life," Nazamashi commented regretfully before closing his right fist, ending the Sith with no further effort. "With Yoda." Yoda looked at them and back-flipped over to where he could face them all at once. In mid-flip, used the Force to yank a large box of supplies out of its stack to crush his opponents as he landed himself. "Many, but weak with the Force they are," the wise old Jedi commented while turning his attention to the Sidious. "With Sano. Come on, 5-on-1 hardly seems fair. Could you go find a few more?" "I'll wait for ya." The Sith looked on confused but snickered darkly at the extreme overconfidence of their single opponent. Sano slowly withdrew his massive lightsaber, tossing it aside much to the disbelief of his opponents. "Look, to make things fair, I won't use the saber. He's an idiot. I'll take him alone," one darkly tattooed Zabrak stated with confidence, taking a step towards Sanosuke, aiming his saber to his opponent. "Okay, you guys really have no brains." The Zabrak and his companion smirked at the Zot's words as the Sith charged him. A terrible thud and shattering of bone brought curious shock to the faces of the Sith as a single punch from Sanosuke sent the Zabrak flying into a number of plasteel containers. Sano had delivered a devastating Force-empowered blow to his opponents as he quickly ducked under his opponent's searing blade. Not taking any time to admire his handiwork, he leapt towards the others, dramatically enhancing his pace with the Force, and delivered a spine-shattering kick to another of his opponents. Dual sabers passed overhead as Sano threw yet another superhuman blow to the ground, letting the Force ripple through the level, producing a gaping hole in the floor. It was too much for his opponents to maintain their balance, and they slid down the now dramatically warped floor. All of Sano's opponents fell into another holding bay where they plummeted to their doom. "Told ya you should have fought me together," Sano stated triumphantly. "With Hiko and Kenshin. So how many do you want, brat?" Hiko stated while removing his hood. "I guess I'll just take the ones you leave for me, that I will." Scoffing at the nonchalant attitude of his former apprentice, Hiko bent down and placed his hand on the floor. His powerful fingers sank into the durasteel plating that layered the floor. The huge man soon hopped into the air by only a few feet while keeping his hand embedded in the massive floor tile. Before the nearest Sith knew what happened, the powerful man threw the substantial plate, though the Sith leapt away. "Figures," Hiko replied, catching the thrown plate with the Force. He then began making it spin rapidly and threw it yet again while the Dark Jedi were still in mid-jump. Only half of the 10 Sith escaped by cutting it with their lightsabers in such a way that they could slip past the massive block. Suddenly all of them were floating in the air, holding their necks as Vader's apprentice showed himself once again. "Very good, my apprentice, breathing, now finish them." The sidelined Vader commanded his apprentice without hesitation. "No, Vader, leave one, we need to know where he is training the rest of them." Obi-Wan attempted to stay Vader's hand, if only a little. "Breathing, your point is quite valid. Breathing, however, there are only a handful of Imperial facilities capable of training that many in the ways of the Force. Breathing. Bother not, Already know that I do. Master Yoda replied as he came closer to the growing assembly of apparently allied forces. With a sneer, Vader's student suddenly clenched his fist, snapping the neck of every Sith he had captured. No longer caring for their fate, he turned his attention elsewhere, violently dropping their bodies to the ground. By now the room was covered with the mangled corpses of the many Sith ordered there by the Emperor. All of which were dead. This much was blatantly evident by the saber marks and large objects crushing their bodies. Then we are off to the facilities. Nazamashi walked over to Yoda, then looked at Vader. You may not have our trust, but you clearly have a chance to earn it. He reached out his hand to Vader, but his apprentice took his arm and pushed him away, giving Nazamashi a glare as if to protect his master from those unworthy to grace his presence. Breathing Starkiller, from now on these are the ones we fight by breathing. Starkiller stepped aside and walked away to be alone with his own thoughts. He was clearly angry and enraged by something, always on edge. Vader feared he had trained him a little too well in the dark side. It would seem your apprentice is very loyal, that he is. Kenshin attempted to smile at the heavily armored warrior, but found himself too concerned for Starkiller's volatile emotional state. He was powerful in the dark side, perhaps more so than Vader. Unlike the Sith Lord, though, Starkiller had clearly lost himself to the Force. Anger and rage was all one could feel in his mind. Breathing, yes, loyal but unstable. I was hoping I could use that to destroy the Emperor. Breathing, now I fear it will turn him down his own path. Vader was going to continue, concerned for the boy himself, but was oh so rudely interrupted by a certain Bruit with a need to be loud. Oi guys, we still have a death moon to blow up, remember? All remaining in the room turned to Sano, nodding or accepting his statement in their own way. Sano's right, we need to blow it up before the Emperor sends in ties to hinder our escape. Windu added, knowing how much the Emperor would with to ensure their death. The large group made their way to the main reactor and placed a series of explosives around primary stability computers as well as a few near the reactor's core. It was sure to be a truly marvelous sight. With all the bombs in place, they contacted the two members they had left back at the docking bay, Kaoru and Kenji. After receiving the location of their escape ship, they made their way back through the corridors of the battle station and made their escape. Much to their surprise and relief, all TIEs or other minor ships had been ordered to leave the area, by order of the Emperor. Apparently the Emperor knew that were his Sith to fail, the Death Star would blow up and destabilize any minor spacecraft in the area, only causing a worse defeat. 2 days later, Zod battleship. A red-haired Jedi was running through the ship with a communicator in hand. She ran down the corridors in a hurry, apparently looking for someone. After a few moments she turned a corner, leaping into the air and kicking off from the wall at the corner, immediately running flat into Mace Windu. Both fell to the ground, landing in an awkward manner. Rey, what are you doing? You know Nazamashi hates people running in his ship. The ship was one of 4 stolen Acclometer I-class assault ship the group had captured in a raid. It had been modified with a small army of droids to perform many of its functions. Virtually every turret was manned by a set of droids designed specifically for that purpose. Its ability to carry vast amounts of troops had provided the perfect base for the large number of Jedi held on board, and currently acted as the command center for both the Jedi and the Zot. Master Windu. Master, have you seen Nazamashi? I have a report to give him. It's urgent. The apparently young woman certainly appeared to be in a hurry, as her comment suggested. Though what could be so urgent short of an attack left the Jedi Master puzzled. Master Nazamashi. He's probably in that lab of his working on that metal again. I don't know how many times I've told him it's useless to use that material, but he just won't listen. Why, can't you find him? You are his apprentice after all. Thanks, she replied, paying no mind to the Master's words. Once the lab had processed in her mind, she leapt off the floor and was gone in a mild wave of dust, not even paying attention to Windu's final comment. Something urgent, huh? I swear that man is either clueless or far too obsessed with his hobbies. When she finally arrived at the lab, she knocked but got no answer. After 5 minutes, still no answer. So she finally decided just to open the door anyway. Nazamashi was there asleep with his head face down in a pile of Nexter crystals. She decided to wake him, pouring a cup of cold water on his head. He shook his head, flinging the water everywhere. Huh. I've got it. Nazamashi flung his hands into the air in exclamation before pulling out a sheet of paper and beginning to write down all kinds of what seemed to be random scribble. It took him a few moments, but he eventually realized that he was not alone. Spinning in his chair and looking up, his eyes narrowed while his mind attempted to process that someone was standing in front of him. Rey, what are you doing here? He inquired, not even realizing that he was drenched in water. I came to deliver this message you got from. He grabbed it from her hands and opened it, taking a quick look at the contents of the folder. Yes, I was right. Nazamashi leapt from his chair and grabbed Reese's arms and started slinging her round and around, dancing around the room. I did it. By the Force, I did it. The awkward situation caused Rey to blush at her master's actions, but was rather happy nonetheless. What is it you did? They stopped and Nazamashi gave her a cold stare before busting out into a fit of laughter. What do you think I've been doing all this time? He smiled and dragged her over to his workstation. See here, once we combine the materials in the shipment mentioned in the paper you just gave me with the Nexter crystals charged with the Force, I will be able to make fully stable pieces of armor capable of withstanding the blade of a lightsaber. By the Force, could it really be that powerful? She could sense the full meaning behind his words. He didn't mean that it could defend a lightsaber. If his belief was correct, then it would fully stop anything short of a lightsaber attempting to torch its way through. That and more, my young Padawan, that and more. With this mixture it should be stable enough to lace cloth while making it practically immune to all lightsabers not functioning by way of Nexter crystals. And even at that they will need to be very pure crystals with a lot of force endowed within them. We could make lightweight body armor capable of stopping even that. Although, the really bad part is we simply cannot get enough of the materials. You have no idea what that shipment set me back. Wait, I thought that's what the shipment was for. That was particularly flabbergasting. All this excitement and the thing he was happy about wasn't enough. It is. They stared at each other for a moment with very serious looks on their faces when Nazamashi cracked a grin and said, but it will be plenty to build a full set for all the masters and their direct Padawans. Quick, gather the masters and their students, I have an announcement to make. Nazamashi replied as he started gathering the materials he would need for his announcement. Yes, sir. She ran out of the room to gather everybody to the control room. After she was gone, Nazamashi began talking to himself. And you will be in for a rather large surprise yourself, Rey. He smirked as he turned to his equipment and called for some druids to carry the materials to the construction lab. -30 minutes later in the control room. Nazamashi stepped up onto a small platform and cleared his throat. May I have everybody's attention? Not long ago we received a shipment that I ordered a few months ago. It took a long time to gather and ship everything I've needed, but it is all here. Last night I had a revelation confirming my suspicions. I have discovered a way to condense and magnify the blast door material by way of Nexter crystals. With the proper preparation I should be able to create enough breastplates, arm, shoulder, leg, and thigh guards to protect everyone in this room. In addition, I should have enough left over that, should I succeed, I could lace our robes with this material so that only rare and volatile lightsaber could cut it. At this point most the room's jaws might as well have been on the floor, were that physically possible. None of them had thought it could be done, and yet, it had. Sure, it had taken the man a few decades, but he had done it. Oh, that reminds me, the reason I chose these materials is due to a breakthrough I had about a month ago. By filtering the Force through a wall made of several of the materials I ordered, we can stabilize the Nexter crystals while maintaining their potency. In addition, the leftover material from the Force filters should be enhanced by the Force and Nexter. I should be capable of creating normal blades with an effectiveness relatively close to that of a standard lightsaber, but fully capable of blocking lightsabers in standard combat. I may not know the full effects of the filtration yet, but that is my theory and am quite excited to see the results. Master Nazamashi, I know you have been working hard on this, but what is the point? The Jedi have never used armor to block lightsabers, it is simply not reliable. And swords, what's the point? This is the point, Master Windu. Now that we are fighting a fully operational Sith, we can go in with fewer members and achieve a more assured victory. As for swords, it's still in testing and theory. However, should it work, the members of the Zodan Jedi we have taught our styles to should have a much easier time utilizing the techniques of our style. Attacks like my Sorawari, Sky Cutter, which requires a solid blade, or the many other attacks which utilize kinetic energy to manipulate the ground and air. Returning Batojutsu to our style would prove most beneficial. As for the armor, I am well versed in constructing armor with freedom of movement in mind as much as defensive ability. I see, then how long will it take to create these weapons? We cannot wait too long to strike the Sith, or our window of opportunity will vanish. Master Windu replied, knowing all too well the situation they were in. All in all, everything should be operational within the month. We had not planned on attacking the possible Sith training facilities for around that anyway, so our timetables shouldn't change by much. We need to wait at least 3 more weeks to add some level of surprise to our strike. Another topic to discuss we have. Yes, we need a plan for attacking these bases. Master Windu answered, knowing this was very important. I have already been working on one. Aoshi stated, standing up and walking to the screen hologram projector. We have determined from Darth, Anakin, that all possible Sith facilities are located on Coruscant. Here are the 11 most likely places, since Anakin and Starkiller have already investigated 6 of the original count. My original plan was to send 90 Jedi into each facility along with a master and his or her apprentice. Once each location has been confirmed as a Sith facility or otherwise, we will contact the others with the result, and the remainder will be sent to the functioning facilities as backup. However, considering Master Nazamashi's breakthrough, I would suggest we still divide our forces but only send in an armored master and apprentice initially for confirmation to cut casualty cost in case of a trap. I agree with this plan. Any others? Nazamashi gave his vote and asked for the rest. Agree with this plan, I do. Many more began raising their hands after Master Yoda replied, and when it was clear there was a majority in favor, the matter was settled. Now we have 2 more topics for this meeting. 1. I request that after the meeting everyone here accompanies me to Training Room 3 to endow the Force into the Nexar crystals. The other thing, Rey, would you please step forward? Rey blinked, not having a clue what this could possibly be about. It was rare for apprentices to have much of anything to do with these meetings. If anything, they were to sit and listen. Yes, Master. Rey stood and slowly strode in front of the assembly. Over many missions you have proven yourself as a capable member of the Jedi, and as you teacher I would request that the council consider that you take the trials to become a Jedi Knight. The council began talking away, and after several moments Yoda spoke up. Agree with you, the council does, take the trails she will. From the day she joined our ranks, a powerful ally she has been. A strong heart and stronger will she has. Wish you the best, we do. The old master announced with an elderly smile. It brought him joy that they could still carry out such things, even in the exile from the public's view. Thank you, masters, I am truly honored. Rey bowed to the council, humbled that she would be held in such high regard among the masters. Now I have one final question for you, Rey. You have been my apprentice for many years, and I feel you are one of us in more ways than simply being a Jedi. I would ask you if you would join the Zot, to come with us once our time in this dimension is over. After a great deal of thought, Masters Yoda and Windu have already agreed. As have most the apprentices to the Zot. What do you say? Absolutely, Master, Rey replied, her face clearly showing how excited she was for the offer. This truly was a great day for her. Then if there are no other matters, I believe Yoda wanted to say something to close this meeting. Yes, Yoda grunted as he stood up and walked over next to Nazamashi. Nazamashi, with the assistance of Nihilus, has calculated that in this dimension short their time is, under a decade should correct they be. New masters appoint we must. Capable of carrying on the Jedi they must be. Master Windu and I, leave this dimension we will when leave the Zot do. Many strong Jedi go with them they will. One request I ask of you. Consider the knights you must. Strong, wise, full of spirit they must be. Know the ones you will, choose wisely you must. Rebuild the Republic you must. A decade we have but no more than that, dismissed. The Jedi spent the next week endowing the Force into the materials necessary for Nazamashi's items before getting their best engineers on molding the metals. The smelting, hammering, bending, lacing and forging went on for 3 weeks till they were finally done with the sets of armor. It took another week to lace the cloaks and another 2 weeks of all the best forgers to create the blades Nazamashi wanted. When all was said and done, Nazamashi had added one thing to the cloaks. He added a symbol to the back of them. The newly created seal of the Zot. He planned on creating multiple divisions within the Zot with the same number of seats as captains. The seal was a symbol of the division. Every seal is that of a sakura tree as the sun breaks through the leaves raising overhead at dawn. Each division had different colored leaves for the tree and a lightly embedded kanji for the division number. Nazamashi's Division 1 was a tree with blue petals. Division 2 was Kenshin with a nearly white sakura. The third division would be led by Yoda with a green tree as its symbol. This caused a few laughs among those who would end up under him considering it was his skin color. It was decided that each division would have a captain, a vice captain and 12 seats. However, it was up to the individual members of the Zot as to which division they were assigned, since there were nowhere near enough members to fill all 3 of the current divisions. It was agreed that this would be the setup until such a time that the Zot expanded to a point this system was no longer maintainable. Until then this would provide a simple system that would function well in the close-knit organization. So far the most important members of each division consisted of the following. Division 1, Captain Nazamashi Mitsukoi. Vice Captain Rey Whittock. First seat Aoshi Shinomori. Division 2, Captain Kenshin Himura. Vice Captain Hiko Seijuro. First seat Kenji Himura. Second seat Kaoru Himura. Third seat Sanosuke Sagara. Third Division, Captain Yoda. Vice Captain Mace Windu. First seat Nihilus Sarn. Third seat will be Nihilus Sarn should Vader, Anakin Skywalker truly end up good and decide to come with us. This was the decision made after several days of signing up and such. In the end nearly 20 Jedi Knights decided to come with them, but it was decided that only those strong enough to hold their own against a current seated member could become a seated member or defeat a seated member in a spar to gain their seating. The Zot was still small, but their numbers were truly growing. Many were drawn to the Zot, especially the few who held some level of discomfort with the strict rules of the Jedi. It made Anakin feel right at home. In a lot of ways he wished the Jedi were the Zot. Had that been, perhaps Padme would still be alive. He was quite pleased to see Kenshin so happily married and as one of their leaders. That was a dramatic statement in his eyes. Yoda, the captain of the 3rd Divisions, was a man of dramatically mixed emotions about the Zot. A great many debates had been held between himself and the other leaders long before deciding to join them. At first everything seemed too dangerous to him. So many of their thought processes seemed too much like the Sith. It made him think deeply about the Jedi's own theology and whether or not it was as good as he thought it to be. One such debate was in regard to emotion. To the Jedi it was essentially a sin to harbor any strong emotion. There was supposed to be serenity and unconditional love. Anger, hate and negative emotions were especially frowned upon. The Sith relied on passion, hate and anger. The Zot on the other hand had come to another conclusion. Their conclusion was that none could live a full and complete life without some degree of every emotion. However, it was highly frowned upon to let any emotion rule one's thoughts or actions. Express and let go was their thought. Experience the moment and leave it for what was and is. To Yoda it was a dangerous notion for any Force user to rely on anything similarly to the Sith. Windu completed the Zot's theology with some valuable insight from his Vaapad fighting style. Emotions can be a powerful ally and a powerful enemy. This was especially true when it came to negative emotions such as anger and hate. If the Zot were to use them, then they must learn to harness those emotions and control them. Among the first few of the Zot's original writings was the statement. The Zot encourage the feeling and use of all emotions, for a life without them is incomplete. Be wary, however, while essential to a complete life, strong emotions on any subject can lead one down a dark and volatile path. The Zot are masters of their emotions and servants of none. The Zot embrace the idea that none are perfect and that everyone must always strive to become a greater person. Not solely in knowledge, wisdom, or power, but as people, friends and allies to those in need, a people who at some significant level truly care for the well-being of the common sentient. In many ways they took the best of the ideals utilized by the Jedi and the Sith to achieve a doctrine with a purpose not that dissimilar to the Jedi. Granted, their methods could go a little further than some would like, but the key to it all was balance. After a great many debates over the past 2 decades, Yoda had in many ways come around to the Zot's ideals. He could see the need for balance and how their insistence on some rules had in essence caused young Anakin's revolt. There were a number of ideas he particularly disliked, but also saw how useful they could be, were certain unpredictable events to occur. Luke, though raised by the Jedi unlike his sister, had decided to stay in this dimension and is currently one of the favored choices to take Yoda's place as the Grand Master of the Jedi, the Council. His training under the Jedi flourished to a degree none could have predicted. His ability to pick up techniques and learn in the heat of battle in many ways surpassed Anakin's. He was young, but he was by far one of the most powerful Jedi they had. In some ways, a lot of ways, Luke had become the ideal of what it was to be a Jedi. By the time the armor was finished, Anakin himself and his apprentice Starkiller had destroyed all but 3 of the possible training faculties and had received intelligence pointing himself to the one place where they should strike. A place which they all felt was rather blatantly placed but was surprisingly well guarded. A massive underground facility beneath the old Senate building had more guards than anyone could have possibly anticipated. Another was found to be secretly active within the old Jedi Academy on the planet, though most of the place looked deserted. Above Coruscant Zod battleship the day of the attack. General Mai, bring the ship around to the eastern corner of the planet. Yes, sir. Yoda stood from his position and began walking to his ship. General Mai, have faith in you, we do. Until we return under your command as everything. May the Force be with you. May the Force be with you. She grabbed a earpiece and turned on the comm links to all squadrons. Rogue Squadron, are you in position? Red Squad ready. Gold Squadron YYAAHOOOIE. Blue Squad ready for battle. Black Squad in position. Silver Squad in position. Squads 1 through 30 report. All squads are ready to go, General. Good, commence attack. The sky above Coruscant seemed peaceful to a point many thought it surreal. There was nothing, no ships coming or going, it was just another peaceful until 3 star destroyers pulled out of hyperspace. In a matter of moments, literally thousands of battle-ready star ships pulled down their cloaking devices and paved the way for the Jedi and the Zot to enter the planet through its advanced planetary defensive system. In under a minute the skies above the heavily populated planet lit up like a nearby supernova. A revolution had begun. With the Emperor, the rebels are commencing an attack on the planet, and by their numbers they are planning an invasion. An admiral entered the throne room, betraying proper protocols to deliver the urgent message. The Emperor was staring out his massive circular window at the city stretching out before him. Good, so they have finally decided to meet their fate. Crush them. The Emperor replied firmly, believing his forces to be far more than enough to crush this direct of an attack. But sir, there are. I said crush them. The rebels are merely a decoy to let the Jedi through. Send everything within an hour of hyperspace. I will not have this planet fall to a few thousand stubborn Jedi. Yes, my lord. I will finally be able to crush the Jedi like I should have 20 years ago. His voice became very violent near the end and he unleashed a wave of the Force, crushing many objects in the room. Much like Vader did when he discovered the death of his wife. It had only been 20 minutes since the battle had begun. This was not ordinary battle, it was war. A military conflict so violent it rivaled the worst battles of the Clone Wars. X-Wings, TIEs, Y-Wing bombers, every kind of fighter imaginable blanketed the skies as the rogue squadrons carved a path through the planetary defenses for the ground attack units, the Jedi and the Zot. The entire planet was in utter chaos as the fighters that fell blew buildings to the ground. There were 4 primary attack points. Anakin had leaked information on a new defense shield protecting the former Jedi Temple complex. Their goal: destroy the 4 generators on each of the corners of the target area. En route, one of the failed Black Squad A-Wings lost its engine and went on a last-ditch effort to deal some damage to the nearest generator. As luck would have it, this dealt enough damage to the generator to reduce its output by a quarter. As the rogue squads took care of the defense system, Yoda led a small army of Jedi including Anakin and Starkiller to storm the Imperial Palace, a place they all sensed the Emperor to be. The sky turned sad as it began to rain and the Jedi landed at each of their destinations. Emerging from their ships with an advanced knowledge of the area, hundreds of Jedi looked upon the former Jedi Temple in hope of victory as nearly 1,000 Sith surrounding the outer portions of the complex light their sabers, looking down upon the hundreds of starships. The rain hissed as it fell upon the freshly lit sabers. Steam rose to the sky, dissipating after a few feet, but could be easily seen by the Jedi, now ready to commence their attack. Not long after the Jedi landed, General Mai hacked the planet's communication systems and began worldwide broadcasting of a message being transmitted from Nazamash's starship. Q. Prayer of the Refugee by Rise Against. Attention, people of the Republic, for too long have you been oppressed by the tyranny of the Emperor. He has taken your technology, your livelihoods, your freedom. He has taken everything any of you ever held dear and close to your hearts. Many of you have grown up in this era of evil, never having known the freedom your parents and grandparents knew and loved. Now is the time to act. Now is the time to reclaim what is yours. Now is the time to fight. Now is the time to reclaim your freedom. The song picked up its pace as he finished his short speech, and the R4 unit turned its head to the academy as the shields were lowered and the Jedi activated their blades of many colors. Everyone watching the broadcast could see Nazamashi turn and run off towards the complex, every moment captured by the R4 unit. The Sith began leaping from the building and they all merged in the battlefield. The massive battle easily dwarfed the battle on Geonosis. Nazamashi leapt into the fray, rapidly decapitating his first Sith as he drew a second saber in a spin to ram it into the stomach of a second and dragged it up towards the skull as the body split in 2 in full view of everyone watching anything in the nearest 100 inhabited planets. Billions upon billions of people found inspiration in the return of the Jedi. Long had they hoped that their saviors would one day return. Those who found such inspiration in this action threw caution to the wind and left their seats, grabbing their nearest blasters to take their stand. To reclaim the Empire and restore the Republic. This was the most widespread rebellion in the history of the Republic, as the millions quickly grew to billions and finally trillions, filling the streets proclaiming their freedom. The Jedi battle was heating up, with the Sith losing badly. The Jedi had been training for this day for 20 years, and during intense training. Though outnumbered, the Jedi were easily taking out more opponents. Unlike the Sith, the Jedi actually had something to fight for. They were fighting for their freedom, their right to exist. They were fighting for life. Sure, there were many, but their average skill level was pathetic. Padawan Jedi were fighting with similar skill level to slightly better, while the Knights were dominating, taking down 2 to 3 Sith in a minute. The Masters were cutting through the ranks like a lightsaber through butter. The second verse started as the people filled the streets with their first confrontations with the local stormtroopers began. There is nothing to see, everyone return to your homes. We are now under a state of martial law. A trooper called out to a mob of people that had just came out of a bar. One farmer with his personal blaster raised his hand and in cold blood blasted the trooper in the visor as the rest of those in the crowd opened fire upon the remainder of the troopers. Little to their knowledge, the same thing was happening all over the planet, and the next planet, and the message had already been spread all the way out to the outer rim. The Jedi were back, and marching on the capital city, killing every Imperial loyalist in the way. End song. Back to Nazamashi. Q. Other world from Final Fantasy X. Nazamashi had just finished slaying yet another Sith with a quick slice from head to toe. He bent his head to the sky and took in the sight of rain. Even the sky cries tonight. It cries that such bloodshed must exist. He turned his head from the sky to another group of Sith as they prepared to strike. But you are the ones who have caused all this. You have suffered the people for power. You are demons and must die as such. His tone was solemn but grew with hate for the evil in the area. In his mind, creatures such as the Sith were so evil that their very existence was blasphemy in the face of existence. The lyrics begin. Nazamashi narrowed his eyes towards the Sith and kicked off, vanishing from view and slashing upwards along one, spurting blood everywhere into the sky with his freshly constructed katana. 2 Sith tried attacking him from the sides, but he activated 2 lightsabers hidden under his robe, impaling them in the stomach and controlling them to nearly rip them in half. Suffer my ultimate technique. Nazamashi unzipped his robe with the force, tossing it to the side as he revealed the remainder of 12 lightsabers. He held two of his self-made swords, one in each hand, and used the force to levitate 12 lightsabers around his body. Then came the slaughter. Nazamashi sent them like spears and floating swords, thrusting and slashing, cutting in so many ways none within the range of his 12 blades stood a chance. Even the stronger Sith were cut down with ease as they were overpowered by superior numbers, striking in unison. As he cut them down, Nazamashi ran through the ranks of Sith at speeds only readable by the strongest. He leapt into the air, cutting one in two before kicking off a nearby building and diving back down upside down, landing on the hilt of two lightsabers. He hovered on them for a moment before kicking his feet to propel both of the sabers into the throat of one and the groin of another, only to quickly turn the piercing into a slice through the body. This standard pierce and slice always ensured a swift death. After taking out several dozen in a similar manner, most were trying to keep their distance when Nazamashi retracted his sabers and brought them close to himself. He looked on in disgust at the men who could kill relentlessly, then cower in fear when they met someone stronger than they. He raised his hand at a glob of 10 and used force lightning, sending them to their knees in death. End song. With Aoshi Shinomori. Cue new song. Blow Me Away by Breaking Benjamin. The gongs tolled as Aoshi Shinomori went into battle with his newly crafted twin Kodachi, drawing them as the rain dripped from his hair and an urge filled his eyes. He walked closer, taking note of his close proximity from the entrance to a large and intricate complex. The killer intent he began releasing frightened many of the Sith so deeply they were frozen in place, thinking, what is this? It's not force fright, but he can't be normal, and then he began his onslaught, vanishing from their line of view. Their eyes could only make out the reflection of the blades as its afterimage seemed to pass through their sabers, with their next thoughts cut short by death. Aoshi reappeared within their line of sight as nearly 20 Sith warriors fell to the ground in death. The coming ones readied themselves as Aoshi spoke. These twin Kodachi represent punishment and death, your punishment and your death. He fell back into another battle position as those capable of surpassing the inhuman fear he was instilling in them began to move and charge. Aoshi began using force lightning on his blades, charging them with electricity leaping from the blades as he leapt into the air, striking down one blade after another, spinning into another Sith, discharging the electrical blade in a bolt through his body and the next behind him. Today is your last, Aoshi spoke as he refilled his Kodachi and smashed them together in an X, unleashing a wave of electricity upon the Sith, shocking them for the moment needed to blaze across the ground and end them. End song. Q. What I've Done by Linkin Park. Kenshin had just landed and began emerging from his cockpit as a Sith leapt into the air, diving down upon Kenshin with a lightsaber in each hand. Kenshin's eyes seemed to grow dark and cold as they shrunk and flashed. A bolt of lightning struck nearby as Kenshin used the force in a wave of the hand to blast the Sith away. He stepped out of the ship and grabbed the man with the force, snapping his spine by bending him backwards. The first Sith to step forward felt excited to see a true battle with someone strong, while several flinched at the sight of such a brutal killing. Most had thoughts similar to the first as they all began to step forward. They felt they would surely kill him with their far superior numbers. Kenshin stopped his walk towards them and began to speak in a cold, harsh tone which sent chills down many of their spines. I can see your crimes, the evil and hate in you. Kenshin spat at them with disgust. I am Hitokiri Batuse, your Grim Reaper. Nearly 50 members of the Sith saw another flash of lightning behind Kenshin as he slowly walked towards them. Then the one closest to him exploded in blood and gore as wave upon wave of what seemed like light flew across the battlefield. They tried to cut it, but to no avail. The wave simply passed through their blades as he drew closer, wavering around his single blade through the air madly. The Sith caught within the powerful technique were slashed to pieces. Every streak of light cleaved a chunk from the poor soul who found himself at the receiving end. His strikes were so strong he was literally cutting the air. The result was an attack that had become a favorite among the sword-wielding Zoth, the Sorawari. Kenshin was in no control whatsoever. This was entirely the Batuse, brought on by the evil he could feel within the members of the Sith. He had long since left behind his reverse blade sword for a powerful blade forged by Nazamashi, now replaced by an even better one. The members of the Sith were wondering what was going on when, even with his slow walking, he drew closer to them. That was when they felt it. A powerful presence unlike any they had ever felt before. They had no clue what this was, but it was so thick in the air some were having trouble breathing. The more skilled ones in the area knew what it was. It was full and unhindered intent to kill of a level they had never felt before. Something that could only be created by one both powerful and with a purpose that would rise beyond that of greed, gain, power, or anything so shallow as that. It had to be a true reason, a purpose for existence. This existence existed to destroy the evil binding the citizens of this former republic. The weight of this will was dragging them to the ground, gasping for air as their lives were ever so accurately taken out. The Batuse made his way towards the tower, walking a literal self-created rain of blood. End song. This was a complete and utter losing battle for the Sith. Their numbers, once topping 1,000, had been reduced in the last 30 minutes little more than 200. The Jedi starting out with near 600 were only down to around 400 and moving ever closer to the Academy, pushing the Sith back into the complex. With Yoda, Windu, Ki and 100 Jedi, the Jedi were entering the sky rise from the ground floor and began flooding the floors in teams. The three masters Yoda, Windu and Ki made their way towards the Emperor's office, led by Anakin himself. They knew he was there, they could feel him, he was leading them there and they knew it. But after all this demon-possessed man has done, none of them cared. Their goal was his death and they would have it or die trying. They had an open path, and a calm and sadistic voice came on the loudspeaker within the building telling them, "Withdraw your Jedi, you will fight me and me alone." Reluctantly they did as requested and made their way through the complex nearing his chambers, and when they arrived the doors opened. One winged angel from Advent Children only imagined them saying Sidious instead of Sephiroth. The room was a massive room with a long red carpet lining down the center and red marble pillars flowing down each side of the office, with his desk at the end in a massive swivel chair. Torches lined the walls for what dim light there was. Sidious turned in his chair and stood. "Welcome, Master Jedi," he smiled sadistically as he drew not one but two lightsabers. "The electric guitar section begins. This time Darth, you will die," Windu stated, removing his hood and clutching his lightsaber. Breathing, "Yes, it is time your reign of terror came to an end." Vader spoke with a hate he had not felt in years. Not since he had learned that it was he who had killed Padme. "This time, loose I will not." Anakin, Yoda, Windu, and Ki stood together igniting their lightsabers as Starkiller entered the room from a door in the side, his robes flowing behind him. The chorus begins their chant. Starkiller's demonically yellow eyes shone through the darkness along with a horrible smirk. Looking the same as Anakin's looked all those years ago when he himself joined the dark side. Vader seemed only a little surprised as Starkiller drew his distinctly blood-red blade. Windu and Anakin leapt into action against Starkiller as Yoda and Mundi split up, running around the other two, making their way for Sidious. The Dark Lord picked up a cane and held it towards the sky. "Fools, I hold the scepter of Ranos," he screamed as power began to emit from the cane, supercharging both himself and Starkiller. "You should have known, Master. Lord Sidious is the one who gave me my power," Starkiller screamed at Anakin as both seemed to grow by several inches before their eyes. Starkiller drew a second lightsaber, blocking the attacks from both Anakin and Windu as the sparks flew from the clashing blades, and the sound was that of a true battle. Jedi versus the Sith. With Sanosuke, Q disturbed, stricken, Sano looked upon the battlefield and saw the remaining Sith outside. His area around the complex was the only one remaining where the Jedi had not eliminated or driven away the Sith. This area held the most Jedi casualties of any area. They had been completely eliminated by the time Sano arrived. He arrived on the scene just in time to see the final Jedi in the area fall. A man who he recognized as Mugen, the man who had trained him in using the Force as an enhancement of his own fist-to-fist fighting style. Sano was pissed. He had looked up to this man like a father, the same way he looked up to Old Man Sagara, the man he had taken his name from. He bent down to Mugen's body, closing his eyes. Sanosuke spent a moment of silence for his fallen teacher. When he could no longer take the pain of the moment, he stood, turning to the Sith that had dealt out the killing blow. "You don't know the world of pain you just opened for yourself," Sano growled as he rose, fully looking at the single Sith who slew his second father figure. "Then draw your blade, Jedi scum. You will fall like all the other Jedi in this area." "Gurrraaaa," Sano screamed as he unleashed a wave of force power, blowing back everything within 20 feet, including the Sith who scooted along the ground until he regained his hold. Sano rushed forward, neglecting his blade, and threw a powerful force-enhanced punch at the man. The Sith went to cut his arm in two, thinking Sano was just another fool. That was when Sano's fist collided with the saber and actually threw the blade back, causing a backlash in the Mon's thumb and nearly throwing the blade back enough to cut his arm off. Exclamation mark. "What the hell?" Sano smirked with chilling fascination, knowing the gauntlet's Nazamashi made him work like a charm. He leapt into the air and in a skydive drove a force-enhanced punch into the ground as the Sith avoided the attack. A surprise awaited. The ground began to crumble under the force of the punch, cracking and shattering under the intense pressure. As the smoke cleared from the rubble, hundreds of stones from the crater began flying into the air and floating as Sano sent them flying at the Sith by the dozens. The small stones easily went through the man, unable to block so many at once, while larger ones either lodged themselves within him or simply crushed bones beneath their intensity. Sano then picked the man up into the air with the force focusing with both hands. Sano then waved his hands out to each side with such intensity that he used the force to rip the man in two. The remaining Sith watching on the sidelines had wide eyes at the act, fearing the strength this man had with the force to wield such horrible power. Sano, having finished his avenging of his father figure, drew his lightsaber and activated the massive blade. He leapt into the air, spinning the massive blade. 2 and 3 at a time fell with each swing, while sweeping away those who blocked and searing away the ones unlucky enough to fall prey to the enormous blade. End song. The former Jedi Temple. With the majority of the remaining Sith eliminated or driven into the academy, the Y-bombers commenced in carpet bombing the building, demolishing it in its entirety. The Sith in control of the building were decimated in the devastating collapse. The Zot. Around 10 minutes after the bombing of the former academy, the Zot had gathered together attempting to communicate on Division 3's mission. Master Yoda, Mundi, Windu, come in, how goes the fight? Over. Static. Can anybody get them on their communicators? Sadly no, I came here hoping one of yours would work. That I did. Kenshin replied when asked. Same here, between us it works just fine. Hiko answered on his comm. Blast, hopefully it's just jammed in the building. Well, let's get going, hopefully none of them are hurt. At that moment Kaoru landed in a transport ship along with 10 medical Jedi. Is everyone alright? Yes, we're fine, get us to Division 3, we can't reach them. Right away. They all filed into the transport ship and made their way to the Emperor's throne room. Reaching the building, they could see the Jedi that went with them were all standing outside with lightsabers withdrawn. Landing, they asked what was going on, but the only answer they received was the concerned comment that the masters went to face them alone and haven't returned since. Imperial throne room. The Zot made it to the throne room. The sight they saw was horrific. Starkiller was standing over the headless body of Sidious as it fell to the ground. But that wasn't the horrible thing. The thing that really caught their attention was the fact that Yoda was trying to get up and failing. He was covered in scars and his clothes were tattered and shredded beyond recognition. Master Mundus' body was cleaved in two and battered beyond recognition. Then Windu had several deep gashes along his back, just barely making it through his armor. Vader was missing his arms, not to mention a leg, making a very feeble attempt to do something that looked like crawling away. Breathing, Starkiller, why? Anakin just barely wheezed out beneath his black mask. Because I saw an opportunity and I took it. You were always a senile old fool. I am the one with all the power now and you are nothing. It would seem our guests have arrived. He gave an evil grin as he walked away from the dying bodies of the gallant warriors and towards the Zot. He sent his hand towards the remains of Sidious and used the Force to bring the scepter of Ranos into his hand. I am the one with the power. I am the one who will rule this galaxy. Q. Duel of the Fates. I've got news for you, Starkiller. The people have revolted, and with stormtroopers as spread out as they are right now, they are probably being crushed. Nazamashi stated coldly as Kaoru rushed over to begin healing their fallen friends. Kenshin stopped her and said, no, Kaoru, stay back, the battle is not over yet. The Batusei had left his mind, but something greater was in its place. His resolve to end this quickly was great, but there was no hate, merely determination. His resolve had been set as had the remainder of the Zot. Give it up, Starkiller, there's no way you can beat all of us. Kenji shouted, drawing his lightsaber, prompting the others to draw theirs as well. Nazamashi, Kenshin, Kenji, Kaoru, Hiko, Aoshi, Rei, and Sanosuke were all present and ready for battle. You just don't get it, do you? I am God. I hold the power of the most powerful Sith in history, and with this scepter I can drain the Force power out of any planet I wish and add it to my own. You will never win with stolen power. Starkiller's eyes grew huge and maniacal as he laughed and laughed. He had officially lost it. The power had taken hold of him and wasn't letting go. He was no longer Starkiller. He was merely a body harboring the hate and evil energy the scepter had absorbed and pumped him full of. The embodiment of the dark side of the Force, tainted with the evil thoughts of mankind. Starkiller swung the scepter at Hiko, firing a beam of energy with such raw evil power it burned a hole straight through the blast doors and exited the building. It seemed like it passed through Hiko, but in reality only an after image was left, and he was using the Ryu Sui-Sen, enhancing his muscles with the Force, smashing his katana down upon Starkiller, further enhanced by his weighted clothing beneath his robe. Starkiller maintained his position and effortlessly blocked the powerful attack with his lightsaber as energy radiated from the clash, blowing everyone's robes in the wind generated from the attack. Starkiller was quickly surrounded as Hiko leapt away, and every master of the hidden Mitsurugi Ryu used Kuzu Ryu Sen. Kenshin, Nazamashi, Hiko, and Kenji thrusted their blades forth with intense speed, each striking at 9 points in virtually the exact time. All 5 of them struck the 9 times each from 5 different sides. It came to the surprise of everyone when Starkiller simply raised the scepter into the air and unleashed a powerful wave of the Force to blow the strikes away. The 5 warriors spent several seconds recovering from the impressive wall of energy which blasted them away to the corners of the room. The Zod looked at each other and nodded as everyone surrounded Starkiller and thrusted both palms forth using Force lightning. The lightning surrounded the room, reacting violently, colliding with more lightning, redirecting and flying further, generating such heat that the ground beneath Starkiller began to glow bright red. The onslaught cooled down after a few moments when something shocked the Zot yet again. Not only had the same barrier as before blocked the entire attack, it was emitting enough Force energy that Starkiller was floating several feet in the air. Everyone was blasted away from the recoil of the energy absorbed by the barrier being unleashed back at them. This blast was beyond anything any of them had seen created by any Force user. It blasted Nazamashi into a stone pillar so hard it cracked the pillar and knocked him out. Kaoru was out by the concussion of the blast along with Rei and Aoshi. Hiko and Sano were blinded by the light of the blast and Kenshin was sent flying across the room and rolling along the floor until they came to a deadening stop near a freshly shattered window behind once was the Emperor's desk. Even Kenshin's eyesight was harmed significantly by the blast, a thing he discovered as he struggled to stand. You are all weak, none can stand up to the power of Ranos. I am the Force. Kenshin finally stood but still hung his head in exhaustion. Kenshin raised his sword in utter stress, every muscle aching from the damage of Starkiller's last attack. You are no more the Force than I. No matter what you do you will never be the Force. My power is infinite, you cannot defeat what is infinite. That is where you are wrong. Power is nothing if your body cannot take the strain, yours is beginning to buckle that it is. Kenshin smirked a little but inwardly knew it was still a long shot to win. He would have to use that forbidden technique. You are more foolish than I thought, Master Kenshin. It is you who were foolish to give me the time needed to prepare this attack. Kenshin's voice remained cold and calculating. He wanted Starkiller to be curious as he raised his blade to the sky. This technique will end you. A bluff will get you nowhere. At that moment a bolt of lightning smashed through the window and struck Kenshin's blade, diffusing into the room around them, producing a light so bright that it blinded Starkiller, and the exploding sound generated blasted out his eardrums all in one violent strike. Starkiller grabbed his head in pain. The pain was incredible for Starkiller. Blood dripped from his ears while his now dead eyes wandered aimlessly for the producer of the incredible attack. It was the one attack he had no chance of blocking, no one could. The flash was simply so bright it would blind any eyes even closed behind eyelids. The attack filled him with such pain he had momentarily forgotten his connection with the Force. He had been truly blinded, if only momentarily. Kenshin sheathed his blade and held it off to his side. You have killed, betrayed and suffered even your own master. This room of rebellion is where you will see hell. Kenshin knew Starkiller could not hear him, even Kenshin himself couldn't hear anything at this point. But he knew he had to strike while Starkiller was still suffering the pain from the attack. Repent in hell. Kenshin leapt forth with the ultimate attack of the hidden Mitsurugi Ryu, the Amakakeru Ryu no Hirameki. Kenshin blasted forth with such speed every kick of his feet crushed the marble floors in the room. And when his attack entered the strike, the Force signaled for Starkiller to dodge. He did successfully, leaping over the attack, not realizing the true purpose of the attack. The same as Shishio, Starkiller had avoided the initial strike of the attack but remained unable to win. The true power of the attack kicked in. It was so powerful, so fast that the air cut by the blade flew away, leaving a void where it had been. Due to the force of the attack, this vortex was so large it began sucking in as many objects as it could, dragging Starkiller to the center of the vortex. It did not stop there. Hiko struggled from a corner, using the force to blindly control the lightsabers of himself and his fallen comrades, activating them and throwing them into the void, all puncturing Starkiller and leaving him as a pincushion of lightsabers as Kenshin finished the mid-air rotation, slamming his blade into Starkiller's back, severing his spin and ripping him in half along with the scepter of Ranos. Starkiller's body was unrecognizable to anybody, the mangled blob of lightsabers, flesh and scraps laid motionless in the middle of the room. The battle was done. The Jedi had destroyed the Empire. Nearly a month had passed since the Great Rebellion. Anakin had been given new prosthetics graciously by the Jedi, who accepted him back as one of their own. It was far warmer than his Darth Vader suit that brought fear to so many, but remained a full-body life support suit. Yoda was in the hospital recovering and is expected to make a full recovery within the month. Mace Windu came off similarly but with less major damage and was released a few days after entering, with orders to take it easy for a few weeks. Most of the Zot were being treated for their blindness resulting from Starkiller's attack. All have started recovery and are regaining some of their eyesight, but it is estimated that it could be a year before they all are back to where they were before. In total, the casualties from the Great Rebellion totaled 8 billion, with over 1,300 Sith dead, half the Jedi's numbers decimated. The bulk of the casualties were thanks to the people, killing off well over a quarter of the stormtroopers stationed in various places around the galaxy, with the rest being civilians who fell to the troopers themselves. The Empire has been disbanded and the former members of the Galactic Republic have been contacted to send representatives in order to sign a new treaty, one that would unite both the Galactic Republic and the Jedi into the primary council. Together they will work together to design a stronger republic, and unite once again behind freedom and justice. Coruscant 3 months later. A massive platform had been set up floating high above the city. This enormous complex had been set up to hold every leader and councilman in the new republic. The sun was rising just above the horizon as a grand dedication ceremony began. It was a massive ceremony on every channel sent to every inhabited planet in the new republic. The ceremony began with the leaders and representatives filing down the center line and signing a large document before breaking off to the side and sitting within the massive complex. The first portion consisted of the signing of this new galactic treaty, followed by the honoring of the Jedi, the Zot, and the rebels who fought, as well as those who lost their lives in the battle. The procession was magnificent as it floated over the city planet soaking in the glorious morning. The newly elected chancellor stepped down from a great pedestal at the far end of the platform as several other officials walked up to the platform. Each official carried a golden pillow covered with golden medals. The rebels marched in followed by the Jedi who were followed by the Zod and those who had joined it from the Jedi. When they finally came to a halt, the chancellor began to speak. This is a glorious day for us all. After years of bondage under the Empire, we are finally free. He raised his arms into the air as the audience began to cheer. It is all thanks to these brave warriors who chose to carry on despite our hating them. Despite the false rumors that Darth Sidious forced upon us. It is for that reason we must say we are truly sorry for believing such a monster over our true heroes. It is for this reason we honor these men today. To the Jedi, we turned on you, we spat in your face when that monster told us that you had betrayed us. It is we who betrayed your trust. Since the old Republic all those thousands of years ago we have trusted you. Yet when one warmonger made the claim that you were making a move for power, we turned our backs on you, our guardians, our knights. Still you have returned to set us back on the proper path. For that we are eternally grateful. Once again the crowd erupted into vast amounts of cheers as the Jedi bowed to the stands, then again to the stage. To the rebellion we owe you our deep and endless gratitude. Despite the threats, despite your lack of the Force, despite impossible odds, you fought. You fought to protect us and our long-loved way of life. To protect our families you sacrificed your lives and what many considered your honor. In all reality you were the ones who kept your honor. And finally to the Zod, a mysterious group who acted to save the Jedi from their false execution. It is thanks to you that there was enough strength left in this galaxy willing to fight the tyranny of the Empire. From the bottom of our hearts we thank you for giving us what we have all hoped for since the day we realized our dreadful mistake. You are all our heroes and this is why we honor you. This Republic is forever in your debt and these medals are our way of representing our gratitude. Now will the new Galactic Guardians please step forth. The rebels took one step forward as the officials stepped down from their mounds and began placing the medals around the necks of each and every surviving member of the rebellion, followed by the Jedi and finally the Zod. It was 4 years later that the Jedi Academy was finally rebuilt along with a new pillar. The new pillar in the center was engraved with the names of every known warrior who fought against the Empire over the 20-year-long rebellion. Many throughout the galaxy saved up money to visit the monument and pay their respects to the brave warriors who fought for their freedom. 10 years later, Nazamashi was sitting in his workshop fiddling with some virtual molecules. He looked at his hands and thought, will this ever be over? Nazamashi had spent the last few years assisting with the rebuilding process, but right now, he was depressed. No matter what he has done, there always seems to be more evil, more resistance to peace. Is this all in vain? A knock came at the door and Ray stepped in. Hey Master Nazamashi, I brought the parts you wanted. Oh, thanks. Nazamashi slowly got up and took the package from her, setting it on the table. Is this a good time? He was about to open the package when she asked the question and drew his attention. For what? I don't know, you just look really depressed. This had been going on for quite some time now and it was starting to get worse. In many ways he was pulling away from the Zod, socially speaking. I am, I guess. Nazamashi sighed and leaned back in his chair. Well, no wonder. Look at yourself, you're always cooped up in your little room here working on this stuff of yours. It's a hot day on Hoth when you actually act happy anymore. Why is that? Of all the people in the Zod, Ray cared the most for Nazamashi. Years ago she had been saved and taken in by the blue-haired warrior. She felt a great deal of thanks for his actions and that had grown since becoming his apprentice. The one thing that really made her sad though was how often he was all business. When she first met him he was relatively happy and had his moments of goofiness, but that was changing. Nazamashi didn't really know what to think of her question and simply stared past her into space, contemplating what to say. Truthfully, he hadn't given it much thought. Oh my god, I am so sorry, I didn't mean to pry. It's just, seeing Nazamashi's reaction, Ray jumped to the conclusion that he had taken some awkward offense to her question. No, it's okay, you're right, I have become obsessed with my work. Do you want to talk about it? Aside from the basics, most of us don't really know that much about you. Maybe getting some of it off your chest will help. You think? Well, I guess I do need a break. Nazamashi sighed as he turned around in his swiveling chair and looked at her, propping the side of his head on his arm. Yay, at least talk about something. To get your mind off all this work. Where do you want me to start? Well, I guess why you are always so obsessed with your work would be a good start. Nazamashi took a few moments to think. He was starting to think there may be a great number of things he had been ignoring about himself. Well, I don't really know. I made a promise to a friend a long time ago. A promise that I would forget my old friends, that I wouldn't try to contact them once I got back. For fear that in trying to save them, I might recreate the whole war all over again. I guess it's just been a kind of escape, a place to put my thoughts. He stated as if it didn't mean that much. It was true, so why should it matter what his motivations were? That's horrible, why would you want to forget your friends? Rey on the other hand saw it as very significant. Who in their right mind would want to forget about their friends? In the end, this is war, friendships only bring pain and suffering. If one were to die again, well, that's stupid, you're making yourself suffer trying to forget. Yet another thing Nazamashi hadn't considered before. Well, she's not exactly wrong, interesting. Okay, next question, why have I never seen you do anything but work? Every time I see you it's either training, battling or this hobby of yours. Outside of that you never talk to anyone, no friends, no dates, no nothing. Hell, the only time I've seen you around anybody doing anything but, is when you and Aoshi just sit and drink tea, nothing said, nothing, just drinking tea. I guess Kenshin joins you some, but other than that. Silence is calming. Puaa Rey was taking a sip of some tea herself and spit it out at Nazamashi's face in shock. Nezo quickly began wiping his face off in mild disgust. Calming. What do you mean calming? Frankly, you need some excitement in your life if you ask me. Again, friendships will only bring pain. Getting to know anyone better than I have, I will only suffer in the end because of it. This conversation was starting to become more serious and so was Nezo. His eyes had become somewhat narrower and his words more sharpened in tone. Oh God, don't tell me you're a closet emo. Look, I've already lost so many people precious to me, I just don't want it happening again. So what are we, chopped liver? We are fighting for you and your ideal. It's not like it's anything important or anything. Rey stated sarcastically. And I am grateful, but, she interrupted him before Nazamashi could continue. Frankly Nazamashi, if I were you I would completely rethink why you are doing all this. You don't have to suffer to save anybody. If you have friends, protect them. If they die, honor their memory. But don't lie down and kill off your emotions because you don't want to suffer, it will make you suffer. Nazamashi looked at the ground knowing she was right but still found it a hard concept to accept. He had been developing this persona for nearly 15 years now. Alright, on to another question, why aren't you seeing anybody? Seriously, Kenshin's married, even Kenji is dating a Jedi right now. Sano got married right after the Great Rebellion. Hell, the Jedi have accepted it after all those years of being against it. Rey interrupted again, adding a little restriction on his answer. And don't give me that crap again, got it? Nazamashi sighed and began again. Oddly enough, that's not for the same reason. Really now, and what is that? Nobody has ever asked. Her jaw dropped and threatening to hit the floor, bringing a small chuckle from Nazamashi. Perhaps talking about it was helping after all. Frankly, back home, I was always the nerd and from there I owned a sword shop. I used to look a lot different too, being half bald by 20 didn't help. Somehow the time warp changed a few things. Now, if I were to dye my hair red I would look like a taller Kenshin minus the scar. Well, I guess not now. Now I look closer to, never mind, you wouldn't know. When I look younger I look more like Kenshin. Anyway, then the war started in my world and that became my main focus. I guess after so many years of it you just forget a lot of things. Going on 150 doesn't help either. Seriously, who would want to date someone that old anyway? Anyone as old as me is either dead, in the Zot, or dying. Frankly, I may not look it, but I am just an old weary war horse looking forward to a nice warm stall. Then all I see, day in and day out, is fighting, war, death, hunger, starvation, and so much pain it makes my blood boil. Nazamashi clenched his fist, not realizing he crushed a pen he was fiddling with. He quickly reached over to a towel to wipe off the ink. As of now, Kenshin and the leaders of the Zot, they are the only ones I trust enough to be my friends. The only ones strong enough that I don't have to worry about. Then train them. Who? Instead of pushing people away, train them. Make friends and train them till you can be sure they won't die. Nazamashi paused for a second, contemplating her words, finally smiling a bit and finally started nodding. Thank you. Suddenly his stomach growled, causing him to blush a bit as he looked to the ground. I guess I am a bit hungry. Come, I am paying. Nazamashi stood from his chair and motioned for her to follow him. No, I don't mind, seriously, I am not really that. Yup, it was that time of day. Okay, maybe I am a little hungry, but still you don't have to. Look, don't worry about it, you helped me, so let this be my way of saying thank you. With Yoda, Hiko, Windu and Kenshin. They were all in the newly constructed Jedi Academy where Windu had just made it to the cafeteria after running into Rey. He walked in and noticed the others at a table eating as Hiko simply sipped on his sake. Hey, did any of you run into Rey trying to find Nazamashi? She was in quite a hurry. Windu asked with some level of concern. No, Hiko said flatly. I swear you would think he would figure out her thing for him. Do you think he will figure it out? Windu asked as he pulled out a chair and sat with the others. I believe he will one day, that I do. Kenshin spoke with a small smile, having faith in the one who brought them all into this journey. Perhaps if out of his work he gets his head, Yoda stated with a grin. I don't really think so. That moment they heard the door open and saw Nazamashi walk in with Rei. He led her to a seat and commenced in getting her some food. Hiko was stunned. Magnificent, now I owe Sano 100 credits. Well, I guess Kaoru owes me 400 credits that she does. Yet another statement which made Hiko flinch if only for a moment. You made a bet with your wife. It would seem my stupid apprentice is finally getting some backbone. Hiko let out a hearty chuckle as he patted Kenshin on the shoulder. Have something to do with that Sano may. Yoda comment from the other end of the table. It can be rather fun when you don't really care that it can. Kenshin did an eye smile that made everyone break out into laughter. Surprisingly, the things Rei said to Nazamashi truly got through to him. From that day forward he began opening up to the members of the Zot. Once the academy had been rebuilt, he had even started teaching for the remaining years in this dimension. Surprisingly, he ended up recalculating their departure date and it had been bumped up year from his more recent calculations. 3 days was all they had to prepare for transport. Despite all the other things on their minds, the big one was this. How on earth were they supposed to transport their leaders and the 30 followers that wanted to come along? Ideas were thrown around and everything seemed like only a few would make it. However, a few hours before their departure time, I think I may have figured it out. Mace Windu spoke up after nearly 5 hours of conversation in an attempt to transport them all together. You said that only 7 of you made it through. You also said that there were more of you willing to go. Yes, but what does that have to do with anything? Perhaps we can only be transported in cells of 7 or smaller. Then how would we maintain the contact needed with me to transport the rest of us? We don't. Windu had a smirk as he looked at Kenshin and the others from the last dimension. I am saying that the portal can only hold so many people during transport. Kenshin and his group are already on this journey and will continue no matter what or where they are. Nazamashi opened up a small notebook and began writing down some statistics, trying to calculate the odds of success and the possibility that Windu may be correct. Everyone from Kenshin's dimension take out a pen or something to draw with. Draw a large circle. Make it large enough to hold at least 7 people. Nazamashi made one for himself and then commenced in drawing a large one around the entire group. I am going to divide you all into groups. There are currently 36 of you not from Kenshin's dimension or my own. I will be separating everyone not among those 36. Given this separation, I have no idea if we will arrive in the same place, so everybody attempt to make contact with me once you get there. Now take a place in the circles you have drawn. As for the rest of you, divide yourselves up into the circles with no less than 5 and no more than 7. These will temporarily be your teams until we can rendezvous. Everybody maintain direct physical contact with the leader of your circle. I have no idea what the next dimension will be like, so your first mission is to search the nearby area and attempt to gain some knowledge of the landscape and local cities. In nothing else, look for signs of the kind of fighting they use. Once you obtain any information, report to your commanders, then to me. Who we are and why we are there is top secret to all unless I personally deem them worthy of the information. Understood. Sir, everyone exclaimed as they were suddenly shot off into oblivion. Nazamashi fell from high in the sky, crashing down on a roof with nobody anywhere near him. The first part of his body to hit the roof was his shoulder, followed quickly by his head. The roof was on a steep incline and his unconscious body slid down as soon as he hit, falling down the side to his final resting spot on the rocky ground below. Very dizzy and obscenely disoriented, Nazamashi's eyes flickered open, attempting to regain a handle on the situation. Where? He forced out before he collapsed in exhaustion and pain. A small girl no older than 8 was walking home with a basket of apples for her mother when she noticed a young boy collapsed and bleeding at her front door. The blood was everywhere, so much that the ground was stained with it. Oh my God, she dropped her basket and ran over to the blue-haired boy, screaming, "Mommy." The mother quickly came outside, praying it wasn't the bandits again. Nazamashi's eyes flickered open, groggy as he tried to move, only to find he was strapped into a test tube vertically and surrounded by a mysterious liquid. Yoda was already up and was looking at him with sorrow in his eyes. They had been captured by a freak trying to mutate them all into his own puppets. Yoda looked over to the others in an attempt to draw Nazamashi's attention to them. Everyone in the Zot had been captured, even the former Jedi. Whoever was doing this was powerful or had an obscene amount of information on their weaknesses. This brought about Nazamashi remembering a battle in a massive facility where the Zot had made a strike against a scientist experimenting on people. He was trying to turn them into mutants, brainwashing his subjects and making creatures with unique powers. These creatures attacked with a power that was much unexpected by both the Zot and the scientist himself. Yes, who could have known my mistake would have brought forth my ultimate victory? A man with a firm voice with an English accent stated as he walked up to his test subjects. Now I will have the most powerful beings in the world as my guanine pigs. He could see the disgust on Nazamashi's face and could tell he wanted to say something along the lines of, "I won't get away with it, will I? I am afraid you are most wrong, boy. You have no idea the lengths I have gone to in order to win, and now, I have." Soon you will remember nothing but your skills and loyalty to me. Then I will crush this world and reclaim it as my own. My own world full of mutants, each specially created for war. I know there are aliens out there and I will declare war on them. I will be the god of this universe. This had Nazamashi and everybody else who heard this sick rambling pissed off more than you could imagine. That is, until the rambling was cut short by a well-known and very distinct sound of metal cutting metal, more specifically, adamantium cutting steel. Wolverine was hacking away at the door to this lab and the scientist immediately headed to some controls hoping to finish off the final process before the creature could break through his walls. One hack after another the adamantium man cut his way through the door as the chemicals with the tubes heated up and began choking the members of the Zot. When Wolverine finally broke through, the final step was nearing completion, so he did the first thing that came to mind. He charged at the nearest beaker and commenced in smashing it. With the sound of freshly breaking of glass in his head, Nazamashi awoke from his dreadful reliving of the past few days. He had a pounding headache and grabbed his head as he rolled out of what he felt was oddly enough a bed. God, where am I? I knew the warp was going to happen soon, but that soon couldn't have had any better timing. I hope the others made it. Amazing, 100 years in that dimension and we were all still alive, weakened but alive. Oh, and what the hell is that racket? He could hear something happening outside of the room and decided to check it out. He opened the door and began to slowly make his way down the stairs in a rustic log cabin. If anybody were actually watching him, it would have been a funny sight. A kid again, no older than 7, beaten and bruised, stumbling down some stairs trying to get to the door. Nazamashi could hear some yelling outside and decided to listen in on the situation before making himself known. Please let her go, take me, just leave her alone. A woman's frantic voice screamed from outside. You know what we told you, wench. You were to get out of this house by yesterday and leave anything valuable, but no, you had to stay. The next voice sounded tenor and somewhat gangster in tone. Yeah, we tried to be nice and let you live, but our boss doesn't like it when we don't finish our job on time. The third was apparently with the tenor having a deeper voice but similar gangster accent. Then just let her go, kill me, take what you want and go. Nazamashi was shocked that he was in such a situation. Apparently some people had found him and taken him in. This situation was his fault. If he hadn't landed where he did, they would have left, but they stayed to help him recover. That had it was his turn to thank them. Nazamashi stumbled into the doorway holding his badly injured right shoulder with his left hand. Leave them be, they would be gone by now if they hadn't saved me. Their attention was immediately drawn to the blue-haired boy standing in the doorway. Oh, what do we have here, another kid? Stop trying to act cool so we can kill you and get this over with. Nazamashi snickered a bit. He, you, kill me. In your dreams, asshole. He weakly raised his functional arm to them as he released his shoulder from his grip, leaving it to drop limp to his side. His fingers stretched out as if he were grabbing the bandits from afar. His reach was weak, but as his arm fully extended, lightning erupted from his fingertips in a short burst lasting only long enough to shock the bandits and send them into the forest. After performing the attack, Nazamashi simply fell to the ground in exhaustion. Ma'am, that should have killed them. It's your duty now. We need to buy some time. Oh damn, that hurts. Nazamashi's wound was clearly painful and certainly more than the woman could handle. They were hoping he would have woke up before the bandits came back so they could leave and take the boy to the hospital. Okay. The woman hesitated as fear filled her eyes, afraid she couldn't do such a thing. Still, she knew it must be done. If they were to get back up, they were all certainly dead. Even that boy, as she saw him, was far too weak to do whatever it was he did again. She quickly ran inside and grabbed his blade and went into the forest to finish off the bandits to buy them all some time while her daughter tried to drag Nazamashi inside to rest for the moment. When the mother came back, Nazamashi was sitting at the kitchen table with his right arm propped on the table like a sling with his left hand sipping on some tea. Who are you? She said, stunned at the turn of events. It was amazing to be saved by a boy so young, even if he had such a great power. This is irrelevant right now. We need to leave before more come. There are more, correct? Yes, but you, I will be fine. I am not as young as I look. Tell me, where is the nearest town? Well, I would have to say we are about an hour's walk from Konoha. Nazamashi spat his tea in shock. That is amazing. I can't believe I am here. Nazamashi's eyes wandered around the room aimlessly as he thought about the consequences of their being here. He soon returned his attention to the woman, asking, Tell me, did you find a communication device on me? You mean the headset? Yay, it's with the rest of your things. Good, bring them here. I may be able to call for help. That was certainly a relief. At least he could contact the others and hopefully collaborate a believable story to tell the villages. If not, at least there was that default story they had for times like this. Wow, you're a ninja, aren't you? Hey, I guess in some respects. The mother came back into the room after a few moments with all of Nazamashi's stuff including his swords. She placed them on the table as he asked her to place the device on his head. He turned some small knobs on the box attached to the headset, checking the frequency, trying to find any Zot members in the area. Come in, anybody, this is Nazamashi Mitsukoi, is anybody there? There was static on the line and continued blank for several minutes. Blast, in this state, he wasn't sure what he could do. In this condition there was no making it a few blocks, much less to the nearest village. Is there anything we can help you with? Since I can't get a hold of my friends, I am afraid we must hurry to Konoha and get me some treatment there. I am sorry, but I must ask you to take me there. I am in nowhere near the condition I would need to make the journey alone, and if you stay here you will probably die anyway. Then let's be going. I just hope they don't attack again before we can get away. I don't sense anything in the area, so for now we are safe. The woman picked him up in her arms as her daughter began to follow close behind. Things went as she had said. They were around an hour away from Konoha, but for some reason they were deep enough in the forest that they rarely got visitors. Come to find out, they lived there because of some rare medicinal flowers they would harvest and deliver to local villages. Unfortunately, those bandits appeared a few days ago and began demanding the land as well as anything valuable. In some strange act of fate they were given a few days to get everything in order for them and get out. It wasn't long till they arrived at the gate to Konoha and were stopped by two chunin guarding the gate. Halt! State your names and business in Konoha. I am Hikari Yumashita, this is my daughter Kiri. This is Nazamashi Mitsukoi. I was part of a caravan that was attacked on the border of Fire Country. I was badly injured and collapsed near their house. He winced in pain from talking so much. The guards could easily tell that he was suffering from bad burns and had many bad bruises. If his current state said anything, he likely have multiple fractures. Atsu, take the kid to the hospital immediately and contact the Hokage. The guard said, looking at his partner before turning back to the woman. Thank you for bringing him here. You may go now unless you wish to stay with him. Actually, he just saved us from some bandits attacking our home earlier today after he woke up. I am surprised he was still able to stand at the time. There are probably more coming, so we need to speak to the Hokage. Another guard was coming to take the place of the one that had left when the guard already there ordered him to take the two to the Hokage. It didn't take long for Nazamashi to be admitted into the hospital, where he was quickly stripped of his weapons and possessions before being rushed into the emergency room to begin 2 days of intensive care and chakra-enhanced healing. Several wondered why a kid would have a set of armor and that many swords. The topic was brought up with the Hokage, who figured it belonged to the caravan that was attacked. There had apparently been 2 others show up in similar but better condition. Both of them had similar sets of armor that were abnormally large for their bodies and blades, obviously made by the same craftsman. For the entirety of the healing process, Nazamashi was placed under a jutsu-induced sleep so he wouldn't feel the pain resulting from several of the more invasive procedures. What they found was utterly amazing. His body was nothing like anything they had ever seen before. The cells of this boy would attack and disintegrate anything metal that entered into his body, thus limiting the doctors to medic nins and chakra scalpels. The strangest part of the procedure was the metal his body disintegrated wasn't expelled but added into itself. The doctors and the Hokage himself were baffled by the mysterious boy. In the end they all decided that they had done all they could, and since his body was starting to heal itself at a slightly abnormal pace, they would simply wait till he wakes up and ask him what is going on. He was certainly lucky to have such a helpful bloodline. The Hokage himself had never heard of anything like it before and decided to do some research on foreign bloodlines. On the 4th day, Nazamashi finally woke from his slumber feeling exhausted but in better shape than he had been in a long time. He turned his head to the side to notice the Hokage sitting in the chair next to the bed, likely knowing he would be awake soon. Good. Sarutobi-sama, I am glad you're here. Sarutobi was mildly surprised the boy knew his name but figured he was the Hokage after all. Well, my boy, you put us in for quite a ride after all. Why wouldn't I be, or at least a shadow clone of me anyway? He said lightheartedly before continuing. First off, I believe you might want to know that your friends have arrived here as well. Friends? What were their names? How many were there? Rei and Aoshi, I believe they said. Were there more? They did not mention any. No, that's them. What have they told you so far? Nazamashi said in relief. So far, only that you were part of a caravan that was attacked and you decided to come here. The caravan story is one of a series of stories the Zot had created for certain worlds. Less developed worlds would receive a caravan story, while more advanced ones would receive a far more believable story for their world. It was blatantly obvious to them which one to use. Okay, there's more. Honestly, there are a lot more of us, around 40. They left the children to die. Luckily for us, we knew enough from our parents to survive, basic fighting and everything. Nazamashi was putting on a rather good show, but Sarutobi could tell something was up. Unfortunately for him, the suspicion was small enough for him to shrug it off so far. We all decided to go to a village and become shinobi. None of us could decide on a single village, so we decided to split up and go to the one we wanted to go to. I guess it was rather stupid, but I guess us 3 made it at least. And what of the others? Sarutobi was curious, never before had he heard of such a thing. There were a great many caravans wandering around the elemental countries, and it was even less unusual for one of them to be attacked and ask a village for assistance. On the other hand, it was quite rare for them to split up. Children this young should have separated. It simply wasn't the smart thing to do. Of course they were children and bound to make stupid mistakes. I don't know and probably won't till I. Some angered yelling was heard outside, which brought them both to a momentary silence. Damn demon brat, I just wish he would die this time. Hundreds of times I've had to treat his sorry ass, wasting our precious resources, but no, the Hokage just has to protect him. Yay, I don't see what he sees in the kid. Everything this freak has done is a curse on humanity. He would be better off dead. We would all be better off with him dead. The Hokage momentarily stepped out of the room and loosed a killing intent that froze the two doctors in place before stating in a soft voice which Nazamashi could barely hear. You are demoted to nurses. Report to my office for reassigning. But sir, my orders are final. Leave here now. The Hokage screamed at the two before re-entering the room where Nazamashi had a very serious face on. He's a Jinchuriki, isn't he? Nazamashi was pissed off at the doctors for their inhumanity, but at the same time he felt this was a good time to seal the deal with the Hokage as well as discover how old Naruto is so he could figure out when he is. Exclamation mark. The Hokage was stunned at the perceptiveness of the boy. For someone so young to even know what a Jinchuriki was is an astounding feat. Add to that the fact that Sarutobi himself was placed between a rock and a hard spot. Oh wonderful, now what am I supposed to do? Tell me. Tell you what. He was shocked at the answer to his unasked question but figured he must have meant something else. Hokage-sama, I mean no disrespect, but I can read your mind to an extent. It is a bloodline of sorts. I know this. Naruto is a Jinchuriki of the Q. A hand immediately found itself over Nazamashi's face with a kunai to his neck. I am sorry, but you cannot. Fear not, Hokage-sama. I know it is clearly a high priority secret. Frankly, I feel sorry for him. The Hokage pulled back just a hair but kept up his sense of anger. I can feel his pain. It's much the same as the last Jinchuriki I met. There we go, hook, line and sinker. Other Jinchuriki, how do you know of them? Just when I thought this boy couldn't get any stranger. The Jinchuriki of the Yonbi saved us once around a year ago. Would you mind removing the kunai? I am only 7, and even if I can read your mind, there's no way my speed could keep up with a cage. It would be stupid for me to try something, especially in the village I want to join. The Hokage glared at him for a moment before nodding and asking a question. What is your opinion of them? They're what they choose to be, although I guess it could also depend on the seal and how well it keeps the demon's influence out of them. I can sense the presence of the Q, and that it is well contained, so I have no fears of the boy. Poor guy, so much suffering. Yes, the villagers have put him though a lot. I assume you know that you will be put to death if you tell anybody. I understand, but I am sure my friends will know the first time they see him. I will be sure to explain everything to them. It finally hit the old man, the thing that was wrong about the kid. He simply spoke with an authority and eloquence far beyond his years. Since when should any kid short of a Nara have a vocabulary of this level at this age? Something was definitely up. You wish to know why I speak the way I do? The Hokage sighed and slid back into a chair, rubbing his temples. Yes, but could you stop doing that? It's creepy. Sorry, it tends to do that. At any rate, the way I speak is what happens when you read too many minds. You tend to absorb a lot of information very quickly, and it adapts the way I speak with a highly increased vocabulary, at least for one my age. Well, I hope he buys it, regardless of how shitty it was. Understood. Now do you have any control over what you can read, or does it simply happen? I can only read someone's aura through what was once the Shingen. The warrior's eye. To think a child could be trained in that. The warrior's eye, a skill gained after years of intense battle experience. It is in essence the skill that gave Kenshin his mastery over his opponents. It gave him his ability to read and know what his opponents will do. Sarutobi knew of this skill quite thoroughly. He even knew that some had taken it to the point that they could see auras. What he didn't know was that these children had taken it to a whole new level, using it in combination with the Force. If that's what you want to call it. Anybody can use it by training their vision and senses, but my family has developed it to a point where our minds analyze it at another level, turning the aura into a mind-reading tool. If we can see someone's aura, we can read what they are thinking about and other things related to that subject. With significant concentration, we can read the minds of the unconscious. Well, if we know what we are looking for. Then how were you able to sense Naruto's tenant? Like I said, training eyesight and other senses. I could feel the other aura and the mental pain coming from the other room. Your friends like this as well. This could prove most troubling. A group of mind readers in the hands of every elemental country could be quite problematic. Everyone in the caravan is loosely related and have all developed it to some point. We all seem much older than we are, if that's what you mean. Sarutobi smiled as he come to an understanding with the boy and then decided to ask him something. Since you intend on joining the academy, do you think you could do something for me? Befriend Naruto. Gladly, but I would have done that anyway. Anyo, your mind is trailing on something. About the Uchiha. Ah, I see, how sad. As Hokage, I will have to order you to stop reading my mind. There are far too many secrets to leave to a child like you. Sorry, I was simply trying to understand what you were feeling so down about. Anything I may pick up I will keep to myself. So what did you read? Oh yes, this mind reading was starting to get annoying. The massacre last night, you were wondering if it was wise to hide the truth from this Sasuke. If I may, sir, I believe that to an extent it is for the best. As a gesture of loyalty to this village, would you mind if I took a look at Sasuke's mind in order to ease your mind? I don't believe it is right for one your age to go around simply reading everyone's mind. This is true, but the game you are playing is a dangerous one as well. If he finds out, he could turn on Konoha. That's what I am afraid of. Then will you permit it? I caught the part where you were to have the Yamanakas look at him anyway. You have just added a whole new level of stress to my life, you know that, right? Very well, come with me. I won't make a decision till I hear what you see. Yes, sir. Nazamashi solemnly followed Sarutobi down the corridors of the hospital, through 3 flights of stairs to the mental trauma recovery ward. Sarutobi slowly pushed open the door and left the lights out before motioning for Nazamashi to enter and whispering for him to be quiet and search his mind quickly. Nazamashi did so and smirked inwardly as he read Sasuke's mind. It wasn't long till he came up with the perfect thing to tell the Hokage. Amazing, he saw Madara. Now I have the perfect suggestion. Nazamashi walked out of the room and went into a waiting room on the other side of the hall along with the Hokage before speaking again. Sir, I may not be that old, but I must say if you went along with Itachi's plan you will find yourself with a traitor on your hands. Continue. Itachi had help, from a man who should be dead. From his memories it looks like that man is Madara. As young as I am, even I have heard of that man. Itachi told me of him and their pact. Madara is creating an organization and Itachi is going to be my spy. Apparently Madara wanted revenge on both Konoha and the Uchihas for abandoning him. He settled for the Uchiha for now. I see, the image is buried deep in his mind because Itachi used some horrible genjutsu on him. It has left him too traumatized to find it anything significant. Based on what you have seen, what would you tell him? I suggest telling the truth but leave out anything that could potentially leave him unloyal to the village. I would have you there to calm him, he will believe you. He is very impressionable right now and the only thing he truly trusts is his worst enemy. I would start out telling him that his brother says he is sorry. Then explain the problem with the clan followed by a story that Madara was planning revenge against the Uchiha clan and Konoha and that in order to save Konoha he was forced to join Madara in the destruction of the clan. Also I think it would be wise to, Nazamashi grabbed his head in pain and suffering, falling onto the ground in utter pain. Or at least it would have been pain were he not doing a superb job at acting. The Hokage immediately raised a soundproofing jutsu before trying to contact a doctor. Nazamashi slowed and stopped screaming, starting to shake violently before twitching. He soon got the attention of Sarutobi, staying stop. Stop. I know. Oh, his eyes shot open wide with pupils dilated. What was that? I saw. His plan. Akatsuki is the organization, right? Yes, and they plan to steal the Biju. Using the Sharingan he intends to control all 9 and recreate the shinobi nations under his rule. Nazamashi acted as if he were suffering from a painful mental attack exhausting him both physically and mentally. How did you see this? Sometimes when we see a lot of connecting events we get visions to connect them together if there is something important missing. This is why we were always on the run in the caravan. We once lived in Wave before their bloodline purging. Nazamashi was trying to milk every ounce of information he had on the shinobi world for all it's worth. Somehow it was working. I see, then it is a good thing I have Itachi working for me. He should be able to protect Naruto. Regaining his senses, Nazamashi made a few more comments concerning Sasuke. I have a suggestion, he panted out. Let's tell Sasuke of this organization. Then try to push him closer to Naruto. If they were to become friends, Sasuke would have something to live for. A friend to fight for as well as a request from his brother to protect this village's Jinchuriki. You want to tell him about Naruto? Yes, perhaps a few days from now so we can think this over properly. I believe if he were to know of someone with a worse background than his, he may be forced to think more about his situation as opposed to poor me, look what my brother did. I will consider it, but you are right, we should wait a few days and think things over. Sarutobi went back to the door and said, think things over for a few more days and come to my office. You are forbidden to discuss any of this to even your friends. Are you capable of blocking their reading of your mind? Yes, those with this ability cannot read the thoughts of others with it. In the meantime I will enroll you 3 in the academy. Also I will come up with the citizenship forms so you can sign the loyalty contract. Thank you very much, Hokage-sama. Sarutobi left the building and with relief he lit his pipe, thinking. This child is far beyond normal. I must keep a good eye on him, but with that ability of his I cannot use Anbu or even listening devices. Perhaps I should consult the Yamanaka on these matters. Nazamashi wandered around Konoha for a few moments trying to sense the presence of Aoshi and Rei after retrieving his things from the hospital's personal effects desk. It took him nearly 30 minutes to track them down, but when he did his face faltered. They were sitting at the ramen stand he had already passed somewhere along the lines of a million times now. Guys. They turned wondering who it was, and when they finally realized it was Nazamashi. Rei tackled him to the ground as Aoshi simply sat there eating on his ramen. Nazo. By the force, I thought I would never see you again. She was genuinely happy to see her old master. It was rare for her to spend much time away from him. You know me, I am hard to keep down. Anyway, have either of your communicators been working? Mine can't get a signal. Yeah, we contacted the others a few days ago. Where have you been? The hospital. I landed on some roof and fell off on top of the injuries I received from before we were captured. Stopped a few bandits and here I am. So where is everybody? Aoshi pulled out a map of the shinobi nations and Rei pulled Nazamashi over to look at it. The large paper was covered with names to indicate their locations within the map. Perfect. Well, let's eat up then. I want to contact the others and tell them the plan. Do you know anything about this dimension? Plenty. For now I am just hungry. The lunch went on rather eventfully and they all retired to a training ground away from prying eyes and ears. It was Training Ground 53, a rarely used training ground for wind users. The field was vast so they could easily keep track of anybody within hearing range. Sanezo, have you noticed anything strange since we came here? You mean besides wakening up to a family being attacked by bandits? Nazamashi said sarcastically. She meant with your body. Apparently we have all received some kind of strange powers from that freak and his machine. Well, not really. The doctors did say something about a faster healing rate and the fact that my bones should have broken from some of the inquiries I received. What about you? Well, when I woke up everything around me was scorched beyond recognition, so I think I may be pyrokinetic. Nazamashi's eyes practically became dinner plates in fear that his girlfriend had the ability to burn him to a crisp. And you? Aoshi bent down and placed his hand on the ground as the grass began to frost over and turn to ice. Ice and fire. Wonder what I got. This could be so awesome. He was genuinely smiling with a grin larger than Naruto at his best. So what has everybody else got? We didn't talk long enough to find out, but we are assuming everybody got something. Since the freak got the powers from other mutants he analyzed and you have faster healing, I am guessing you may be similar to Wolverine. Nazamashi smirked at the thought of himself with metal bones. He thought it would be the ultimate form of badass. I guess it's something I will need to test. Aoshi, it may be a few years, but I have the perfect teacher for you and your ice abilities. Aoshi nodded as they both turned to Rei. I am not quite so sure about pyrokinesis, but I am sure that means your elemental affiliation will be fire. Since we are in fire country, that shouldn't be a problem. Alright, now that you have stated what we already know, where are we and why do I sense that you have already told someone about us? I haven't, but I have developed our cover story and already started trying to manipulate the leadership of this country for the better. One of its future worst enemies was just hospitalized from the very event that turned him against the country in the first place. If I can get him on our side, things here will be indefinitely easier. As for where we are, this is a land of shinobi where they manipulate chakra to perform skills called jutsu. There are three main kinds of jutsu: ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. Ninjutsu are basically attacks utilizing elements or anything to manipulate the world around the user, creating fireballs, dragons made of water, etc. Taijutsu is hand-to-hand combat, with kenjutsu as a sub-form of it. Genjutsu uses chakra to manipulate the minds of others around you, creating illusions and altering your opponent's senses. The events of this world focus around a boy who is currently 7 years old. His name is Naruto Uzumaki. There are 9 demon lords in this world who have been captured by humans and sealed into people to act as gate guards to hold back their power. But why not just kill these demons? Because they are too powerful to be killed. They will simply go to hell, come back and wreak havoc again. It is basically their domain. The only way is to seal them and reseal them later into a new container. How horrible. The child Naruto is the container of the Kyuubi, a great monster of infinite power and chakra. It was so large and so powerful it could level a mountain with a single swing of its mighty tails. The rest I will explain with the others. There is no point in explaining everything twice. They contacted everybody and spent nearly an hour going over the current and future events of this world. When they were done, Nazamashi began issuing orders on where to go and what to do. Kenshin, I want you to go with your family and Yoda to Omegakure. Blend in and learn as much as you can about jutsu. When you feel the time is right, I want Kenshin to join Akatsuki and talk to Itachi. Help him get over his self-hatred so he can once again face his brother. Sano, I want you to go to the Iwagakure. They will teach you a lot of earth jutsu. It fits your style quite well. Wolverine, I want you to go with Sano. Hiko, I would like you to infiltrate Orochimaru's Otogakur with Anakin's assistance. Do not bother him, for the most part, but keep track of him and report any major changes he may have from what I have explained. Windu, I would like you to take several select students to go with you to Sunagakur. There is a child there by the name of Gara. He is the Jinchuriki of the Aikibi. Unfortunately, he has the weakest seal possible and it is working on his mind. I need you to leave him alone until after the Chunin exams. After that, I want you to befriend him and show him what real friends are like. I wish we could befriend him earlier, but I cannot risk altering the timeline. The rest of you join the nearest village and monitor its movements. I want information the moment they do something out of the ordinary. For everybody, I want you all to learn anything you can on Fuinjutsu sealing so we can improve his seal so he can maintain his sanity. As for everybody, I want you all to read up on seals within your villages. If we are to save any Jinchuriki, we must enhance seals like Gara's. In their current state they are too unstable to do anybody any good. The other thing would be summoning contracts. Summons are very powerful and obtaining a contract is an invaluable tool. In particular, toads, dragons, wolves, hawks, other powerful creatures would be magnificent. Yes, sir. Chapter notes. The following are images of Nazamashi and Rei as they look when they are older. Younger Nazamashis look more like a blue-haired Kenshin. The academy was abuzz with chatter of Sasuke and his hospitalization. All the children, mainly the girls, couldn't believe it. Sasuke, the god among men, was hospitalized, by his brother no less. It was unfathomable. Of all the people in the world, why did one god among men have to attack another? Yes, the mind of a fangirl was a strange and frightening thing. Iruka entered the room, followed closely behind by 3 newbies. The first dressed like a samurai minus the armor, with a blue kimono, white hakama. He had blue hair and blue eyes. His presence was something none of the students had felt inside of the academy. It was most strange. The one behind him was a girl wearing similar clothing, only they were all black leather, making them all wonder how she wasn't burning up or sweating. The last one in the group was wearing a white trench coat trimmed in yellow, his normal clothing. All 3 radiated the similar presence that seemed authoritative and powerful, certainly nothing one would expect from some simple academy students. It was nothing that impressive, mind you, but enough to be seen in the way they held themselves, particularly by Iruka and the other teachers. Shortly after entering the room, Sasuke came in slowly with an Anbu close behind. When the Anbu entered the room, he spoke up, talking directly to Iruka. My orders are to guard the Uchiha until his safety can be confirmed. Iruka nodded and the class erupted into another burst of chatter. The entire room was abuzz with the rumors and a few frightening stories that Itachi may strike again. Sit in your seats and quit down, or the Anbu will make you. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Iruka shouted before clearing his throat and facing the class once again. Well, you all heard Anbu-san. He will be joining the class for some time. Now, I know it is late in the year, but by the Hokage's orders these 3 are to join our class. We are first years after all, so they should be able to catch up rather quickly. So would you mind introducing yourselves to the class? Iruka looked to the 3 new students, motioning for them to introduce themselves. I am Nazamashi Mitsukoi, it is good to meet you all. Nazamashi gave a slight bow, trying to be polite. No use making enemies on the first day, he figured. On the other hand, he did think this class could be of some use when it came to pulling off a few pranks during their downtime. He would defiantly have to get a few tips from Naruto in that regard. Seriously, how else were you supposed to maintain your sanity doing what the Zot do for a living? I am Rei Whittock, and if anybody looks at Nezo-kun the wrong way, I will personally shove your head up your own ass. This earned a really freaked out look from everybody, especially the girls. In the end, none of them were really that worried because they were all attracted to their Sasuke-kun, but were offended by the insinuation that they wouldn't be undyingly loyal to him. In all reality, Rei didn't mean it. She just liked messing with people, a trait she had picked up from Nezo over the past 100 years. Aoshi followed suit soon after the class recovered from an awkward moment of silence. I am Aoshi Shinomori, the rest is pointless. He closed his eyes and maintained his composure when several in the back seats started screaming, what do you mean everything else is pointless? Do you have any manners? His response was simple, my manners are reserved for those who have earned my respect, you all have just lost it. Sasuke's thoughts were simple, finally someone who agrees. Not a moment too soon, Iruka jumped in front of Aoshi, waving his hands in the air. Come now, I am sure you all can get along just nicely. Now everybody try to be nice to them. They have definitely had a rough week. Rough week? What about our Sasuke-kun? His family was murdered by his brother. Nazamashi smirked at the chance to put a few fangirls in their places with that one. But he decided against it and simply moved to an open seat with a smirk on his face. Now everybody, let's begin with today's lesson on chakra manipulation. As you know, we have been learning the primary hand seals and we are now on to the 5th seal. For the 3 new students, I would like you to stay after and learn the previous 4. Now this is the ram seal. Iruka went to the board and proceeded in drawing a large hand in the ram position. The next thing he did was to indicate the chakra flow required to perform the seal. Now the actual manipulation of your chakra, as I have stated before, will be left to next year. For now all we expect is for you to properly form the seal. The explanation went on and on, going on into some of the basic jutsu you could perform with this seal. The elements that usually utilize the ram seal, and finally started explaining that the chakra required for each seal will vary by the jutsu and is the reason each jutsu requires the description of an entire scroll in many cases to get into the complex intricacies of a jutsu's formation. Needless to say, he caught himself rambling and realized he had gone into the third-year explanation by accident. He continued all day long simply describing the one seal. Then when it came to the outdoor portion of the day, they went outside to begin practicing seal forming. It was all much harder than Nazamashi had originally anticipated. From his memories of the show, it surprised him that Naruto was intelligent enough to understand it. Well, enough to almost pass. Frankly, anybody back in his own dimension would have found it on par with quantum physics in the sheer complexity of the concepts. This would be even further confirmed when he began his study on Fuinjutsu a few weeks later. After day 1 of the academy was over, Nazamashi made his way to the Hokage's office to see what he had decided to do with Sasuke. In the end, Nazamashi had already decided on what he would do if Sarutobi declined. Sure, it could get him in deep trouble, but he knew something had to be done, and soon. Arriving at the tower and being greeted by the receptionist, Nazamashi was quickly admitted into the office where Sarutobi was smoking his pipe and very glad he didn't have to go into the hospital very much. He simply couldn't stand hospitals because of their no-smoking policy. The past few days had been exceedingly cumbersome for him because of the unnatural number of trips he had to make to that godforsaken place. "Hello Nazamashi-san, have you thought over what you think we should do?" Sarutobi inquired. Over the past day he had given the child's plight a great deal of consideration and had found a degree of interest in these caravan children. Something was defiantly up with them, certainly not sinister, but odd. It was strange the things you could pick up on after the years of experience he had. Sometimes it was difficult to tell specifics, but it was quite easy to get a general idea of people, something he had overlooked from being too close to Orochimaru. "I have Hokage-sama, my opinion remains firm with what I stated before. I will gladly leave out anything you wish when we explain, that is assuming we do explain things to him." "Indeed we will. I consulted with the Yamanakas on parts of the matter and have decided to let you explain things. Perhaps he will take things better from someone his own age. With me at the sidelines to confirm the information, of course, that should give him plenty of reason to believe everything properly." Nazamashi nodded, glad the Hokage agreed with him. If there was one thing he had learned in the last dimension, it was that manipulation was an essential skill when it came to altering events. Foe and ally alike can throw fate out of balance with too much variance from a set path. "Hokage-sama." A moment of silence had begun, with Nazamashi contemplating how well matters were evolving in this world. Sarutobi looked at him inquisitively, wondering what it was he could be thinking about when Nazamashi spoke up again. "Yes Nazamashi, what is it?" "I have a request." "Go ahead." "We are a few months behind at the academy and I was wondering if you could have a shadow clone help us with our studies. Our seals are way behind and everything just seems far too complicated." "You want me to take you as apprentices?" "What does he know of shadow clones?" "Sure, I mentioned it the other day, but there's no way he could know what those are, could he? An apprenticeship with outsiders wouldn't set too well with the council, that's for certain." "That would be magnificent after today's class one. I'm very excited about becoming a shinobi but feel that it will be difficult to catch up at this rate." Aoshi didn't really show it, but he was utterly clueless. The Hokage chuckled at the boy and how serious they seemed to be. "Well, at least he's eager to learn." "Gladly. Anything to help out a new generation, although an apprenticeship would be a little advanced for one your age, perhaps after you graduate. One question though, how did you know a shadow clone could do that? You said that you were one the other day. I realize it's a bit of an advanced jutsu, but once we get the basics down better, do you think you could teach it to us? It would be very helpful with school." "I am not going to teach you such a jutsu just so you can skip school." It was the same answer he had practiced over and over again. Of all the jutsu he could possibly teach anybody, it was the one students asked for the most, though it was usually the lazy fourth-year students looking for a way out of class. "No no 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 no. I mean, so I could send some to the library to read up on stuff there while I train. Frankly, it would be boring here for someone my age if it went for school. What am I going to do, stare at a wall? Oh, well anyway, it's a forbidden jutsu and you would have to show your worthiness for me to teach it to you. It is a very dangerous jutsu with a major drawback. Oh well, at any rate I think you should at least teach Naruto before he graduates." "And why is that?" This one truly had Sarutobi stumped. Sure, he could understand a kid asking for a powerful jutsu, but asking to teach another student. "Have you taken a look at his chakra levels? I would be surprised if he could pull off any of the academy jutsu by the end. There's just so much of it. Any level of control over academy level jutsu should be impossible from what I read in the books today." "Shingen. Yay, His aura is the largest I've seen, and by the looks of it he probably has Junin level reserves right now. According to the books, the larger your chakra reserves the harder it is to control jutsu. The way I see it, him learning Academy Jutsu is going to be like channeling a dam through a creek. Either he learns Junin level chakra control or a way to let the dam flow without holding it back. Well, that was certainly surprising. Most shinobi were hard-pressed to understand that concept till they were Chunin. Not that anybody really needed to know. It's not like it's exactly normal people to have extreme chakra levels, especially children. You really have been studying, good for you. Tell you what, I will teach it to both of you in your last year if you help him understand the basics better. Okay. Deal. Damn, oh well, at least it's something. I guess I'll just have to bribe an idiot Junin. I wonder where I could find Ebisu. He should be easy enough to manipulate. At least Naruto will get it and we won't have to deal with Mizuki's idiocy. Now, I believe it's time to find Sasuke. Let's get Naruto too. Why do you say that? Sarutobi smiled, figuring that Nazamashi anticipated the same thing he did. If Sasuke is going to know Naruto's secret, wouldn't it be better for Naruto to have the secret in the first place? My sentiments exactly. Sarutobi walked outside his office and called for two Anbu who showed up with much haste. I need one of you to escort Naruto Uzumaki and the other to escort Sasuke Uchiha to Training Ground 10. You will then guard the perimeter and protect anything said in our meeting. Everything you see and hear there will be considered an S-class secret. Move out. They silently left as the old man and Nazamashi slowly made their way to the training ground, where Sarutobi quickly placed a sound barrier over the area to ensure everything they said would remain amongst themselves. Both Naruto and Sasuke arrived at about the same time and seemed to have been arguing on the way. Alright old man, what are the Dobi and the noob doing here? To say Sasuke was a little ticked off was an understatement. He had been pulled from his personal training and had to tag along with the Dobi for some unknown reason. As far as he knew, anything to do with the blonde-haired idiot couldn't possibly be anything important enough to drag him away from his training. Naruto's obnoxious voice soon rang out above Sasuke's with his own annoying question. Oi Gigi. What's with the Anbu bringing me here? He took me away from my sweet ramen. Believe it? Huh, hey, what's he doing here? Nazamashi and Sarutobi sighed, knowing this was going to be a long day. We are here because what we are going to explain is a secret concerning both of you. Now you are both young and this is not something I would normally trust with anyone but myself, but I am afraid thanks to Nazamashi here I am forced to reveal these to you before we all end up in deep trouble. I am considering everything said here an S-class secret. No one here is permitted to tell anyone else, got it? Sarutobi looked around looking for signs of acceptance when Sasuke spoke up in an impartial tone. What could possibly be so important and need the Dobe's knowledge of it? Dobi, shut up. Now you two are going to listen to Nazamashi explain everything because he is the one who tied everything together and discovered a few things which force your knowledge, so sit down and listen. They did as they were told as Nazamashi stood, clearing his throat before beginning. Okay, where to start? There we go. For starters, the reason I am here is I have a bloodline permitting me to read minds. Now, as both of you know, Sasuke's family was just murdered by his brother. There are some things you and most of Konoha for that matter are completely clueless about. Of all the limited number of reactions this could have gotten out of Sasuke, he actually managed to raise an eyebrow. That was good, at least he was interested. It certainly explained the strange air the kid had around him in class earlier. Mind reader, huh, this should be interesting. And what exactly is that? Sasuke asked, having completed his thoughts of interest. Itachi's purpose, Nazamashi stated bluntly, narrowing his eyes for effect. I know his purpose, he wanted to test his fucking power on me. Wrong, that was his cover story. Tell me, do you remember another man standing behind Itachi when you saw him? A man with a blazing Sharingan looking in through a window. How did you know that? Even Sasuke didn't remember till that moment when a momentary flashback revealed the scene to him. It was a frightening moment he wished he would never have to see again. Mind reader, remember. Anyway, that man is the real reason that Itachi killed your family. Who is he? Perhaps this meeting was important. If someone else was in league with Itachi, he defiantly wanted to kill him too. Though what the Dobi had to do with any of this remained to be seen. Uchiha Madara, we don't know how he is alive, but he is very much so. And Naruto, since you clearly don't know who he is. Madara is the man who fought the first Hokage when not long after village. They founded this village and Madara betrayed the village when the first gained his title as leader of the village. So Itachi was following his orders, he'll kill them. Nazamashi shook his finger and his head in sequence, drawing a dumbfounded and confused look from Sasuke. Yes and no. Your family had a secret which you were unaware of. Itachi killed your family to avert a civil war. What are you talking about? It was my family. Your father was leading a rebellion against Konoha. Itachi did not agree with it and alerted the Hokage. Unfortunately, the only option was to destroy the clan before the entire village fell into ruins, with everybody, both Uchiha and otherwise, devastated down to the last man. Itachi, however, was incapable of doing the deed on his own and knew of another who apparently contacted him with a plan to destroy both the Uchihas and Konoha. The man who was betrayed by both and shunned as a traitor. Their jaws were agape at the information and the intriguing story. Could Itachi have really done this for peace? They both looked at the Hokage for confirmation, only for him to give a nod in response. As a result, they struck a deal. Itachi would join an organization Madara was creating, and Madara would get his revenge on the Uchiha clan. In return, they would spare Konoha and avert war. Itachi spared only you. Sasuke's eyes widened in horror as he screamed. Spared me, spared me. That bastard made me suffer for 3 days in a genjutsu, watching my family die over and over and over again. You call that mercy? Sit down, Sasuke, and let him finish. There is more. Sarutobi flared his killer intent, forcing Sasuke to the ground, shaking him loose from his thoughts. From what I could tell in your own mind, Itachi was getting ready to leave when you showed up. He was shocked when you did, and from what he told the Hokage before he left, he was truly sorry for what happened next. Madara expected him to end you then and there. Madara made him use that genjutsu on you and watched you suffer the entire time. That is why Itachi told you to hate him. He said those things because he was disgusted with himself for what he had done, even if he had no choice. He wants you to hate him now. He wants you to kill him, gain power, and defeat Madara. He did that for me. Sasuke was in complete and utter shock at the information. For the past few days he had thought of nothing but killing his brother, but now that had been completely turned on its head. Things progressed even further. Before meeting up with Madara once again, Itachi went to Sarutobi here and asked him to maintain his secret, and make sure you grew to be powerful enough to kill him. Here is where things get really hairy. Itachi is Sarutobi's spy in Madara's organization. His job from Sarutobi is to protect Naruto from them. Me? But why me? Why would they want me? Sarutobi then spoke up, talking to both of them. Sasuke, you should listen to this, because Naruto here is one with a past far worse than you could imagine. From the day he was born, he has been hated, beaten, and scorned by the village for something he has no control over. As of yet, the beatings he has suffered has recently passed 800. Sasuke's tears stopped instantly at the horrific number as he looked into Sarutobi's eyes, frightened that anything that brutal could ever occur, looking into the old monk's eyes as if all truth were held within. Why would anybody want to beat him? Sure, he's a dobi, but why? Naruto was wincing in pain, remembering all the beatings of the past years. Naruto, I had promised your father that I would protect you, and that is something the council has regrettably barred me from doing. I also promised him that I would keep this a secret from you until you were a chunin, so you could grow up with a halfway normal life, but I am afraid the time for this has long passed. What are you talking about? You knew my father. I thought I was an orphan from the Kyuubi attack. Naruto was starting to be angry, but was overwhelmed by the will to discover the truth. You are Naruto. What Sarutobi means is this. You are what is known as a Jinchuriki, a gate guardian holding back an unspeakable evil capable of destroying our entire world. Sasuke's face went white as a ghost as he realized what Nazamashi meant. There was only one creature in the world with enough power to do such a thing. It didn't take much to draw the conclusion after considering the year they were born in. The Kyuubi attack is something falsely written down in history books. In reality, none of the 9 demon lords can be killed. In fact, no demon can be killed. They will simply go back to hell and break out again to continue their rampage. Lesser demons find it more difficult to enter this realm. So to protect this world, your father regrettably used a jutsu calling upon the Shinigami to seal the Kyuubi and its power into your body as a living jail for the creature. Nazamashi noticed Sasuke's utterly pale face as well as Naruto's angered and shocked expression. Both of you, remember this: Naruto's father, the Yondaime, was a master of seals and constructed the seal to be the most powerful in existence. Naruto and the Kyuubi are two separate beings. The same as a jail is different from the criminals it holds. As for why your father didn't want you to know of your lineage, he didn't want it to go to your head like the Uchihas let their eyes go to theirs. Sasuke turned away, slightly blushing in embarrassment at the truth in the statement. Well, at least enough to bring some color back to his face. So they want Naruto to free the demon. It was the only thing Sasuke could come with. There wasn't much else anyone could do with something so powerful. No, they planned to use the Sharingan's secret power to control the demons to do their bidding. With the power of all 9 Biju, they will have an unstoppable force with their eyes as the leashes. 9 all-powerful demons with the obedience of a well-trained dog. This is why Sarutobi wanted to tell you both this. Sasuke, you may have had a horrible experience thanks to your brother and Madara, but Naruto has lived every day with beatings and suffering. And now I must ask you, Sasuke, will you follow the path of your brother and protect this village? Will you become the friend, the rival, and the guardian of our real greatest hero? You want the stick-up-his-ass Uchiha to be my friend? Oh come on, old man, he hates my guts. Hey, it's not like you could protect yourself, Dobi, Sasuke said with a smirk. You see, you are already rivals whether you realize it or not. Sarutobi said, placing his hands in between the brawling boys to keep them from slugging each other out. Things went on and on with questions and explanations all the way till sundown. They certainly had a lot to think about, but for Sasuke the event had lifted a great weight off his mind. He still wanted to kick his brother's ass for going all emo because a necessary evil, but he no longer held the burden of becoming an Avenger. Nazamashi was thinking to himself after the day was complete and he finally met up with his friends at their apartments, which were oddly located, a floor below Naruto's in the same building. So how did it go? Ray asked as Nazamashi walked through the door into a room where Ray and Aoshi were studying. Hook, line and sinker. The Uchiha is more weak-minded than I thought. I will have to remedy that, but for now it has played well into our plans. I will let things develop a bit more between them before making another move. So what is our next objective? Now we focus on the academy and developing ourselves. Not much significant occurs until our class becomes genin. So for now we befriend Naruto and Sasuke. Sarutobi wants me to assist Naruto with his studies. If I succeed I will obtain a jutsu which will greatly enhance our ability to understand this world and its jutsu. Sweet, what kind of jutsu is it? Something to read books really fast or something? Ray stated with enthusiasm, hoping she would be able to read more than ever before. She had an undying affection for books of all kinds. More or less, the shadow clone jutsu lets you make solid clones. They cost a lot of chakra to make, but in the end when they are dispelled anything they learn will return to the user. Great for learning jutsu and practicing form. Imagine learning all the tricks to a jutsu in a few hours instead of a few months, then gaining the training experience of 100 days in one. Damn, Aoshi was about to sit down and collapsed into the couch after hearing that one. You can say that again, Aoshi. Ray slapped him on the head and Nazamashi grabbed her other arm, beginning to drag her over to the bed where he pulled out their books, laying them along the bed. For now I suggest we get the homework done if we are going to have a chance at passing this year. You coming, Aoshi? No, we have company. Nazamashi closed his eyes and concentrated on the persons to evaluate their presence before stating who it was. Yes, open the door, it's Naruto and Sasuke. Who? The boys I told you about. I see. Aoshi smiled and went to open the door. Come on in, you are more than welcome here. Aoshi greeted them happily and motioned his arm directing them in. Did you come to study? The Dobi wanted to know a few things about his heritage, and I have a few questions of my own. Naruto was instantly fascinated by the decoration of the room. The walls were absolutely covered with weapons of all shapes and sizes, including numerous katanas and strange variations. Oh sweet, you have swords, can I have one? The blonde looked on with wide eyes, praying he could possibly have one of the shiny objects. Sorry Naruto, these swords are precious to us, but I would be happy to make you one once I obtain some materials. Naruto started jumping up and down in excitement at the possibility of having a real sword. As for Sasuke, he simply looked dumbfounded that some people they had just met would be willing to make them swords. They won't be cheap, will they? Sasuke said skeptically, expecting a very high price. Even his brother wouldn't buy him one, saying they were too dangerous and expensive. At this thought Naruto hung his head, knowing the price would be well out of his range, that and they would probably do like the rest of the shops in Konoha and sell them to him at double the normal price, or worse. Not to worry Sasuke, after all that's happened with you two I would be more than happy to make them for free. Honestly, it's a bit of a hobby of mine. What is with you? You're no older than us and just met us the other day, why would you do something like this for us? You don't have to pity us. Nazamashi blinked, not sure of how to react to the outburst. After a moment of thought he chuckled a bit and answered the boy. I assure you it is not pity. You see, we have been on the run with the caravan for a long time and all of our old friends have gone their separate ways. You two seem to have more potential as friends and rivals as any I've ever seen. Is it so wrong to be kind to potential friends and allies? Completely unaware he was interrupting their conversation, Naruto spoke up in his usual brash manner. Oh yay Sasuke, you forgot, the Hokage sent us to tell them about our new teacher. New teachers? Intriguing. What did he say? Ray said from the couch. Yay, after everything that happened earlier he decided to give us some after-school training with some Anbu. Hey yay, apparently the guy he's getting us is supposed to be good. I don't know why he trusts you so much already, but for us to get a privilege like this is unheard of. Wow, Nezo, you really did a good job talking to him, didn't you? Ray ran over and tackled Nezo to the ground as he tried to struggle free. Sasuke shrugged it off and Naruto simply stared, wondering why she just tackled him. Ray, could you get off? We kind of have a lot more to discuss. Oh sorry, so what is it you wanted to know, Naruto? Well, I was wondering if you knew more about my dad. Tsurujiji said he could only tell me so much. Nazamashi looked to the ground, knowing he couldn't say too much without blowing his cover. I am sorry Naruto, but I only know what I was able to read from your mind and Sarutobi's. What I was able to receive from Sarutobi doesn't go far beyond the extreme basics. Although I do know who your godfather is. My godfather? Oh sweet, I have a godfather. Or, wait, what's a godfather? The man who would have taken over as your father had the council not barred Sarutobi from making it official after your father's death. Oh come on, tell me, who is it? I can't stand it, the suspense is killing me. On one condition, Nazamashi had found the perfect opportunity to eliminate the walking target. You come with us tomorrow and get some clothes that aren't orange. As a ninja you will be a walking target if you keep that abomination of a piece of clothing. But, it's the only thing I can buy, everything else. Look Dobi, if the stores won't sell to you, I'll make sure they learn not to anger an Uchiha. Nazamashi smirked on the inside, realizing he had just killed two birds with one stone. These kids were far too weak-minded. It was far too easy when he didn't even need to use any mind tricks. I will do anything to get you out of that, I don't even know what to call that shit you wear. Hey thanks Tem. Naruto rubbed the back of his head sheepishly while thanking the Uchiha. No problem Dobi. Sweat dropped from both Rei and Aoshi, wondering what the hell was with these two. Could they possibly become as powerful as Nazamashi said they would? And what was with those nicknames? Loser and Bastard were defiantly not your normal nicknames. Good, now that is settled, what is it you wanted to know, Sasuke? Did the council take these stupid actions with or without knowing of Naruto's lineage? I am afraid I don't have that answer. Then what do you know? I know what I told you at that training ground today. I am a mind reader, not a prophet. If it makes you feel any better, I will take a peek at their minds to find out, but right now I know nothing. Hey figures, oh well, do you know how to use those swords? To an extent, I took some family scrolls and am learning them right now. Can't let them find out too much. Good, when you know enough to teach us I want you to. And what if I want to keep it a secret? Then I will accuse you of cheating on the next test with your mind reading. Nazamashi smirked. He may be weak-minded, but his intelligence is unquestionable. Perhaps one day. The conversation, like the others Nazamashi had been involved in lately, drew lengthy and went on for hours. Nazamashi's plans had gone on without a flaw, or they would have had he not forgotten about a little pact he made with Rei. Later that night, after Naruto and Sasuke had left, Nazamashi was confronted by Rei before he could leave to his own apartment. She came up behind him and tapped him on the shoulder, causing him to turn, questioning what it was she needed. Yes, he was still in a very serious mood from the past few days, and little did he know that was the very thing that had him in a deep load of shit. Nazo, what did I tell you about being serious when you don't need to be? She had an evil grin on her face as he cracked her knuckles. When Nazamashi completed a full turn, he let out an oro, before being punched out the door into the opposing wall, embedding himself in his own door. Don't let it happen again, dear. You know I don't like it when you're not yourself. Rei then smiled and tilted her head before making victory sign with her fingers. This was the fourth time this had happened since she set this rule upon him. It was a rule which he regrettably forgot more often than he wanted to. The next day they would find Naruto, what was much to the dismay of Nazamashi, a set of clothing eerily similar to Goku's from Dragon Ball Z, only black and blue like Vegeto's. The main difference was a black undershirt instead of an orange one. Nazamashi's eyes were twitching with irony for several hours. Hitokiri Kakashi, I have extended a rank training mission for you. A training mission? I must say they must be rather special if you want me to train them. Kakashi's eye smiled beneath his dog mask as he removed it and covered his eye with his head protector. Your mission is not that simple. They show an abnormal interest in jutsu among other things. He pulled a scroll out of his desk and slid it over to Hitokiri. This is filled with everything you are to teach them over the next few years. You are to return 1 week before the Genin exams. As for your real secondary mission, just keep an eye on them. There is something strange about them and I wish to make sure they are not spies, or worse. I don't mean to question your judgment, but why would you send me to train potential spies? Because if they are, you are the only one I trust enough to kill them. Be careful, because they are mind readers, so I want you to seal this information as deep into your mind as possible, so it will only emerge if you discover something dealing with it. Okay, so who are these students of mine? Academy students Nazamashi, Rei and Aoshi. They are currently in class. Retrieve and give them till tomorrow at 8 to meet you at the southern gate. I had figured you would have sent the Uchiha and his new friend Uzumaki. But considering the purpose of the mission, I believe understand. Once again he smiled beneath his mask as he reached into his pocket and pulled out his signature orange book. Good, do not be late. I believe they are far more powerful than they let on. As for those two, I intend on training them personally as soon as I am done with this infernal paperwork the council has dumped in my lap. At any rate, those three have expressed interest in both the Uchiha and Uzumaki. If they end up a threat, my students will need as much ability as they can muster. Kakashi sighed and closed his book with one hand before speaking again. Wagata. He then formed a seal and poofed out of the room. Kami, I hope those kids are who they say they are. A few moments later in the academy, Kakashi opened the door to the room where Nazamashi and the others were learning about more special hand seals. Kakashi-san, Can we help you with something? Iruka knew something had to be up for Sharingan Kakashi to show up out of Anbu uniform. Gomen, but I have something to inform a few of your students on. Kakashi scratched his head looking around to find his targets. Naruto Uzumaki and Uchiha Sasuke. After class you were to report to the Hokage for private training. Their jaws dropped. They thought he was sending an Anbu, but private training, this was beyond their wildest dreams. Training from the old man suite. Naruto, show the Hokage some respect. And what do you mean private training? They are just academy students. He didn't even teach the Sannin till they were assigned to him as genin. Orders are orders. Also Nazamashi, Rei, and Aoshi, you are coming with me for private training until the genin exams. The jaws of the entire class including the fangirls stopped the chatter and hit the floor like bricks. You are dismissed from class and have till tomorrow to gather your things. Meet me at the south gate at 8 a.m. The trio had the same thought in their minds. Training mission. But Nazamashi's thoughts went much further. Why lazy? Asked Kakashi. As for Iruka, he was utterly stumped. This event was unheard of. Private training for academy students, and from one of the best Junin in the village and the Hokage himself. What the hell was going on? Well, I guess we will see you all in a few years. Hey, it looks like I got the better deal. Sasuke smirked at his new friends and rivals. I wouldn't think so, you're stuck with the Dobi. Aoshi stated with a smirk, earning a blink from Nazamashi and Rei. The first division of the Zot had defiantly become a strange group. Too bad they hadn't gotten the stick out of Wolverine's ass yet. Hey, who are you calling Adobe? I am so glad I am not stuck with them. Haha, he doesn't have a clue. Alright, settle down, you three need to get ready to go. Oi Kakashi-san, would you mind accompanying us to the library real quick? The library? Why would you want to go there? I already have a scroll of things to teach you. There are a few books we were going to read anyway and wanted to bring them along. You want to use my training mission account? Kakashi sighed mentally, wondering how they knew about the things. Fine, but only 10 books apiece. I don't want you running up my library bill. Thanks, sensei. All four of them quickly left to the shinobi library where Nazamashi, Rei, and Aoshi all picked up scrolls on Fuinjutsu, various fighting styles and some elemental jutsu relating to themselves. Nazamashi was especially interested in storage seals. After talking with Aoshi later that day, Aoshi decided that the ability to seal his swords and summon them at a moment's notice would prove invaluable. Nazamashi's thoughts turned him back to his teenage years when he was watching anime and dreaming up fantasy fighting styles. One of which consisted in mastering countless weapons and being able to drop one and summon another at a moment's notice. Rei mostly focused on fire jutsu scrolls, hoping to hone her pyrokinesis. One scroll she had found a few days earlier consisted of a fighting style which acted as a double-edged sword to most. A style which would set the user on fire and use chakra to control the fire through a dance-like form. More or less a pyroclastic taijutsu form. The thought frightened Aoshi when he pictured the girl dancing around covered in flames, burning her opponents to a crisp. Normal, not flaming Rei was bad enough to make most men cry when angry. When all was said and done, they met up at the selected time, armed to the teeth with their lightsabers hidden under their thick layers of clothing. The group had decided to let Kakashi in on a major piece of information early that morning. Although they also decided to wait till they were out of range for Anbu to overhear their conversation. For purposes of speed, Kakashi asked for them to seal their weapons aside from a single blade for them to keep at their sides. As asked, they complied willingly, all figuring it would make their conversation with him a little less stressful. They continued their travels for 2 days unhindered, working on basics like hand seals and verbal studies and lectures from Kakashi on their long walk. On the third day they stopped on the outskirts of a large forest when Kakashi explained that they were going to a special mountain where his sensei the 4th Hokage trained him and his group as genin. Everyone including Nazamashi wondered why they would be taken to such a place, but figured, hey, at least the training will be great. The mountain was massive and covered with trees. It was covered with flowing springs and rivers as well as waterfalls, truly a place worth seeing but hidden from everyone without connections to the extinct Namikaze clan. Arriving at their final destination, they saw a large Shinto shrine-like structure poking out of the trees. Although deserted, it looked mysteriously well cared for. An anomaly, Kakashi explained, as the result of Minato's extraordinary relationship with his summons. It didn't take long to realize that frogs were everywhere caring for the grounds. With Sarutobi earlier that day. Oi, old man, where have you been? Kakashi told us about you training us, but you haven't showed up once. Sasuke stood silently through Naruto's ramblings, knowing it was just plain stupid to yell at a cage thought. In all reality, he agreed with every word. Kakashi. Both boys went totally silent as their faces turned white at the killing intent the powerful old man was emitting. Miles and miles away, Kakashi sneezed just before hearing a faint sound of Sarutobi screaming, drawing a slight but unnoticeable smirk under his mask. Mountaintop Outdoor Dojo. Well then, now that we're here, I think it's about time to discover your real fighting abilities, so I know where to start. Kakashi pulled out his book and leaned against a tree. Before you do that, Kakashi Dono, I believe Nazamashi has some explaining to do. Aoshi stated from the blue hair's side. Explaining. Very well, continue. Sarutobi-sama was right, they are strange. First off, drop the book Kakashi Dono. I want you intent on what I am telling you. We already know the Hokage's orders to spy on us and see what our intentions are, so we're going to come right out and say it. Kakashi blinked a few times before closing his book with a hint of sadness. Apparently it was just getting good. Very well, you have my full undivided attention. Kakashi sighed. Well, this saves me some time, but I wonder why they would be so calm about something so serious. And why the Dono all of a sudden? To answer your mental question, Kakashi Dono, the reason we are so calm is even though you are an Anbu, there is no way you can take on 3 Jedi Masters. As for the Dono, you may be a teacher, but in essence we are teachers ourselves. I am afraid you lost me at Jedi Masters. If these kids are playing some kind of trick on me. You are familiar with time-space jutsu, correct? Well, that was interesting. I didn't know the academy even taught that as a type of jutsu. Yes, my sensei's most famous jutsu was one. I know, the Hiraishin no jutsu. Well, the best way to explain things would be like this. We are not 7 but approaching 300, and our appearance is the result of a machine functioning in many ways like a time-space jutsu. Kakashi blinked several times. This was definitely different than you were expecting, a Kakashi Dono. If it's proof you want, we will gladly demonstrate. Nazamashi nodded to Aoshi as Aoshi raised his hand, using the force to lift Kakashi into the air, only for him to poof into a log and the real Kakashi to show up behind them, slashing a kunai at Aoshi's neck. Aoshi stood there as Kakashi was suddenly frozen in mid-air, kunai extended but also frozen in place. What are you? Kakashi exclaimed, incapable of moving either arm to uncover his Sharingan eye. We Kakashi Dono are friends and will gladly let you down if you let us finish. You see, Kakashi, we could easily kill you at any time, but it's for everyone's best interest that you live. Fine. Kakashi sighed and the grip weakened and set him down slowly as he dropped his kunai. Would you at least mind explaining what on earth a Jedi is? Gladly. They are an organization from dimension we visited previously. Rei here is from that dimension. We have the ability to tap into a force known only as the Force, which in many ways is similar to this dimension's nature energy. That is the real way we read your mind, coupled with our Shingon developed over years of battle. We are capable of manipulating the minds of the weak-minded as well as generating lightning with the Force and draining life force from enemies. These only scratch the surface of our abilities. What is your purpose here, and why would you create such a story? You must admit it is rather cliché. The whole caravan thing, that is if you really mean what you are saying. Our purpose is rather simple really. Use my knowledge of this world's future to improve it while magnifying our power before moving on to the next dimension and repeating. When we leave roughly a lifetime from now, we intend on bringing any shinobi who wish to join our cause with us. Isn't that rather pointless? To gain power so you can go to another world to gain power. Only because you don't know the whole story. You see, my dimension was basically destroyed by war. I am traveling thanks to a last-ditch effort at time travel. Aoshi and his friends being here was an experiment to see if I could bring people with me. Since then we have formed an organization called the Zot, with the intention of improving the fate of the dimensions we enter. We only take with us the warriors who have lived out their lives or wish to stay with their families if they are coming with us. Who is it you intend to take with you this time? The Uchiha? The Uzumaki? As of yet it is too early to say, but I am hoping for you, Naruto, Sasuke, Jiraiya and various others. This was defiantly interesting, either a ridiculously elaborate story made up for absolutely no reason or a frightening concept. The likelihood that they were messing with him was slim. Seriously, what mind readers would create such a story for the hell of it? Then these powers were amazing. How could they not be telling the truth? Why have you come to Konoha? Well, you see, that is a combination of chance and intention. You see, in my dimension the events of this realm were on a television show called Naruto. Kakashi's sweet dropped at the ramifications should Naruto ever catch wind of this, true or not. You expect me to believe you know the future because of a show? All three nodded. I didn't believe it at first myself, but here I am. Aoshi commented. Alright then, who is the first genin team I trained? None until Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Kakashi's eye went wide as he thought of his comment the other day. Who dies when? Sarutobi dies during their first Chunin exam fighting off Orochimaru and the armies of Oto. Asuma dies at the hands of an Akatsuki, the organization Itachi joined at Sarutobi's spy. Jiraiya dies at the hands of Pain. No, not Pain. Pain, a former student of his who happens to currently lead Akatsuki while Madara pulls the strings. He raised his fingers like quotation marks for emphasis round lead. In all reality, Pain does not exist but is actually a series of 6 bodies controlled by a man named Nagato. Each body has a separate power, one of which is used to destroy Konoha in a massive explosion. Okay, that shit's too messed up to make up. Kakashi's eyes were narrow and serious till Nazamashi stopped. This was becoming quite serious. Want anything else? Alright, humor me, who is the next Hokage? Naruto. Kakashi was nearly in tears from laughing at the thought. The 5th is Tsunade. Nazamashi said flatly. Alright, I don't see any reason for you to be lying, but why would you keep this secret from the Hokage if it's this important? Despite his best intentions, we cannot risk altering the flow of major events. Otherwise my foreknowledge is meaningless. So you want to change the victors in battles but keep the battles the same? Exactly. I am afraid that we must ask you to hide this information from the Hokage for the time being. Look, if you want more proof of our intentions we would be glad to give it to you, but frankly we need to learn jutsu and sealing. We may be powerful, but it is not enough to survive the wars of this world. Especially the ones we will fight. Or we can play hardball and burn your porn collection Nazo told us about. Ray said with a sadistic smile. Okay fine, I just need to know where you stand with jutsu. Kakashi waved his hands in defense, praying they wouldn't burn his precious collection. We get the hand seals but don't have a clue with forming or molding chakra in the least. Aoshi stated, shocking both Nazamashi and Ray that he would state it so bluntly. This was Aoshi and was against his pride to do such a thing. Well then, I guess it's time for some exercises, isn't it? The next months went well for the group, especially once Kakashi finally caved in and taught them the Kage Bushin. Apparently their chakra reserves were decently large for their childlike bodies, but still nowhere near the godlike reserves Naruto boasted. Each were currently conferable, creating 10 or so before starting to feel any real strain from the jutsu. As they trained, the half-clones would read up on seals and jutsu while the other half practiced and trained. Kakashi was defiantly surprised at their resilience but figured things were strange enough with them, so why not? Kids or no kids, these would prove to be powerful allies. Ray worked largely with the fighting style she found in the library, developing it with her pyrokinesis. Her secondary Kekkei Genkai proved to enhance her abilities with fire far beyond that of normal shinobi. The fire jutsu she learned could be manipulated and magnified at her will. Aoshi on the other hand had little knowledge of ice and could only find a few books on basic ice manipulation. He worked with his ability forging ice needles as well as extra swords. The defensive walls he could generate brought a smirk to his face when thinking of the many objects he could stop with it. Sadly for him, he was mostly left to designing his own attacks with it until he could find this Haku person Nazamashi talked about. Nazamashi found his power to be the least powerful but the most interesting of the three. Well, least powerful as far as raw power goes. His ability was the absorption and manipulation of metal. He could alter the state and form of metals as well as the density. For him this meant he could create any weapon he wanted at a moment's notice. It also meant he could master a tail weapon like Sasori's without the use of chakra strings. He was more than happy with this ability. The defense added from adding metal into his body helped greatly by breaking previous physical limits. He laced his muscles and bones with a newly developed metal of his own creation. The metal was easy to manipulate but strong. Sadly he had neither the power nor the resources to utilize anything remotely as powerful as adamantium like Wolverine. He had to maintain this metal in a weaker form about as strong as a low-grade stainless steel to move properly, while he could harden it to significantly tougher standards in a few seconds. All three of them however had gained a mysterious healing rate which sealed off wounds to fend off deadly damage. With it being nowhere remotely near the phenomenal healing rate of a Jinchuriki, they all agreed that this ability wouldn't make them careless. All these healing rates seemed to revolve around their bloodlines. Nazamashi's wounds naturally filled up with metal and began regenerating properly over time. Ray would regenerate in fire cauterizing wounds instantly to prevent bleeding, while, as she would figure out by accident, fully growing back missing fingers over the course of a few days. Aoshi's was similar to Nazamashi's in filling up any wound with ice and slowly healing it over time. Part of an agreement they came to with Kakashi was that they would not use their force powers as long as they trained with him. They were happy to comply considering they were already well versed in it but could still meditate to maintain their connection with the force. As for Naruto and Sasuke, they were disappointed to find out Sarutobi still had a week's worth of paperwork to complete before he would train them. Once he was done, he left a shadow clone to sign the papers while he would train the soon-to-be prodigies. The first week was spent teaching both the Kage Bushin largely for Naruto's sake. They then continued into tree climbing and water walking to increase chakra control. Learning their elemental affinities, Sarutobi began on some basic jutsu for them. Some wind and lightning for Naruto. Then fire and lightning for Sasuke. Both boys seemed oddly connected by lightning, possibly explaining their chaotic friendship. About a year into their training, an interesting package arrived at the Hokage office with instructions for delivery to Naruto and Sasuke. That afternoon they arrived for training to an intrigued Sarutobi. "Oh, there you are, boys, it seems I have a package for you," he smiled warmly, seeing their faces light up at the thought of a present from Sarutobi-sensei. "Thanks, Gigi." "Datbeo." "What?" the Dobi said. "What did you get us?" "I am afraid I don't know. This box arrived at my office with instructions for only you two to open it." "Hey, maybe it's from Nazamashi and the others." "Nah, they are probably too busy with training to think about a Dobi like you." Sasuke smirked, knowing Naruto was about to get riled up again. God, he loved messing with the Dobi. "Now boys, whoever it's from, it's a gift and you should be thankful." Yay, let's open it. They knelt down and each pulled out a kunai to begin cutting at the large box. When they opened it they saw 2 more boxes within. Oh hell no, no, the stupid box in a box in a box shit. Box in a box shit. What are you talking about, Sasuke? You mean you've never seen this trick before? I've never got a present before, well minus free ramen every once in a while. Sasuke sighed and decided to explain it. It's where people get a really small gift and package it in all kinds of boxes so the receiver thinks it's huge and awesome. Bastard Itachi. Oh, Tem. They continued opening it and after pulling out the 2 smaller boxes they turned them over and found inscriptions to each of them. Each took their own box and began to open it, finding a specially made set of katana. Naruto's had a hilt and sheath and embroidered like a red 9-tailed fox. While Sasuke's set were very bland and unknown to him or anybody else, they looked the exact same as the grass cutter Orochimaru would have made for him. The blades were well forged and upon inspection by Sarutobi were determined to be the creations of a master swordsmith. Upon request Sarutobi took one of Sasuke's blades and took a slash at a nearby tree, slicing it clean in 2 with an effortless motion. Both boys' eyes bulged amazed at the power of the blade. Boys, it seems you need a sword sensei as well. From now on weekends will be reserved for your training with Hayate Gecko when he is not on missions. You are forbidden from handling these blades until you gain a basic knowledge of Kenjutsu. Sarutobi's stance was firm, these blades were far too powerful for students to learn with. But Sarutobi Gigi, no buts Naruto, these blades have been crafted by a skilled swordsmith and until you learn how to handle one they are as dangerous to yourselves as they would be to your opponents. Sarutobi's attention was then turned to Sasuke, who was pulling a note out of his box. Well, it'll be damned, Nazamashi made them. Sasuke was quite pleased that Nazamashi kept his promise. It was actually a little surprising, especially for them to be so well made. He what? Naruto was simply dumbfounded, having forgotten about that incident in the first place. Well, before he left he did say it was a hobby of his. By the looks of it he's been working on them all year. He says these blades conduct thunder-type chakra and channel it into a cutting blade. Hey sensei, what's Chidori? A jutsu it seems Kakashi wants to teach you later, his personal assassination jutsu. Apparently Kakashi gave the boy a few pointers. But how did he know your affiliations? Kakashi hasn't sent me anything about this. How is this possible? Oi Gigi, mine says mine conducts wine chakra. And something about a restraining seal for the Kyuubi. Give me that. Sarutobi studied the letter which described a seal Jiraiya helped them design when he stopped by a few weeks earlier. Apparently the sword was to assist in holding back the Kyuubi's power should any start to leak out. He didn't know why, but he could tell they knew something Kakashi wasn't reporting. Alright boys, for now you will train with these. He pulled out a scroll and looked down to a specific seal far down the line. When he drew blood on it he summoned 2 heavy bokken laced with some kind of metal, making them weigh nearly 20 pounds each. Both of you will summon 5 cage bushin while holding these. Practice this chop until I return. He demonstrated and left a bushin himself to monitor their practicing. It wasn't long till all 5 were doing weight training. The academy was astir with the excitement of nearly 30 potential genin. This was the day all had been longing for since they entered the academy. The students filed into class like normal with a few interesting changes. For some reason Naruto and Sasuke had come in with twin swords crossing on their backs. The most loyal fangirls knew they had been studying swordsmanship with Hayate Gecko for nearly 6 years, but this was the first any of them had seen either of the boys with actual blades. Another unusual occurrence was 3 strange kids who showed up. Most the students didn't recognize them, especially the students who failed from previous years and others who were not in the class for a select few days. The few that did remember recognized the blue kimono, the leather one, and the strange trench coat. Shikamaru however noticed a difference in them. The blue lover was wearing a mask similar to Kakashi's, the girl had a strange armguard that looked like a blade could be attached to it, and the trench coat kid was carrying what looked like an odashi. A lot had clearly changed over the past 5.5 years. Sasuke had changed out of his Uchiha shirt for gray shirt and a black leather trench coat with his arms bandaged and a strange strap around the bandages. What can I say, trench coats rock. 2 straight shirasaya worn crossed at his back but worn at the belt, both were black with a silver line drawn down the middle. On his back was a new Uchiha symbol. It was a golden phoenix rising from its own ashes. A creature rebirth in its own destruction, it symbolized the tragic events his family had gone through. It symbolized how the Uchiha had been destroyed by their own power, consumed, unable to control the flame that was the Sharingan. He had changed a lot thanks to Naruto, Sarutobi, and Hayate. Much of his arrogance and pride was still there in his personality, but he no longer let it get in the way of his training or fights. The past 6 years had developed a brother-like bond with Naruto, and much the same as Naruto's father-like bond with Sarutobi. The emo-like brooding had vanished before it had begun, much to the surprise and rejoicing of Nazamashi. Naruto seemed a little more outlandish with some strange martial arts uniform. Again like Vegito only with a black undershirt, with these strange red katana worn on his back. His hair had been spiked more than normal and had been let grow out another few inches, more like Gohan's in SSJ1 form when he is in high school. Well, in length anyway. Closing parenthesis. Naruto's personality had grown thanks to being around Sasuke and the adults. His intelligence had grown significantly with the last Uchiha backing him up in school. The teachers who hated him and gave him pointless tests ended up being forced to give him the normal exams. With a renewed self-esteem, Naruto ended up having average grades by his class standards. His abilities with ninjutsu, taijutsu, and kenjutsu had grown to at least mid-genin level and potentially chunin level, as did Sasuke's. Sarutobi expected them to be ready to pass the chunin exams on the first try. Alright, now that everyone is here, it's time to begin this year's genin exams. Iruka was very happy. This was the year most of his favorite students would most likely become genin. He was happy for them. Slightly sad they would be leaving, but happy that he was the one that got them where they are. He was in many aspects proud of this year's group. Hey Iruka-sensei, what's with the strange guys? I haven't seen them here before, are they observing us? One of the many no-name participants of the class asked, wondering why anyone new would be there on their last day of class. No, they joined this class in its first year but left on a training mission with Sharingan Kakashi. Hey, I am not that strange. Nazamashi looked around to see many people trying to figure out what's behind the mask. God, he loved how masks made people want to know what was behind them. Of course, knowing him so well, Ray knew what he was thinking and smacked him on the back of the head. As far as Iruka's statement went, a few people were surprised but most were utterly clueless as to who he was in the first place. Everybody else remembered that very random day. Alright everybody, this exam will be used to determine whether or not you are capable of becoming genin. Its results will assist in determining whether you are cut out for being a ninja, as well as the teams you will be placed on if you make the cut. The first part of this exam will be a written exam, with the second part a taijutsu test and the final portion a test of the basic academy jutsu. He began walking around placing the written portion on the students' desks. As soon as Iruka signaled the class to begin, their pencils went to work answering the various questions. Most were rather basic questions about being ninja, with the more difficult questions consisting of short answer questions like describe the uses of a kunai with respect to the daily life of a shinobi. It was a long and tedious exam, taking nearly 2 hours for most to complete. Shikamaru was of course the first to finish, leaving himself with plenty of time to sleep. Sakura was the second to finish thanks to her intelligence regardless of the vast amount wasted on fangirlism. Or at least that's how Naruto and Sasuke looked at it. Once all pencils were down, Iruka announced the beginning of the taijutsu portion. For this section they all headed down the academy's dojo and Iruka began to explain the rules for this portion. The rules are as follows. You will be paired up against one opponent and given a rating by a panel consisting of myself, Mizuki, and the Hokage. The point system has 3 points awardable by each judge. You must have a minimum of 5 points to pass this portion. You must demonstrate a taijutsu or kenjutsu form. Sword users are required to use bokken. If you forfeit before adequate performance has been shown, you fail. The match is over once a judge calls an end to the match. If you intentionally continue after a match has been called, you fail. The use of anything other than pure taijutsu or kenjutsu will result in failure. Any questions? No. Good. Begin. The first match will be Sakura versus Shikamaru. The match was rather uneventful. Sakura was rather slow and lost with a kunai to the throat. The trio were standing grouped together with Naruto and Sasuke. It seems you got my gift. Naruto smiled at his handiwork and loved the smiles on their faces when he noticed their reaction. Yay, these are sweet. Too bad the old man wouldn't give them to us till yesterday. Kept them as a graduation present. Something like that. Sasuke grew a smirk and said, I hope to fight one of you. There's no way your style can defeat mine. We will see. Nazamashi himself smirked as Iruka mentioned the next match. Next match, Aoshi Shinomori versus Hinata Hyuga. Aoshi raised his hand and spoke immediately. One moment. He walked over to grab a set of bokken but pulled out a kunai and commenced in reducing the size of the katana size sticks to that of Kodachi. Sorry, but I feel unconferable with normal katana. My weapons of choice are twin Kodachi. Iruka nodded and the fight continued. Hinata fell into a gentle fist stance as Aoshi stood crossing his blades in front of himself. Both combatants leapt forward, with Aoshi performing a cross slash at Hinata as she aimed under the attack, focusing on an important tenketsu in the leg because his upper body was too well protected with his blades. Aoshi was able to react quickly with his blades and smash her fingers away quickly and with little effort. He blocked the attack with the blade in his left hand and commenced in striking at her head diagonally with his right blade. This attack was blocked, much to the surprise of Aoshi, with a gentle fist strike to the blade with her free hand, smashing the bokken to pieces. Aoshi jumped back and smiled. Very good, but with a real blade that would have been a very foolish move. This will end with my next attack. You will not know my location even with your powerful eyes. Ryusui no Yugoki. Aoshi began running around Hinata, picking up speed as she watched him through her Byakugan. After a few moments, Aoshi had achieved such speed that he was virtually popping in and out of existence to those without any dujutsu. To Hinata herself, he was simply a blur between movement and was becoming very confusing. As she thought about what to, she felt a pain in the back of her neck as her eyes rolled up into the back of her head as she drifted into unconsciousness. Medic. A medic went over and checked Hinata before carrying her off to the sidelines to rest. Iruka raised his scorecards, 3 for Aoshi and 3 for Hinata. Next was Mizuki. They read the same. The Hokages also read the same. Both candidates did very well for Genin hopefuls. Next up was Nazamashi Mitsukoi versus Ino Yamanaka. Nazamashi walked onto the floor and bowed to Ino, who stood there. "This fight is for you, Sasuke-kun." Ino was being her normal self, trying to impress Sasuke, blowing him a kiss as she entered the stage. Nazamashi had left his blades with Rei and neglected obtaining the bokken, saying it was unfair to use kenjutsu against one without a blade. "You ready to fight, fangirl?" Nazamashi smirked behind his mask, hoping to draw her into an actual fight. A vein grew in her forehead at the statement. "You're just jealous you're not as great at Sasuke." I thought Sakura was supposed to be the one with the big forehead." Ino's eyes widened in anger as she leapt forward, throwing a punch at his face. Nazamashi was visibly smiling behind his mask as he smashed his left elbow into her punch, causing Ino to scream at the immense pain in her wrist. Continuing with one fluid motion, Nazamashi followed with raising knee to her chest, throwing Ino through the air across the arena floor. He stood waiting for her to stand from his attacks, motioning for her to bring it with his left hand. "Nezo is enjoying this way too much, isn't he, Aoshi?" Rei commented while maintaining her attention on the battle. "No, he just wants her to fight for herself and not to impress some boy." Still, she felt the degree to which he was dominating the match was going a little overboard. These were kids after all. "So will you make a real effort to fight me, or should I end this pathetic game?" If Sasuke were fighting, you would have lost already." "Perhaps, but this is a fight between you and me. In the world of shinobi there is nothing but the opposing sides, and until the battle is over, anything outside of the match is insignificant. So are you going to fight me, or continue daydreaming that a knight in shining armor is going to fight all your fights for you?" She was stunned. No one had ever dared to say something like that to her before. And yet, he was right. Was she going to be a shinobi, or was she going to sit and be a helpless maiden? "Fine," Ino screamed as she stood up and began to charge, throwing a kick to his neck. Nazamashi didn't budge even as the kick hit square on target. Ino thought as she looked on in shock at how little damage that move did. "That's impossible. My kick hit him right in the neck. He should be on the floor right now." "Now that's more like it," he muttered as he grabbed her leg and threw her across the room. Nazamashi walked forward a few steps, yanking his head from side to side, creating an audible popping sound. A few feet later he laced his fingers together and began popping them as well. "Enough with the warm-up. Enough, this match is over." The judges held the scores and both passed, with Nazamashi having a perfect 9. The next match is Sarutobi's office. "Hokage-sama Hitaki Kakashi is here for his report." "Good, send him in." Sarutobi knew this would be an interesting. For the past 6 years Kakashi had sent him reports clearly lacking in the information he had asked for. All it really included was the kind of training they were doing and some of the progress, along with some details on their techniques. Yes, Sarutobi was very glad he sent the shadow clone to act as a judge in the exam so he could see their skills firsthand. This, on the other hand, is the report he has been waiting to hear since the mission began. Kakashi stepped into the room only to be introduced by a breathtaking wave of killing intent radiating directly from the Hokage himself. "Damn, I knew I should have made those reports more detailed. Kakashi, I thought I told you to report on what the boys did and what they were like, not what they worked on. I wanted them to progress, yes, but there is no way in hell 1 paragraph of their basic practices a week is what I asked for." Hey, I can explain." Kakashi choked out, hoping the powerful old man wouldn't kill him where he stood. Oh, how well he knew he could. "This better be good." Sarutobi laced his fingers and rested his chin on his thumbs, with the rest of his fingers partially covering his mouth. "Well, you see, once we got to the Fourth's house I decided to test their current abilities. Not much longer they told me that they knew why you sent me with them." Sarutobi had expected this at some point, but the first day part made his eye twitch a bit. "They stopped me and decided to explain some things about themselves first." What exactly were these things? Well, at least he could get everything he needed from this encounter, and seeing one of his top Anbu captains squirming like this was well worth seeing. Before I continue, I must say a few things in their defense. Defense. This can't be good if they need defending. Proceed. In the time I have come to know them, I know a few things about them that I believe should be paramount in your decisions regarding them. These people are among the few I would entrust my life completely and without thought. They are loyal and trustworthy and would never do anything which would potentially harm the innocent. Over the past few years they have become far more than simply students. They have become trustworthy friends like I had when my team was alive. Kakashi's statement was warm and heartfelt. Despite how corny it may have sounded, it was true. They were not the kids Sarutobi believed them to be, and Kakashi knew it firsthand. This is good. Even if they don't care about the village, they will be loyal to Kakashi. With that said, I must say they hold no true loyalty to any one nation. Their loyalty in the end lies with their values and their friends. They are loyal to Konoha largely because of you and the many kind shinobi who reside within Konoha. Anyone who upholds their values will have an ally of such raw power that enemies will cower in fear of their name. Those who oppose it, I believe, will find their ruin to be swift and unforgiving. This was most certainly shocking. What children could be spoken of in this manner? Even Itachi never received praise like this till he joined Anbu. You speak of them as if they were gods. This is most unlike you, Kakashi. Even you never spoke this way of the Yondaime. Kakashi looked to the ground, hoping Sarutobi wouldn't take what he was about to say too hard. What they do is for the sake of this world. It is for this reason I must beg you do not pursue any further explanation of our actions. Sarutobi immediately stood from his chair, screaming his next words. This is ridiculous, Kakashi. What in the name of the Shinigami could have you so spooked for you to speak in this manner? These are children, granted abnormal, but children nonetheless. They know of the future, a future so dark before the light emerges that all will seem hopeless. They are no mere children, and their plan to save us will only work if we do not interfere. Kakashi had heard the story of this world. There were many nights they would sit around a campfire and Nazamashi would tell them the events of this world as they would come. Some were quite frightening, especially the way he was supposed to die. Save us. Sarutobi was absolutely dumbfounded at Kakashi's words. Knowing the future. How the hell could 3 children know the future? Even if they could, what sort of supposedly inevitable catastrophe could possibly spook an Anbu enough to hide information from a cage? They have only requested that I keep the information from you. I am sorry, Master Sarutobi, but all I will permit myself to say is they only know one line of time. If anyone were to change anything major, their knowledge would be useless. For that reason I must refuse to answer anything further. I am sorry. Sarutobi's pipe fell from his mouth as he looked on in shock. What could he have seen for such a result? This is one of his most trusted shinobi sitting here begging not to divulge information on 3 children. This knowing the future part was most troubling. Very well, Kakashi. If you trust them this much, then I have no choice but to trust you as well. Sarutobi stood up as he received information on the exams from his clone, making an interesting note about Nazamashi's encounter with Ino. But if anything they do results in the ruin of Konoha, it will fall on your head. Thank you, Sarutobi-sama. It was an awful burden to carry, but he knew it must be done. Answer me one thing though. Sarutobi asked as Kakashi was about to turn to leave. Sir, how strong are they? I have the other 2 pushing Chunin level and possibly Junin material within a year or 2. How strong are they? I have never seen their true ability, but what I can say is their Kenjutsu coupled with their speed was more than enough to take me down in their first real test. They had no clue of jutsu before, but now they know upwards of 100 jutsu apiece, and Nazamashi's Fuinjutsu skills could surpass Jiraiya's one day. Best estimate, I would say they could give the Sannin a good run for their money if they pulled all the stops. Perhaps not with their jutsu skills, but with their bloodlines and speed I have no doubt in my mind. Cage level at their age. Kakashi, this is nonsense. I assure you it is true. They yield abilities and bloodlines of such power it is unspeakable. Remember Itachi. Can you tell me, these bloodlines? Sarutobi was quite serious. It wasn't very often potentially new bloodlines joined the village, certainly not ones like that. Nazamashi's body has the unique ability to absorb metal and add it to his physical build-up. Anything he has absorbed can be manipulated or controlled with relatively little difficulty. At this point, controlling numerous objects or very large ones is a great strain for his body and chakra reserves. Still, his physical ability and chakra levels are far beyond normal. His physical ability is greatly enhanced by his metal bones and muscles. He is intensely strong, and he can use his ability to control metal to enhance his speed and reaction times to well above what most normal people are capable of. In short, his body is superhuman. I would place his healing rate with any assistance at the equivalent of having a medic nin working on him. If he wants to, he can regenerate lost limbs or reattach anything he loses, given enough time and chakra. It takes a great deal of chakra, but unless it's instantly fatal, he can probably regenerate it, assuming he is willing to use that much chakra. Exactly how much chakra? Enough to have killed me a few years ago. So his reserves are that large. How can his body handle it? That isn't quite so abnormal. Some of the books they brought along held some interesting techniques for increasing chakra reserves. Some are a little dangerous, but just like Naruto's body can handle the Kyuubi's energy, so can anyone's grow to hold their own. Using the techniques, I myself have more than tripled my reserves since training with them. I want those books as soon as possible. Understood. Tripling a Junin's chakra levels, now that was interesting. Sarutobi remembered something about a book like that from his training with the Nadaime, but somehow it had been misplaced years ago. He had assumed it was lost or destroyed since it wasn't part in the Forbidden Vault. Yes sir, they are part of the library after all. Why they were labeled in the section they were I don't know, but I will retrieve it as soon as possible. I returned it this morning. Anyway Rei, she is pyrokinetic. Her ability with fire is well beyond anything I have very seen. Her Kaiden Jutsu burn is hotter than any I have ever seen used. Then she can control it. Given enough emotion she can create fire without the use of chakra. Her strength is ridiculous for someone her age. Not quite up to Nazamashus, but it's certainly enough to harm him, even with his metal body. We have been using weight training as I have told you in my messages. The Hokage simply glared at Kakashi with a serious face, not that happy with all Kakashi had left out in his messages. The best way to describe her is a kind person with a hot temper when you figure out what annoys her. The more emotional she gets, the less control she has over her power. When she's calm and collected, the degree and speed at which she can use her powers would frighten most fire users. Fire swords, shuriken, kunai, arrows, can be created in such number at such a rate that it is hard to keep up. She can fly for a short period of time by producing a significant amount of fire at her feet. All I can really say is just don't get her mad. I wouldn't be surprised if she could take out a good portion of the Konoha if you got her mad enough. How is she managing this anger? It's nothing like that sir. Konoha will have nothing to fear so long as it doesn't go around killing their friends. Whoever does is screwed over. I think I get it. Continue. Then there's Aoshi. He's calm and driven, more so than Nazamashi, at least in calmness. His ability is ice. His powers are much like Reese. He can manipulate temperatures to a respectable degree without chakra. Larger skills and more devastating ones consume a ridiculous amount of chakra. Both have done similar chakra training. I must say the chakra training at such a young age is far more effective than it is for a fully developed body. As for his skills, most seem to be icy versions of Reese, though he is a bit more skilled with a sword, not that it would do him much good against her. I am going to dread asking this, Sarutobi stated while rubbing his forehead. Their weaknesses. Well, I wouldn't try it, but I guess that wouldn't hurt anything. Nazamashi is of course metal, so any jutsu that could cause accelerated rusting would probably hurt him. Other than that, all you could really do is hit him hard and fast, though he would probably seal or avoid most the stuff you throw at him. Concentrate damage at the vital points, particularly the heart and brain. Unless you can wear down his stamina or make him to something stupid and waste all his chakra, then instant death is the way to go. Not that it's anything I could do. Their mind-reading ability is extraordinary. The obvious vulnerability for Rei is water, lots of it. If you can't get in a sneak attack with a sweetened jutsu, then she will simply evaporate it. She also heals a bit faster than normal, and uses her ability to seal any major wounds to prevent bleeding. She has taken a great fancy to medical jutsu and is well on her way to rivaling Tsunade. Granted, she will need a great many years worth of training to be on par with her. Aoshi fills his wounds with ice to prevent bleeding. He has also learned some water-based healing techniques, but his are most self-healing techniques like Nazamash's. All would prove exceedingly difficult to assassinate. Together I don't think all of Anbu could stop them. Like your students, they are essentially a three-man army. I can only assume their allies are no different. Are you sure you are not under a genjutsu? You must admit this is all rather crazy, even in this world. I assure you, I am as sane as the day I became Junin. I have checked myself several times with my eye and I can say with 100% accuracy. I am not under the effect of any illusion. Then we must make it a point to keep them as our allies. Could you explain what these values you say they hold? They believe strongly in the ideal that killing one evil can save 1,000 innocents. They are very forgiving and try to find the good in others but destroy anything they consider evil without remorse. To them the value of an innocent life is priceless, and the possibility of returning one caught in darkness to the light is a rare and worthwhile opportunity. If they see a glimpse of good in someone, they would work day and night until they can bring them out of their despair and eliminate anything holding them to their sins. You are dismissed, Kakashi. I will call for you if I can think of anything else. That settles it. These are no children, but what are they? The Hokage tapped his foot below his desk and pulled out a hidden bottle of sake. I am going to need a bigger bottle. Back at the academy, the taijutsu portion was finally over and everyone was excited for the final portion to be underway. For many, especially the ones who failed the taijutsu portion miserably, this was their last opportunity to become genin without repeating this year. Now they were all back in Iruka's classroom awaiting the final portion of the test. Alright, now that everyone is here, it's time for the final portion of the test. For this portion you will come to the front of the class and henge into one person selected by me. Afterwards you must create at least 3 viable bushin. One student raised his hand with a question. Yes Naruto, what is it? Can they be Kage bushin? Stop joking around Naruto, that's a Junin level jutsu. Sensei. Sarutobi sensei taught it to Naruto. His chakra levels are far above normal and are so high that creating normal clones are near impossible for him. Sasuke, alright fine, but if you're joking you fail. Naruto grinned with satisfaction knowing he would pass for sure. Now Choji Akamaiki. Choji came down and performed the necessary jutsu before returning to his seat and opening a new bag of chips. Things progressed down the line with everyone worth mentioning performing them perfectly. In fact, all 5 students who knew the Kage Bushin used it instead of the normal one since it was acceptable. Finally, after the entirety of the class had gone, it was Naruto's turn. He slowly walked down to the floor, earning a few annoyed looks from various fangirls wondering why Sasuke never stood up for them in anything. The mental questions should have been self-answering. They simply never did anything worth backing up. Alright, Naruto, transform into the Hokage. Alright sensei, watch this. A poof of smoke appeared and there stood a perfect replica of the Sandaime Hokage. Very good Naruto, the detail is very accurate. Now on to the Bushin. Naruto smirked, loving the prank he was about to pull. Hihi Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Suddenly shadow clones of Naruto adorned the room, standing on desks, sitting on heads and bursting the seams of the room out into the hall. A struggling Iruka struggled to breath as he forced out, alright Naruto, enough already. And with that the hundreds of clones burst from existence, permitting everyone to breath again. Little did Naruto know his little prank also knocked Hinata out with Naruto overload. Now that I can breath again, Iruka glanced coldly at Naruto for a moment. Everyone who passed, come forward and receive your headbands. Tomorrow you will report outside the main gate to the academy to receive your team assignments. Good luck. With that everyone was filing out of the room, heading home. Well, most everyone. Sakura was hanging back, bugging Ino about what happened in the exam. Guess that means you're going to stop chasing Sasuke-kun. No chance, forehead girl. All that meant was I could stand up for myself. I don't know why, but when he said that, something clicked. How am I supposed to become a strong Konoichi if I am always making the excuse that Sasuke will save me? Well, I guess you have a point there. Besides, I think I figured out something. Sasuke said, oh my god, you talked to him alone. Come on, what did he say? It's nothing he said to me, he said it in class one day not too long ago. He said to leave him alone till we could gain his respect. Not too long ago. I don't remember anything like that. I didn't either, but when that guy said what he did, it made me remember. What if Sasuke is annoyed by us constantly chasing after him? Oh come on Ino, it's Sasuke, he's always saying stuff like that. Have you ever wondered if he meant it? Not too far away a figure was clinging to a ceiling by his feet, dangling from the rafters, listening to the chatter. Good, at least one of them is thinking. Funny though Sakura would have been the first to figure it out. He mumbled to himself so no one else could hear. He soon sensed a figure approaching. Sasuke, didn't think I would see you out here. I wanted to say congrats on graduating, you really did a number on Ino. We got quite a kick out of it. Sasuke smirked, remembering the event. Yay, but at least she's thinking. Like I care. Come on, I can sense you like one of them, and by the looks of it the one is Sakura. Sasuke tried to cover a light blush before regaining control of himself. I knew it. Oh come on, like I would fall for that banshee. She's only a banshee because she is too caught up in her fangirlism. If only she wasn't so annoying. Hopefully Ino's little revelation may get her thinking. Your mind reading is so annoying. I know, don't you love it? Nazamashi gave a massive grin, rivaling one of Naruto's best. By the way, she's on your team. She's what? Not too far away a pink-haired Konoichi sneezed as she heard a faint scream off in the distance. What was that about? I hope nobody's talking about me. So who's my sensei? Trying to change the subject, huh? Shut up. Okay, sorry, so touchy. Anyway, it's Kakashi. The guy you trained with, why not Hayate? My group has him. You get Kakashi because of his Sharingan. Oh, Sharingan Kakashi, I forgot about that title. Any clue how he got it? His team captain was the Yondaime. His teammates were Obito and Ren. Obito was an Uchiha and Ren was a medic nin. It's sad, but Obito was a lot like Naruto. They lost him on a mission when Kakashi wanted to complete the mission instead of saving Ren, who got captured. In the end they were together again, but Obito got trapped under a boulder from an earth jutsu. So Obito died. What happened? Did Kakashi take it for himself? Sounds like a power-hungry bastard to me, not wanting to save his friend. Kakashi had recently become a Junin and Obito was the only one not to give him a promotion present. When Obito laid there dying, his last wish was for Ren to transplant the newly formed Sharingan into the eye socket where Kakashi lost his left eye earlier in the battle. He was a very abnormal Uchiha. Reluctantly she agreed. Still, it drains his chakra rapidly when he uses it and he cannot deactivate it, so he always wears his head protector over his left eye. He's not one to say so, but the reason he is always late is because he daily mourns the loss of his best friend Obito, visiting the grave every morning. I suggest you try to be an hour late when it's not urgent. He will always be. Sasuke's sweat dropped at the last statement. You mean the guy's always late? Sasuke placed particular stress on always, praying it wasn't that bad. Every morning. Then why doesn't he set a later time or visit at night? No clue. You have got to be kidding me, you're the mind reader. Nazamashi smiled. I lied, I just want tell it's for you to figure out. Nazamashi gave a big toothy grin beneath his mask and poofed away. Grr. Somewhere in the northern regions of Rain Country a lone figure was walking through a heavy storm clutching a scroll in his left hand. His clothes were stained with blood from head to toe and the rain caused a stream of blood to trail behind him. This was not his blood, it was the blood of the dead whose heads were sealed within the scroll the man carried in his left hand. He walked on through the endless thunderstorm as the trail of blood began to lessen. After nearly 4 hours of walking further north he noticed a border marker followed closely by a large hut. A shelter from the storm which carried over from Rain Country into the borderland of Earth. The drenched figure knocked on the door not knowing exactly what to expect from this place. Some let him in without question, some did thinking it was a joke, and others simply turned him away. A few seconds passed and a slide opened in the door. 2 eyes peered through the hole trying to recognize the knocker before letting him in. The gaze left the hole and closed the slide not noticing anyone there only for another knock to come as soon as it shut. Down here. The man behind the door opened the slide once again and looked down noticing a kid with his head covered by a straw hat. Go away kid, this isn't the place for children. He then slammed the hatch shut and walked back to his seat to wait for the next to enter. That is, until the singing of a blade alerted him to a set of slices which struck with enough force to cause the door to explode. The so-called kid walked through the dusty remnants of the door immediately looking around for the counter to turn in his catch. Hey kid, you don't belong here, the door guard screamed as he charged the young boy. Says who? The boy's eyes were hidden beneath the hat, but were they visible it would have been obvious how idiotic it was to argue with him. Says me and all the other respectable bounty hunters here, there's no way you could have any worthwhile heads, so leave before I kick you out. The wind blew through the open door, knocking off the kid's hat revealing long red hair and a cross-shaped scar on his left cheek. The image did not last long for the guard, for the next thing he noticed was the intense pain of his body being thrown against the nearest wall and passing out. So who's going to take these heads from me? His eyes were dark and jagged, hardened like an old shinobi just after war. It was actually rather frightening simply looking at his face, even more frightening having seen what he did to their bouncer with such little effort. Places like this had reputations for having strong bouncers. It was simply necessary with the number of high-level heads that got turned in here. A few interested faces turned and began whispering to each other, hey, isn't that the Omegakure genin that went rogue a few weeks ago? The description matches, last I heard he's been going around killing off all kinds of high-price heads. You'd think the guy were a Junin. Seriously, how high? A third at the same table asked with an increasing interest. Mostly a rank heads over 10 million. It's just a rumor, but I heard he actually took down Junbo no Suda, Junbo of the Crushing Blow, using a yen-ish system, so that's more like 100,000 in dollars. Closing parenthesis. Junbo, you can't mean the one with the S-class bounty? Yay, that's the one. I heard Junbo actually made sport of killing off Anbu. All 3 men at this point were visibly sweating. If the reports were true, this kid was ruthless and bloodthirsty. It wasn't often you ran into born killing machines, people like Zabuza Momochi or Itachi Uchiha, or who earned A and S rank bounties before most shinobi were making their first kills. When you did, it was usually best to run. They tended to leave strings of destruction in their path, usually with high collateral damage. When they didn't, that's when they got really scary. Damn, the kid walked over to the bar and asked if they had any tea. Luckily for him they did. Most alcohol lovers didn't know why, but there were plenty of bounty hunters who much preferred tea, but for some reason it seemed to sell pretty well. He sat down sipping his tea as the tenant processed the 4 heads he turned in, paying no attention to the conversations of the others. Hey Sausk, what is it they are calling him? If it's true, he's got to have a title, right? It was true. Anyone worth mentioning had a title. Junbo's came from his time as a Junin from Kumogakure. The guy could supposedly fight on par with any of the 7 swordsmen of the mist before turning traitor after a dispute with some black ops. Ever since, he had been going around killing off any Anbu he could find. Hitokiri Batuse, apparently his sword skills are unspeakably powerful. A large figure wearing a black cape covered in red clouds slammed his hand on the table. Any clue why he's joined the hunt? The large man with stitches all over his face asked with thoughts of recruiting such a powerful child. His master would be most pleased to retrieve another powerful pawn. In all seriousness, he was hoping another hunter like himself could join and get rid of his pathetic excuse of a partner. The annoying religious nut simply had no regard for good money. Nnnnnoia. The large man was growing impatient and smashed the table. Oi kid, what's your purpose? The kid took another sip of his tea before slightly turning his head to the side. Jinchuriki, one killed a good friend of mine. It was stated coldly as if he wanted the bowls of hell to open up and swallow the offender. Really now? The large Akatsuki member pulled his hand out of the broken table and walked over to him. Using the head money to find him or you have any information on the five-tail? The eyes were cold and heartless, eyes of a hardened warrior having seen years of endless battle, pain and suffering. Fitting for a potential Akatsuki. No, but you're going to join us. He placed his hand on the kid's shoulder as a man with a massive scythe stood up. Oi Kakuzu, drop the kid and let's get out of here, these places annoy me. There's no point if you won't let me sacrifice anyone here. The boy's eye twitched at the last statement and the glimmering of a slicing blade caught the eye of Hidan as Kakuzu's body was locked in two from the right thigh to the left side of his neck. The speed and power of the strike stunned Hidan but left him smirking when hundreds of black tendrils sprouted from Kakuzu's remains, pulling himself back together again. Too bad, kid, we can't be killed. Several bounty hunters snuck out of the building knowing things were going to turn bad. They were stopped when two more Akatsuki members were standing just outside the only exit. One was large, blue and shark-like with a massive grin as if he were about to have a massive killing spree. His partner stood quiet and emotionless as his red eyes glowed in the shadow of the building. I must say, kid, your skills are rather good for one so young, but compared to us you're nothing. I am not one to be used. His eyes darted around the room skillfully, analyzing his best escape route. You don't have much a choice. The blue giant spoke up at the door as the lesser bounty hunters cowered in fear while others simply sat drinking their beer. It didn't matter how strong a bounty hunter was, if you started, you learned the big bounties. Even armatures could tell there were 4 S-class heads in the room with one well on his way to it, and none of them wanted to be around for the likely fight. The red-haired boy sheathed his blade, looking to the ground. That's better, now let's talk. Kakuzu moved closer as a deadly voice sounded from the small boy. No. The voice coming from the Batuse was colder than before, harsher and sickened with the men. He lowered his body, holding the blade to at his left side, and flicked it out of the sheath with this thumb. A streak of light was all that could be seen leaving the sheath as an afterimage. It created a V-shaped path through Kakuzu's body and continued through Hidan's side and even further through his body, though the room and finally colliding with intense force against Kisame's Samahata. The force of the strike cratered Kisame's feet into the ground as Kisame kept himself stationary, using chakra to cling to the ground. Electricity hung in the air where the blade had passed but was sucked from the air by the Samahata, causing the Batuse to pull back in shock. His eyes held confusion, wondering how the blade remained intact after that strike and how it had absorbed his electrical blade enhancement. Hee, that's good boy, my Samahata is just itching to shave a few inches off of ya. Kisame chuckled in his strange way as he spoke, lifting Samahata back onto his shoulder before smashing it into the ground before the Batuse. He jumped back, taking note of how easily the shark man wielded his massive blade. As Hidan and Kakuzu pulled themselves back together, the Batuse was preparing to make another deadly strike but found himself trying to figure out what the hell was happening when the shark man suddenly turned into crows along with everything around him, turning the entire area a strange forest. Hundreds upon hundreds of crows flew at him as he cut them down, as most burst into smoke, while others split in two and formed new crows, and others revealed themselves to be shuriken. The crows flew back a ways and flocked together, forming a massive head, the head of Itachi Uchiha. It is over, Batuse, your fate is sealed. This is clearly genjutsu, you won't beat me that easily. Itachi closed his eyes for a moment and exhaled a deep breath. You have two choices: join us and we will assist you in your revenge. Refuse and you will die here and now. What if I don't want to join you? You don't have much choice. It wasn't many seconds later when the Batuse lost consciousness with a chop to the back of his neck by Kisame's Samahata. I see why Leader Sama wants him so badly. Hehehehe, he puts up quite a fight for a kid. His swordsmanship rivals yours and his speed is one to be reckoned with. Itachi commented. You're telling me he took 2 hearts with him, that brat? Yup, Kakuzu was pissed. Not many people could take that many hearts from him in a battle. For a kid to do it was embarrassing, sickening to a point he wanted to snap the kid's neck over his knee. What's worse, he did with his first strike. That shit's blade hurts like hell. You should just let me sacrifice him to Jashin and be done with it. Hidan was equally angry with the boy. Thanks to the brat he would need a new scythe, and for some reason his left hand was moving when he tried to move his right hand. Kakuzu, you bastard, you connected my nerves backwards. It's the jutsu he used with his sword. My arms are doing the same. You're lucky I stitched you back correctly. That's enough, Hidan. Kakuzu, pain wants him. His hate for the Gobi is strong. Convincing him to join us will be unproblematic once we get him to the base and set him off to find what he wants. Itachi, did you just say that much, at one time? They were so surprised by Itachi's abnormal amount of speech they completely forgot that Itachi had said pain wanted the kid. They were still utterly clueless at the fact they were trying to recruit someone Itachi's group was assigned to get. Hidan found himself with a kunai in his forehead between the eyes. Guayu, Itachi, what the hell? Hidan immediately pulled the kunai out in annoyance. Hehehe, I love having him as a partner. Kisame chuckled while speaking, as was his usual manner. Frankly, he simply loved watching Itachi make fools of everybody. Let's go, Itachi stated coldly as Kisame grabbed Kenshin's unconscious body up by the leg and slung him over his back. In a Megakure, Amikage-sama, there is a genin to see you, a Kaoru Kamiya. Send her in. He watched in his office as the girl entered with worry plastered all over her face. Ah, Kaoru, what can I help you with? Amikage-sama, I just got the message about Kenshin. Is it true? Did he really leave? She was on the verge of tears, and for good reason. Yes, I am afraid it is true. He left while Kenji and yourself were out on that mission. But why would he? I am sorry, but I had to label him a missing nin. Listen, Kaoru, don't worry, I am sure he will return. You see, while you were on that mission, a friend of yours came here seeking refuge from a man. While here he was killed by a Jinchuriki. We can only assume the Jinchuriki was the man he was hiding from. Kaoru clasped her hand over her mouth in shock, not sure what to say. But, then, who, why? Why would he leave? When I told Kenshin what happened, he went after the Jinchuriki. Look, I have him listed so the Anbu will try to return him alive. I know he wouldn't turn against the country that easily. He is a strong one, your Kenshin. He has made quite a name for himself in the past few weeks. Name? What are you talking about? They are calling him Hitokiri Batuse, a genin wielding such skill he has already turned in over 20 missing nin heads at bounty stations. Most if not all of them are in our bingo books, so I know he is loyal, but still he has left on a mission against the will of a Megakure and must be returned. Please let me go find him, maybe I can. Kaoru, the Amikage side, I am sorry, but I cannot permit you to be involved. He has shown his skill to be far greater than most Chunin, and by the reports he is probably high Junin level. It simply doesn't make any sense to send a genin to find an A and possibly S-class missing nin. Now I have paperwork to do, we can talk later, okay? Yi. Yes, Amikage-sama. With that, Kaoru left the room and went home satisfied with her ruse. Good luck infiltrating them, my Shinta. After she was far enough away, a strange plant-like creature emerged from a black portal-like opening in the floor within the Amikage's office. Report, Zetsu. You were right about the boy. Were Hidan and Kakuzu not immortal, they would be dead. Yes, very scary. His speed is wow. I see. Well, those two are too lax in their immortality anyway. They never bother dodging anything. Ooh, from what I saw they were cut in two before either one could blink. Yes, his speed is most interesting. Even Itachi had trouble keeping up with his eyes. His standard speed is on par with a high-level Shunshin. Now that is interesting. Well, Itachi will convince him whether he wants to or not. He will prove to be a powerful ally. Want to see the results, leader? No, Itachi has matters under control. You need to check up on Sasori. Orochimaru's unofficial replacement seems to be causing him some problems. Ah, I wanted to see. Yes, sir. Zetsu then melded back into the ground the same way he came in. An Akatsuki base the next morning. Itachi had just been woken by some infernal noise. Blasted Kisame, how many times have I told him to stay quiet in the mornings? Itachi got up and dressed, exhausted from another long and annoying nightmare. Apparently the plant freak Zetsu was giving him nightmares again. Though having a shark for a partner didn't help much either, no matter how well they got along when away from the others. Rubbing his head just above the eyes for relief from his seemingly chronic morning headaches, Itachi made his way to the larger room where Kisame was apparently making this infernal noise. When Itachi opened the door to the room, his eyes opened wide in shock and surprise at the strange and unexpected image before him. What the hell are you two doing? Yup, they had woken him up. Given it was from another nightmare, but they had woken him up from his well-needed sleep, and for what, you may ask? They woke him up by playing chess. How in the name of God can you make so much noise playing chess? A kid and a shark, man. Did we even have a chess set? Wait, we have a chess set. Oh God, Kisame, don't tell me you snuck pot into my tea again. Kenshin and Kisame looked at each other, double-taking to Itachi a few times before going back to their game. The strange part was neither of them knew how to play chess. They were playing it more like checkers with chess pieces, while Kisame took great enjoyment in smashing the dead pieces. What was his problem? Kenshin asked, having got to know Kisame decently well over the past 2 hours they had been up playing this horribly deformed game of checkers. You got me there. I only did the pot thing as a joke once to see if he would lighten up. Next thing I know, he's telling me about being a spy for Konoha and actually saving his brother. Hey, my life has been fun ever since. Hell, the only reason I joined is for the good fights. I was miserable till I got Itachi to talk. You remind me so much of Sano that you do. Kenshin grinned and poured out some more tea into his cup before making his next move. Itachi had spent the next few hours looking at himself in the mirror, trying to figure out if Kisame had done anything to him or not. Kenshin and Kisame on the other hand just talked and crushed more chess figures which seemed to pop out of nowhere. Little did they know one of Peen's summons was becoming very pissed off at all of his handcrafted chess pieces vanishing all of a sudden. Alright, so you're the one Jiraiya told me about, right? The one coming here to help me forgive myself and everything. Oro. Itachi had suddenly come into the room once again, only for Kenshin to miss almost everything he said. After a moment of processing, Kenshin simply smiled, said I was, but after what Kisame has told me you don't need it anymore, that you don't. Thank God, if I ever hear one of those lectures again it will be too soon. Itachi walked over to a couch and plopped down, sighing and rubbing his temples in exhaustion. Nightmare. He's had the same one every few days since our last meeting with Pain. What happens? Sasuke welcomes me home and when I get there I am tackled by dozens of nephews and nieces who hate me. Itachi shuddered as he thought of the most horrifying detail: they all have strange pink hair. Oh god, the pink hair, so much pink. In the background I see Zetsu laughing in both voices at the same time. Here he goes again, here's when it gets really good. One thought passed through Kenshin's mind. Kisame seriously needs a better hobby that he does. Itachi's eyes went wide as if he were reliving it again. No, no, no. Not her, not her, not the face. He turned and ran, trying to escape from his mental horrors as he covered his face only to hit a wall and knock him out. Yay, frankly I think Madara put a genjutsu on him. What the hell a pink-haired girl and Zetsu has to do with it I don't want to know, huh? Kisame looked across the table, noticing he had accidentally knocked out Kenshin in some unknown way. Great, it's quiet again. I hate the quiet. I wonder if Itachi got those chips he likes again. Yay, his face will be priceless if he finds them in the sink covered in milk. And thus Kisame went on doing the strange things your average blue man shark does, with a few hours of free time and a cupboard full of your partner's favorite chips and a few gallons of milk. God, he hated milk. Chapter notes. Sorry for making those two look like complete idiots, but I couldn't help it. I prefer Kisame like that to the way he is in the show. I don't know why, I simply do. They will be somewhat quirky when not around the other Akatsuki, but not quite to this point. And yes, Kenshin will be traveling with those two, training to be Akatsuki until they potentially retrieve Orochimaru's ring. GGRRRR, oh come on. Where is Kakashi-sensei? He said to meet us here 2 hours ago. Geez, even you didn't show up here till an hour ago. Naruto ranted after having paced back and forth for nearly an hour. I told you to do the same. Nazamashi told me Kakashi's chronically late. How could he forget so quickly? Seriously, I told him yesterday. Sasuke was more annoyed with Naruto's forgetfulness than he was with Kakashi's tardiness. Of course, it was simply going to be that kind of day. Naruto, will you stop complaining? You're annoying, Sasuke. Cha, that'll show that blonde show-off. Sakura, Sasuke stated in an annoyed tone. Something was obviously getting on his nerves, and whatever it was, it had flown right by her. Hearing her name called by her beloved had removed any thoughts of him being annoyed with anything. She couldn't even tell that she was the one he was annoyed with. Yes, Sasuke-kun, the fangirl chirped, plucking herself out of the angry mood she had been in only a moment before. Naruto had to wonder if she was severely bipolar or something. The way her moods fluctuated from one extreme to another at a moment's notice was going to be a pain for the team, no matter how you looked at it. Shut up. The dead pin received precisely the desired effect, a few moments of silence. At least, that's what occurred for about half a second. What would have been a welcomed moment of silence was instantly shattered by Naruto and his generally loud nature. That's right, you tell her, Sasuke. This had Sakura shocked. Naruto was the one being annoying, wasn't he? Who was he to tell her the same thing she had told him only moments ago, and get away with it? But Sasuke, isn't he being annoying? Right now you're the one being annoying. I am used to Naruto because I've trained with him for 6 years. Frankly, he has earned my respect, and until you do, you have no right to fight on my behalf. Sasuke was far from the brooding emo that he was meant to be, but was in a very serious mood due to the sheer annoyance he was experiencing. Though he would never admit it out loud, the girl was, the term he supposed most would use, as pretty, but all such emotions aside, she was still a shrieking banshee with an attitude to match. It was a difficult position for Sasuke's mind to rationalize. On one hand, he couldn't help but feel strange towards her, yet at the same time he couldn't help but loathe every moment within her general vicinity. But now that was something. She was finally speechless. Sasuke liked that, at least for the flittering seconds until the door squeaked and Kakashi finally walked in. It's about time you finally got here. Sakura quickly diverted the embarrassing situation over to Kakashi's tardiness, hoping Sasuke would forget the matter. Gomen, you see, a sword lodged itself in the wall next to Kakashi, causing him to turn to the blade and sweat drop. He knew in an instant that this was one of the blades Nazamashi had made. It looked all too familiar, and the way it lodged itself into the wall left no room to mistake it for another. Like the many he had seen his new allies use, it was yet another masterpiece of craftsmanship. I don't want to hear it, let's go get some missions already. Naruto screamed, bolting from his seated position and fondling the hilt of his own sword with his left hand. He was simply itching to finally use the blade in a real fight. This much was apparent even to Sakura, who took notice of the strange action. She had to wonder what strange and unusual things they had been taught for the blonde to caress his blade in such a manner. It reminded her of a brown, bun-haired girl that worked at a weapon shop she visited not too long ago. The girl was frankly frightening with her knowledge of weapons of every sort. Come to think of it, she did the exact same thing when Sakura asked her about some kunai in a case. The thought of the horrible explanation that issued still haunted her to this day. Well, he certainly is the lively one. Well, my first impression, you three are annoying. Meet me on the roof in 5 minutes. Kakashi then poofed away for the 3 potential genin to follow. Unlike her teammates who had seen this sort of exit dozens if not hundreds of times, Sakura was bug-eyed for a moment trying to comprehend where their sensei went. A few minutes later they all sat on the roof with Sasuke looking over the edge of the building wondering if he will ever be powerful enough to defeat Madara. Naruto was simply longing for some ramen and Sakura was daydreaming about her Sasuke. Alright, now that we're all here, why don't you all introduce yourselves? I guess I'll start. I am Kakashi Hitokiri. My likes and dislikes, I guess I don't really feel like telling you right now. My goals for the future, I don't really feel like telling you those either. As for my hobbies, I have a lot of hobbies. All 3 potential genin sweat dropped thinking all he told us was his name. WL, what about you in the strange get-up? Kakashi pointed to Naruto wondering where the hell the kid got such a gaudy costume. He guessed it had to be better than the rumored orange jumpsuit. God, that was awful. Me, I am Naruto Uzumaki. I like ramen, training, and fighting strong opponents. I hate judgmental idiots. My hobbies are training, sparring, eating ramen, learning jutsu and, that's it. My dream is to be the greatest Hokage ever and make sure nobody grows up the way I did before the old man started training me. Thank God, he's toned down a lot since the last time I saw him. The last thing I need is a hyper-prank obsessed idiot with I wonder if there's a diagnosis for that. Kakashi's mind ended up flying away on a tangent, attempting to place the name of the psychosis Naruto likely had. The thought was actually a bit frightening. Seriously, most people were more than freaked out by the concept of Jinchuriki. The thought of a legally psychotic Jinchuriki was much worse. You have got to be kidding me, I thought all he thought about was ramen. Sakura thought, having completely missed the portion of the academy that had anything to do with Naruto. Alright, you're up, Pinky. Okay, well, I am Sakura Haruno. I like. She looked over at Sasuke and giggled, trying to feebly to restrain her excitement. My dreams for the future are, she repeated the previous embarrassing emotion. My hobbies are, wash, rinse and repeat. My hates are, Naruto. Well, that's harsh, Naruto grumbled, shrugging it off as he changed his seating position, now leaning back and slouching with his arms behind his head. Sasuke couldn't help but smirk at Naruto's lax attitude towards the insult. Of course he had to admit, the guy had heard it 1,000 times or better. You're up, Ibiki clone. A look of shock and fright adorned Sasuke's face at the thought that he could look even remotely like that sadistic torture expert. A memory of a training session with that monster flashed into his mind with the disturbing image of himself being bald and covered in scars. It was almost enough to make him puke. He had to admit though, he would love to see Sakura's reaction to such a look. I am Sasuke Uchiha. I like swords, training and sparring. I dislike fangirls, shrieking banshees, traitors, and those who haven't earned my respect. My dream is to hunt down traitors. My hobbies are training, sparring and more recently pulling pranks on fangirls. A sadistic smirk graced his lips as he added the last part, much to the fright of Sakura and pleasure of Naruto. I knew you liked the one we pulled last week, Naruto said with a massive grin plastered on his face. Ino's face was priceless. Wait, you're the ones who dyed Ino's hair green. The glow in the dark neon green look was defiantly, wow. Her face was stuck like this all day long. Naruto made an interesting impersonation of Ino with her jaw down and deformed as best he could. Oh God, there's 2 of them. Kakashi shook his head in dread of Naruto's original pranking nature, having fallen into more than one of the amazingly well laid out traps himself. Cha, that was awesome. I couldn't stop laughing for hours. Sakura commented a little late and received some awkward stares. The reason for her delayed reaction was an internal struggle with herself. There was a part of her that wanted to agree with them because it was funny. The other part of her wanted to stay quiet because it was still mean, and, Naruto, how the hell was Sasuke involved in Naruto stuff? Naruto and Sasuke turned to each other as if speaking to each other mentally and nodded. Yup, she was definitely next. Alright, I guess that's it for today. Meet me in the morning at Training Ground 7. Oh, and I suggest you don't eat. This should be fun. Why? Sakura asked, wondering why on earth anybody wouldn't eat breakfast before training. There's no need to bother, you're only going to throw it up. Kakashi said it like it was nothing at all, just another meaningless event for the day. Granted, he knew the immense importance of eating breakfast. He loved manipulating people with little games like this. It was defiantly one of the things that helped him get along with Nazamashi so well. Oh, the look of shock on her face was priceless. The other 2 didn't really care. Naruto wasn't going to be separated from his 3 square ramens a day, and Sasuke was simply too rich to avoid a meal. Well, Yane, Kakashi waved casually and poofed away. Naruto and Sasuke stood up ready to leave when Sakura spoke up again. Hey guys, do you think he meant what he said about not eating? Her stomach growled, causing her to blush a bit. The thought of not eating breakfast was a little dissatisfying. I don't care, I eat no matter what. If I throw it up, so what? I'd rather have the energy to move and some disgusting flavor in my mouth than be dead at the first step. I agree with Naruto, he's probably just messing with us, trying to weed out weaklings. Sasuke added, having already thought about that point. Yeah, right, he's just messing with us. Sakura looked to the side, pretending she had got that already, even though there was no possible way anyone would have believed her. Okay, maybe Naruto, in her mind anyway. Oh, and Sakura, yes, Sasuke. She perked her head up at the sound of her beloved. It was so amazing to be on his team, she could only think about how she would finally be able to spend some time with him. Don't slow us down, we work together or not at all, and a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Sakura frowned as his words hit her like a ton of bricks. Was this why he ignored her? Did he think she was weak? Weaker than Naruto? Did he really think that she was the weakest link? She slumped over, grimacing in the thoughts of her conversation with Ino the other day. Maybe Ino was right. The next day they took the advice Nazamashi gave Sasuke the other day and showed up 2 hours late, arriving only 5 minutes before Kakashi, much to their dismay and delight. Alright, this is the real Genin exam. The chance that you will become Genin is only 33%, so this is the real deal. Screw up and you're going back to the academy. I have 2 bells here, and to pass you must retrieve at least one of the bells from me. You have 2 hours and should come at me with the full intent to kill. Otherwise you would never stand a chance. Hajime. Kakashi drew his signature orange book as the 3 Genin hopefuls leapt away to hide. I guess the Hokage was right, those 2 have grown quite a bit. I can just barely sense them. It's a good thing Sarutobi-sama is making me pass them regardless, perhaps I can have some fun with them. Over in the trees, Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura were hiding behind a bush together, trying to think of a plan. Hey Sasuke, want to team him with me? It will be easier to get a bell if we work together. Sakura said, hoping he would join her and they could be on a team together. You haven't figured it out, have you? Sasuke glared at her, wondering how stupid she could really be. How did such a simpleton get the highest written scores? What was he talking about? Figured what out? Look, he's obviously lying. Teams are made of 3 Genin and a Junin, sometimes a skilled Chunin. No more, no less. It's basic stuff, Sakura, it's a mind game. Sasuke was slightly perturbed at Sakura's immediate lack of thinking. She was actually very smart when she wasn't thinking about him. That's what perturbed him so greatly. She was thinking about him, every wakening second of the day. But why? Damn it, I can't believe I fell for that. It's teamwork, isn't it? Sakura slapped her own head, blushing a bit at how she fell for the scheme. God, how am I supposed to impress him if I keep screwing things up? Exactly, he wants us to work together, the bells probably don't even matter. Sasuke commented as they hid in the forest surrounding the field. So what's the plan? Well, I am more of a juggernaut, so I think I should use my cage bushins to distract him while Sasuke mixes in with a henge and goes for the bells separately. Good, if that doesn't work, let's meet back here and come up with something else. Wait, I thought this was supposed to be about teamwork. What about me? Watch him and look for weaknesses in his defense while we're fighting. If this doesn't work, well, need a backup plan. Right, with that Naruto went ahead and made 5 clones as Sasuke transformed into Naruto, activating his Sharingan and masking it with a Genjutsu. Hopefully he won't use his Sharingan. If he does, masking mine will be useless. Let's go. Sasuke nodded in confirmation and they both leapt out of their hiding place and began charging Kakashi, all screaming the most likely thing Naruto would say. You're mine, Kakashi-sensei. They all leapt into action, drawing 2 blades each and charging towards Kakashi. Hiding Sasuke among the clones, shouldn't be that hard to keep track of, the chakra signature is so different. One Naruto leapt into the air in a sidespin, hacking down at Kakashi with the blade in his right hand, followed by the one in his left as another clone came around behind him with a sweep to his legs and another to thrust their blades at his sides, with the others moving in for when the others were likely to be dispelled. Kakashi blocked the slashes with a kunai and was thanking Kami that Nezo had made his new kunai for him. Even for these kunai, Naruto's blade took large chunks out, causing it to shatter after the 4th strike. After a few more slashes, Kakashi took a painful slash through the stomach as the Sasuke Naruto took a swipe at a bell, successfully grabbing one of them. Hey, I got one. The Naruto clone screamed, only for it to poof out of existence as the damaged Kakashi turned into a log in a puff of smoke. Damn. Kakashi stood upside down in a tree on the edge of the field a few hundred yards away. Well, that was interesting. Nothing less from Sarutobi-sama, I suppose. Kakashi's attention was soon diverted to the screaming of multiple Narutos speaking to one another. Hey, where did he go? I don't know, after the Kawarimi I lost his scent. Don't worry, this will get him. He crossed his fingers in a way all too familiar to himself. Taju Kage Bushin no Jutsu. Literally thousands of Narutos filled the area, with several popping up within feet of Kakashi himself. Sakura was amazed that anybody could create that many clones. She had of course heard of the massive amounts of chakra required to perform the technique, but this many. This was absolutely insane. Kakashi's eyes went wide in realization that he was found and summoned his sword himself. Those chakra levels are impossible. Kakashi thought, hoping he wouldn't have to use anything too damaging to deal with them. Here he is. One of the Narutos screamed, alerting all the others, who commenced in charging Kakashi as Sasuke stood in shock, having never seen Naruto perform the jutsu this many times over and not pass out. Hacks and slashes surrounded Kakashi as he skillfully dodged around them, finally having to reveal his Sharingan to keep up with the intense onslaught of blades. I had hoped it wouldn't come to this, Naruto, so I hope you're not one of the ones attacking me right now, he stated as he charged at Chidori through his blade, enhancing its cutting power dramatically. Kakashi began to move with a speed the three had never seen before. The electricity leapt from Kakashi's blade, vaporizing all the clones within a 20-foot radius of Kakashi, as he spun rapidly and ended with a backhanded stance with the blade behind his back. A few moments passed as Kakashi's blade settled down and he stood from his crouched stance as Naruto's clones began poofing out of existence. The clones all vanished and Kakashi began looking around for his students, taking note that they had hidden once again, apparently realizing that this plan was a failure. Naruto's chakra levels are way beyond anything I've felt from an enemy in years. At the minimum it's double my own. He must be drawing on the Kyuubi's chakra. Sasuke, clearly he's the one moving faster, apparently with some knowledge of thunder jutsu. Kakashi recalled one moment where one of the clones utilized one blade to attract the electrical attack and divert it through the other blade, harmlessly into the ground. As for Naruto's abnormal chakra readings, Kakashi was referring to where his chakra levels should have been before training with the Zot. Kakashi had grown used to keeping his chakra sealed around the levels of a normal Junin to use the extra boost as a surprise later in battle. The way Naruto was emitting chakra at this point would easily top his when fully released. Sarutobi had to have taught him how to tap into some of the Kyuubi's energy. Jinchuriki or no, the kid should have this much chakra. Only a handful of seconds passed as Kakashi thought when he looked down to his side. His eyes opened in horror as he realized his kunai pouch was missing. Oh hell no. Meanwhile, over in the bushes the trio was meeting, attempting to discuss a good way to get to the bells. That was of course before Sakura greeted both boys, warmly waving with a familiar orange book in her hand. Sakura, what on earth are you doing with Kakashi's stupid book? You told me to look for a weak spot and I found it. He was so busy fighting you and protecting the bells he had forgotten about his most prized possession. She laughed a bit, grinning widely. The jaws of both boys dropped instantly as they realized the ramifications of this turn of events. You got the book. Naruto's shock turned to glee as he grinned and gave her a thumbs up. Yup, and now we have a bargaining chip. Sakura, hand it to me, Naruto stated in a blunt tone as he crossed his fingers and created a shadow clone. Why, it would be much safer with Sasuke, Sakura retorted, clutching it tighter till Sasuke defended Naruto's plan. Do it, Sakura. Naruto knows the Bushin Daibakua. It's of more use to us if the book is in danger of being destroyed. Right, good point. She quickly handed it to the clone after remembering the lecture about that technique. Naruto made several more clones to monitor the area, holding the seal to set off the clone should Kakashi try anything. Back with Kakashi, he slowly walked towards their location after locating them. Kakashi sighed in defeat, knowing they had his book and would likely have it covered with tags by now. The question was, how? How on earth did they take the book? Hell, they took the entire kunai pouch. For Genin to do this to a former Anbu captain was unheard of. When Sarutobi trained someone, he certainly did it well, a little too well. They went beyond the bells and went for something more valuable, something they could use as the ultimate bargaining chip. Very good for Genin. Yay, I'll just end this now before something unwanted happens to my precious book. It is after all a signed first edition copy, and my favorite at that. They will have to pay once I have it back though. This is simply cruel and unusual. Kakashi came into view for the three Genin hopefuls with his hands over his head. Okay, you three, you got me. Now hand me the book so we can get on with our lives. Don't think we're stupid, Kakashi. Give us the bells first. Hi, he waved his hand in a casual manner, reaching down to the bells and tossing them to the three. You pass. You're kidding me, it was that easy. Yes and no. Not easy because you were the first team to ever do it. Yes, easy, because you somehow managed to get my book in the chaos back there. If you don't mind, how did you do it anyway? We continued our plan till you hit us with that jutsu. Sakura grabbed it without our knowledge or consultation while the clones were vanishing. I see. Well then, it's time for training. Since I can't let you fall behind, guys, team, you cannot return home until you complete 1000 laps around Konoha. 500 on your legs, then 500 on your hands. I guess that's okay, guys, always saying 2 and 3. Nani. They all screamed in unison, that's suicide. Kakashi had already opened his book and started reading when he noticed that they said something. Did you say something? Kakashi looked up from the book he was now reading before picking some earwax out of his ear. No. Well, get started, I'll be right here. It wasn't a very nice night for the new genin. Earlier in the day, after Iruka's giving out of the team assignments. The Iruka had just finished giving out the group assignments and was wrapping up a conclusion for the many proud genin hopefuls. Not that they actually knew they were hopefuls. Alright, that about wraps everything up. Everyone please gather into your groups and wait for your sensei out here. The many new genin complied, grouping themselves with their new team and began talking away. Ino expressed deep dissatisfaction with her placement on her team, though she knew it had something to do with their parents, so she couldn't complain too much. Shikamaru didn't really care and thought it troublesome that Ino would babble on with no point. Couldn't she learn to be quiet? Hinata didn't really show it, but she was highly disappointed that she didn't manage to land on Naruto's team. She had spent a great deal of time watching Naruto train with Sarutobi for the past few years and felt giddy when she saw him put his skills to use in the graduation exams. If only they had been placed together, then maybe, just maybe, the thought alone had her turning shades of red when Kiba placed his hand on her head, checking if she was getting a temperature. The embarrassment that she felt as a result of being caught in her thoughts was enough to make her faint, and just enough to make Kiba shrug everything off as annoying habit of his new teammate. Little did he know how right he was. Naruto was ecstatic. He was on the same team as Sasuke and the pair were bound to make a top-notch team. Sure, there was the pink banshee to worry with, but that could be remedied. Sasuke was pleased with his team lineup. Sure, Sakura was annoying, but there was something about her. Wait, no, that wasn't right, she was an annoying bitch with a mean right hook. How did he know? There was one interesting day about a year ago when Sasuke didn't think when trying to stop her from beating the blonde to death. It wasn't one of his favorite moments in the academy, nor was it one Naruto would ever let him live down. Okay, so Naruto could hit harder when he was trying, but she had one hell of a temper. Unfortunately, despite the likening of their lineup, what they didn't really know was that Kakashi was going to be late, so late in fact that they would be forced to wait in a classroom for the next 2 hours. As for Team 13, Nazamashi's team, Hayate Gecko was punctual if sickly as was his norm. He arrived just as Iruka was finishing up his speech. You are, Team 13, correct? Hayate coughed twice in the middle of his sentence, earning a concerned look from Rei. We are. Are you sick? Hayate coughed again, looking at his hand. He prayed that he wouldn't start spiting blood again anytime soon. They had just fixed that little problem in the hospital the other day. Unfortunately, he cleared his throat, remaining silent for a moment before continuing. Don't worry about me, the hospital gave me some medication. I should be better soon. You don't look it, Rei added. She could tell it was bad, possibly poison from a recent mission. There were very few diseases that could cause the symptoms he obviously seemed to have. His skin seemed to be dried out and his eyes had bags under them. This could be from a lack of sleep, but she could tell after the many poisons she had seen this was quite different and likely some form of poison. The force was telling her it had to be. I am fine, follow me. The group walked to the outer edges of the village to a highly forested park. This should be a good spot. Hayate seemed to be holding back another cough but held it back with some strain. Apparently he was in better shape when he neglected speaking. They had stopped in a small grove in the park where several benches were set up near a creek. All four of them promptly sat down with Rei between the two boys of their group and Hayate on a bench facing them. Alright, since we're a team, why don't we introduce ourselves? Hayate once again held back his urge to cough, drawing yet another look of apathy from his students. I am Hayate Gecko, a special Junin and sword master of the Leaf Village. He cleared his throat before continuing. My hobbies deal with swords and other swordsmen. I am getting married in a few months to Yugao Azuki, my gorgeous moonflower. Somehow the thought of Yugao pulled him through the long statement without any issues. Still he kept it short to avoid having another coughing fit. Hayate soon pointed to Nazamashi, expecting him to go first. The blue-haired boy nodded and went on to tell them about himself. I am Nazamashi Mitsukoi. I am creating my own style of swordsmanship, which I like to call Sentoryu, Thousand Sword Style. I like my team, especially Rei-chan. Nazamashi turned, giving her a peck on the cheek. The two shared a look for a moment before Nazamashi continued. Hayate couldn't help but smile as it reminded him of his own love for Yugao. I love combat and the thrill of battle, but I hate those who kill without a good reason. It is my goal to better the world with my skill as a warrior by destroying those who would kill the innocent. It is also my goal to be the greatest swordsmith the universe has ever seen. Nazamashi's visage suddenly became dark and frightening as he continued with one last statement. And I will personally annihilate any man, demon, or creature who dares bring harm to my friends such that they will know true fear. Rei gave him a slightly annoyed look for a second, just before his countenance lightened up into a much more cheery one. Swordsmith, come to think of it, Sarutobi did say I would find this team interesting. And you? Hayate pointed to Rei and she perked up. I am Rei Whittock. I am forming my own fighting style called Ensho Tekken, Fist of the Spreading Fire. It revolves around my bloodline which permits me to create and manipulate fire. I guess my likes and dislikes are the same as Nezo's. Only I hate it when Nezo gets too serious, don't I, Nezo-kun? She gave him a sadistic grin as he recoiled back in his seat a bit. I certainly wouldn't want to be that boy. A fire manipulator with that attitude could be painful. And you? I am Aoshi Shinomori. I fight using Kaiden Kanbu and my ice bloodline. The only goal I have aside from those we have in common is to develop my rare bloodline. Unfortunately the books on it are few and dwindling. I like tea. Kaiden Kanbu. That's odd. I've never heard of that and I am supposed to be the expert on the subject. The Hokage was right. They are strange. I should talk to Kakashi soon to learn some more about them. They certainly don't hold themselves like genin. Hayate seemed to be deep in thought, but after what seemed to be forever Rei finally decided to break him out of his trance. Earth to Gecko. Aren't we supposed to go through some kind of evaluation? Yes, meet me at Hayate closed his eyes as he held back the urge to cough one again. He continued as soon as he regained control. Training Ground 13, 8 a.m., dismissed. 2 of the 3 looked at the Junin with confusion. How on earth could he still be on duty with that kind of injury? As soon as Hayate had left and was out of range, Nazamashi spoke up with a comment on the matter. Yay, I am going to contact the Zot. There's a good medic I know of that could help him with that. Too bad she's wandering around aimlessly right now. He needs it. Wait, did you say wandering around aimlessly? How the hell is someone like that going to help? Rei commented with concern turned confusion. You'll see, she's interesting. The next morning after the training from hell. Beep 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 smash. Grr, stupid Kakashi, stupid guy spandex freak. Naruto mumbled to himself as he looked at the remains of his former clock. 5, damn it, I only get an hour of sleep and the stupid alarm goes off. He immediately went back to sleep, glad he had till 10 to be at the Hokage's office to receive his first mission. Sure enough, 10 o'clock came and all 3 genin arrived groggy and exhausted with a gleeful Kakashi reading his favorite orange book. Kakashi, could you explain why your students are so exhausted? They look like they didn't get to sleep last night. First day of training, they didn't finish their laps till late, it should last too much longer. Good, then for your first mission you will spend the day weeding yards in the Komori district. They like their yards well kept, so I suggest you do a thorough job. Wagata, alright, let's go. Kakashi said, taking pride in the annoyed faces of his students. Kakashi loved payback a little too much. A few moments later Hayate and his new students, Nazamashi, Aoshi, and Rei walked in, raising an eyebrow when they took notice of the abnormally exhausted Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. Wow, what happened to you guys? Rei snickered with her hand at her mouth, holding back full-blown laughter. Stupid Kakashi, guy, freak, training. Nazamashi immediately knew what Naruto meant while the other 2 seemed utterly clueless. Aoshi and Rei turned to each other with a question look before shrugging it off as something odd. Let me guess, 1,000+ laps around Konoha, hands and feet. They nodded as Aoshi and Rei seemed a little freaked out by the intensity of such training. Now you 3 let them go, they have a mission to get to and you have one, yourselves. Yes, Hokage-sama, Team 13 stated while moving out of the way for Team 7 to leave. All right, for you I suggest you prepare yourselves for one of the most horrible jobs ever devised by our employers. It is a job so horrific many a genin team has run home to the academy in pain begging for a civilian life. At this point Nazamashi and Hayate were about to break out into laughter, knowing exactly what Sarutobi was likely talking about, while Aoshi and Rei were wondering what the hell could be so horrible and still be classified a D-rank mission. You will retrieve Tora, the Fire Lord's cat. She has run away again and must be returned unharmed. That did it. Everyone there broke out into complete and unhindered laughter, with Hayate wheezing in between bouts of it. Oh, that reminds me, Hokage-sama, one of our friends contacted us after meeting an old student of yours. I sent a reply back after seeing Hayate-sensei's problem the other day. I asked if she could take a look at him. Well, after some arguing, my friend got her to agree to make a short visit. Tsunade. She's going to help me, Hayate stated in astonishment while coughing through every word. Wonderful, it's about time she made a visit. How did they convince her? Little gambling money and some good sake. Everyone's face was faulted and blank, wondering how some kids could get a hold of good sake. All the while Nazamashi and the others knew very well that Hiko was the sake expert in the Zot. How she ran into Hiko in Oto they didn't have a clue. Missions for the next few weeks consisted of the same old boring D-rank missions. Weeding, cat catching, construction work, yard work, tree trimming, cross-town delivery, all in all very basic missions to pound the mission system into their tiny little heads. Of course that all ended abruptly when Team 7 was called into the Hokage's office to meet an interesting old drunk for their first C-rank mission. Hell yay, it's about time you gave us a C-rank, old man. Naruto shows some respect to the Hokage. One would think Iruka would get it by now, but for some reason he said the exact same thing every single time Naruto referred to the old man in this manner. Now Iruka, it's okay. I am the closest thing he's had to a family, so I am okay with it. Now it's time for you to meet your client. You are to protect him on his way to Wave. The threats are standard bandits and such, so you shouldn't have to worry about any shinobi. An old man walked into the office, stone drunk, looking at the boys. These are the ones. I thought I was buying ninja, not samurai. And kids. Okay, so the one in the coat looks capable, but the other two look fresh out of dippers. He hiccuped at the end as he slouched into the nearest wall. What did you say, Teme? Sakura and Kakashi were holding Naruto back while inner Sakura was just as angry as Naruto. Sasuke simply smirked, knowing that this was the exact reason he dressed the way he did. It was moments like this that Sasuke loved watching, the annoyance that should never befall himself. He simply dressed too cool for such things to happen to him. Gura, sometimes Naruto can be such a pain. The old Hokage thought to himself, finally deciding to end the controversy. Now Tazuna, I can personally vouch for the quality of these shinobi. Naruto and Sasuke here trained as my direct pupils for years, and Sakura has made a strong addition to the team. Then Kakashi here is a former Anbu captain. They are more than capable of protecting you from whatever bandits and thugs you may run into. Good, nothing less for the great bridge builder Tazuna. You are to guide me home to Wave Country, where I am building the largest bridge in the world. Okay, so this guy was a little big-headed for a drunkard, but at least it was better than plucking weeds or chasing down that damned cat. No problem, old man, you have the great Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage, protecting you. The drunkard simply shrugged and walked out the door, ignoring the blonde's overly glorified remarks. Alright, you have 2 hours to prepare, then meet at the main gate, Kakashi stated before exiting in his usually puffy fashion. Iruka, bring me Team 13, I have a special mission for them as well. Yes, Hokage-sama. Iruka began to open the door, only to be stopped by a team standing on the other side. You rang. Nazamashi stated with a hint of joy at a day that was going quite well so far. He knew what was coming up and was going to enjoy the next few weeks quite thoroughly. Apparently they were headed there anyway and overheard the orders from the other side of the door. Yes, come in boys, I have a new mission for you. What is it this time? More weeds or that damned cat again? Yay. Rei didn't like the cat. No, to her it was the demon cat from hell. Somehow she completely missed the entire boy's comment and paid it no mind like she usually would. Kakashi spoke very highly of you, and your mission record has proved that you were ready for this mission. This is a very unorthodox mission for Genin, but with Hayate there I am sure things will go fine. The Hokage opened up his desk and pulled out a pack containing the mission specs. The other day I received a B-rank protection request from the businessman Gato in Wave. Lately our business with Wave has been very lacking for some reason, and while working for him I would like you to take on another B-ranked investigation mission into why this is. Hayate, this will primarily be your mission, but they are free to assist you in any way you feel they can handle. Yes sir. The Hokage smiling warmly, seeing that Hayate's cough was gone. I see Tsunade did a great job healing you. Yes, her skills in extracting poisons are extraordinary. I am actually surprised the hospital never caught it after all these years. Yes, Tsunade was quite good, clearly worth a dozen medic nins any day. For some mysterious reason or another, Tsunade had dropped by after Hayate's procedure and relayed that she would be staying in Konoha for a few months. Sarutobi knew what it was. She had run into Sakura when Team 7 went to see Hayate. Despite not knowing the man, his student showed an abnormal interest in medical skills. Tsunade took a particular interest in the girl for that reason. It wasn't much, but after team training Sakura would head over to the hospital for special training under the blonde. Tsunade could see it. Sakura was a natural medic and had become somewhat inspired to teach the girl despite how much her mind wanted to say no. Back to business, Kakashi and his team have received a protection mission from a bridge builder in Wave, and I fear these two may be linked. The number of missions from that area have been nil for so long that I find it difficult to believe they are simply going to become common again. According to our intelligence, this occurrence is not unique to Konoha. None of the shinobi nations have received official missions from there for some time. If they have been, then the missions have been far too high a rank for us to retrieve. In this case you are to retrieve Team 7 and return to Konoha immediately. Good, this is the perfect opportunity to contact Zabuza and Haku. This is merely a secondary mission and you are not to engage any obstacles unless Hayate deems it absolutely necessary. The old Hokage looked into their eyes for confirmation. Yes, Hokage-sama. I have heard that he is a rather ruthless businessman. What are we to do should he attempt to extend the mission parameters? Rei was seriously questioning the legitimacy of this mission based on the monk's reputation. The Force was telling her there was something strange going on. You will do what he wishes unless his requests are morally unacceptable by our bylaws. Hokage-sama, Nazamashi asked seriously. Yes, Nazamashi, what is it? This may seem a little strange, but what if he is the reason for so few missions to wave? If that were true, wouldn't that also mean that he is likely the one Tazuna is trying to be protected from? It would make sense and explain why they both requested our services at the same time. Though why they both came here is the part that doesn't fit. You have a good point. If that is true, then you will join with Kakashi's team and do what is necessary to return the village's business to us. Within reason, of course. You are genin after all. Both Kakashi and Hayate must be in agreement with any decision should it arise, and your allegiance to Gato would be void. He knows something. Whatever. Should things turn out for the better, it will only prove what Kakashi said. Should things go badly, I would hate to think what we are in store for. Is that all, Hokage-sama? Hayate asked after a short pause. Yes, dismissed. Sarutobi waved them away as he looked at a notebook on his desk, preparing for the next group of to arrive for their assignments. The four shinobi exited the office, and as they finally left the premises, Nazamashi turned and began walking away from the rest of them. I'll meet up with you guys a little late. My new coat is almost done and I think it would fit this mission rather well. Nazamashi quickly shunshined away to gather his things, vanishing in a whirl of leaves. All right, see ya. Ray waved, wondering which set he was talking about. New clothes. Hayate was a little confused, having never seen Nazamashi wearing anything other than his samurai-like style of dress. The thought that he had much else was moderately perplexing. Of course he did say it was new. New weighted armor. He started work on it a week ago. Remember the shoulder plates, Ray? Oh, so that's what he meant. I swear his seal array is getting too complex. By the time Team 13 left Konoha, Team 7 was well along into their journey, discussing all sorts of random things. Over the past few weeks, Sakura had come to accept Naruto as much more than she originally thought she would. He was certainly far from the dead last his grades portrayed him to be. Sasuke was very happy with her changes over the past weeks. After she helped them with the exam incident, she seemed to be coming up with all kinds of interesting solutions to their problems. This gave Kakashi the idea to have her study strategies when they get back. It would be most beneficial to their missions, especially missions without direct contact with himself. She was finally starting to earn their respect. On the other hand, Sasuke did have to wonder where it was she was going after practice these days. It's not like she had another job or anything, and she used to follow Ino around on her adventures in shopping or stalking, whichever they felt like in that day. So Sasuke, Naruto, where did you get your swords? You showed up with them the last day of class, but I never saw them before then. Why is that? They had entered a few moments of silence when Sakura finally thought of something to ask. Nazamashi made them for us. We asked him a long time ago and he did. Actually, we've had them since the end of the first year at the academy, but Sarutobi-sensei wouldn't let us touch them till we completed training with Hayate Gecko. So that's why you visited him in the hospital. Why was he teaching you swordsmanship? The old man said these swords were too powerful for us and wouldn't let us touch them till we learned from a master. Naruto grumbled, reminiscing about the day they received the blades. Granted, the day they did receive the blades, both boys gained a full understanding of what Sarutobi meant by too powerful. Okay, come on, why would a couple stupid swords be too dangerous? It's not like a kunai errant either. That's what I thought, but swords are much more dangerous than they seem. One wrong move and you can cut your own arm off, especially with chakra-conducting blades like these. Hayate was amazed when he saw how powerful they were. According to him, they could reach legendary status one day. Chakra-conducting? What, it drains your chakra or something? Doesn't sound legendary to me. Honestly, Sakura had never heard of them before. She had heard of chakra blades like the Raijin, but other than that she wasn't much on types of weapons. In her mind, anything that drained chakra was more of a hindrance than anything else. No, it lets certain types of chakra flow through the blade more easily than a normal blade. You use less chakra for the same effect. I can channel wind chakra along the blade to make it sharper. The way these are made, chakra flows more easily than if I were using a kunai or something. Less chakra, less concentration, better result. Naruto quickly drew his blade and slashed at a large rock before sheathing it. Upon the click of the reheating, the rock began to slide in, too much to the shock of Tazuna and Sakura. It was obvious that he had channeled wind through the blade for the strike, though Tazuna didn't really notice anything out of the ordinary. Without the wind it would be hard to cleave a tree in two, much less a boulder. Hayate did both when he demonstrated, but showed us how much easier it was with the chakra enhancement. Mine channels electricity, which reminds me, in the letter we got with the swords, Nazamashi had a note saying it would work well with Chidori. Kakashi sighed, knowing he would have asked it sooner or later. He had hoped those three never would have asked. It's my personal assassination jutsu. Nazamashi made me promise that I would teach it to you during the Chunin exams. Kakashi was cut short by Sasuke throwing an electrified kunai into a puddle of water nearly 20 feet away. The puddle immediately vanished, revealing two cloaked Chunin with large claws and a strange spiked chain connecting the arms. The demon brothers were lightly electrocuted by the kunai but recovered quickly as Kakashi simply seemed to vanish, wanting to see how his students would handle these two. The demon brothers stretched out their chain, running alongside each other trying to tie up Sasuke, but he pulled one of his blades, channeling some electricity through it, generating an electrical pulse along the sharp portion of the blade. He leapt up into the air, seemingly vanishing from the brothers' sight as their spiked chain shattered into pieces. The Uchiha reappeared in a crouched position, holding both of his blades backhanded, with one behind his back and the other just short of pressing against the skin of one brother. "Drop it or I kill you," Sasuke stated in a hard and serious tone, leaking a sufficient amount of killing intent to solidify his claim. Sarutobi had taught him well. A little killing intent went a long way towards showing an opponent you were serious. In the world of shinobi, those who couldn't produce were obviously bluffing. Meanwhile, Naruto looked over to the other brother, quickly drawing his blade as a great wave of wind blasted the brother into a nearby tree, knocking him out. "Alright, so what are we going to do with you?" Sasuke spoke with some sarcasm in his voice, knowing Kakashi would probably kill them after an interrogation, not that he really thought too deeply about the death part. The lazy Junin showed up as soon as the danger had cleared and made short work of tying the brothers to a tree. "HMPH, you let me deal with them, Sasuke." Sakura walked up to them, popping her knuckles in a fist. "I've been wanting to test out something I learned the other day." "Really? And what is that?" "She learned something. Good, it's about time she focused on becoming stronger." "This." Sakura fisted her right arm and concentrated chakra into it, throwing a punch at the ground and generating a crater over 5 feet wide, causing the tree the brothers were tied to lean over in the process. "Hell yay." Inner Sakura screamed, seeing her first real success with Tsunade's super strength technique. Even Tsunade was surprised at how fast the girl had picked up the technique. Sure, it was far from perfect, but 2 weeks in a crater that size was insane. The true fear this placed into the conscious Chunin was only realized a few moments later, when everyone noticed the distinct smell of both urine and shit. As for everybody else, they knew her punches hurt before, but now they would hurt like hell. "So are you going to tell us who you work for, or will I have to aim a little higher next time?" Sasuke's eye noticeably twitched a time or two while Naruto took a few steps back and Kakashi's expression was covered by his mask. Tazuna, on the other hand, simply made the wise decision not to make any of the weak girl comments anymore. He was glad she was on his side. The Chunin was speechless in fear when his brother woke up and looked at the moderate-sized crater. His eyes narrowed at the crater before looking at the leaf shinobi, then to his brother and his own bindings. Shit, he just barely got out, alerting the others to the fact that he was awake. "Are you going to speak?" Kakashi stated, almost annoyed with the need for interrogating a Chunin. "Why the hell should I?" "Because if you don't, Sakura here will turn your nuts into peanut butter." He got the hint when he looked back to the crater, which everybody else took another glance at. Fortunately, or unfortunately for him, the shock of the moment caused him to faint. These guys are Chunin, right? If they are, the exams are going to be a piece of cake. Naruto commented, walking over to Tazuna. "As for you, I think you have some explaining to do. What, can't a famous bridge builder get attacked ninja?" "No, not and be on a properly ranked mission you can't." Sakura cracked her knuckles, trying to persuade him a bit, thus receiving the desired result. "That's enough, Sakura. I am sure Tazuna will tell us everything we need to know without force." Kakashi raised his hand to his forehead protector, about to reveal his Sharingan when Tazuna finally spoke out. I just wanted some protection. We're poor in wave thanks to Gato, a powerful businessman controlling all the trade back home. He wants to kill me because the bridge would end his hold on us. We would have paid you to get rid of him, but thanks to his hold on our country we're simply too poor to do so. Please, I am begging you, if I cannot complete the bridge the entire country is as good as dead. Surely you're not so heartless that you would leave us all to die." Tazuna begged, hoping he wouldn't have to go further into a corny sob story. "Alright, can it, old man? I don't want to hear the sob story. I'll protect you no matter what it means. These idiots were weak, and even if he hires more ninja we can take them, right, Sasuke? The dobe's right, we can't let a greedy freak like that take hold this close to Konoha. Besides, I hate people like him. They remind me of him." Sasuke's eyes narrowed as he contemplated on Uchiha Madara, and Naruto rolled his eyes, seeing that Sasuke was doing it again. "Personally, I have no problems continuing, but we all need to be in agreement. So unless Sakura agrees to go on, we have to go back to Konoha." "Yay, right. If Sasuke thinks we can do, then let's go for it, Cha." "What are you doing? I thought you were supposed to be in my head." "I am you. I can do what I want, Cha." "Well then I guess it's settled, but remember this is probably a B-rank mission or higher at this point, and you will have to pay for it as soon as you're able to." Kakashi glared at the bridge builder performing a fancy trick with his drawn kunai as he sheathed it to make a point. "Yes, absolutely. Anything to get rid of that greedy pig." Tazuna was frantic, but in a happy way. A little sad that he had to pay for a more expensive mission, but glad he would finally be rid of Gato. And so they continued their path to wave, with Tazuna having a heavily load lifted from his mind. Everybody was a little surprised that Tsunade had taught Sakura her prized super strength even if it was a little downgraded. This had Sasuke wondering if he could get her to teach it to him. On the other hand, he could simply copy it with the Sharingan and have a decent version. At any rate, the fact that Tsunade had taken enough interest in the pink-haired girl was extraordinary. Perhaps now she could truly focus on being an effective member of the team. Sakura's newfound strength got Naruto thinking. Now that their team consisted of heavy hitters, what kind of team were they? Hinata's team was designed for tracking, Shikamaru's was designed to subdue opponents. Nazamash's, there was another interesting thought. Two of the three seemed to carry swords at all times but all used swords. He guessed they were close combat specialists or something like that. Naruto looked over Team 7's attributes and came to the conclusion that their team was filled with heavy hitters. The possibility of an assassination squad was slim. Their techniques were simply too flashy to do anything like that. Perhaps a juggernaut team, that seemed to fit right. He would certainly have to ask Kakashi to design some attack plans for the team. Naruto was excited, after Tazuna explained Gato's power with bandits and samurai for hire. He was itching to show off his skills and put one high and mighty businessman in his place. Although none of them knew of the battles to come. As they drew closer to wave, the mist began to thicken as they drew closer to the waters where they boarded a small boat. It was well understood that the engine was useless unless they wanted to draw attention to themselves. That was of course out of the question even with the great Hitokiri Kakashi by their side. The group soon disembarked and began the final stretch of their journey towards Tazuna's house. Walking on a dirt route past a rather large lake, they treaded cautiously after noticing Kakashi's eye flashing around violently, looking for something. To the others this meant that there was definitely some presence nearby. A moment later a massive killing intent flooded the area as a massive blade flew through the air, lodging itself in a nearby tree after Naruto grabbed Tazuna and leapt over the blade, old man in tow. Upon the massive blade stood a powerful-looking man, covered in bandages and his face covered by a mask similar to Kakashi's. Fast kid, but you're no match for me. Just drop the bridge builder and I might let you off alive. Oh, what do we have here? Sharingan Kakashi. I could kill you for the fun and the bounty. I guess this is my lucky day. He was visibly smirking under his mask. Momochi Zabuza, demon of the bloody mist. Working as a lackey for a rich tyrant so you can wage another coup. Kakashi stated with some disgust. The idea that anyone would betray their village was somewhat sickening in his mind. For a known murderer like him, what good reason could there possibly be? Work is work, but fighting you is going to make it all worth it. A bloodthirsty smile adorned his face behind his mask as he vanished from the tree along with his sword, reappearing with his blade behind him in a backhanded position ready to strike Kakashi from behind. That was of course until both Naruto showed up, grinding one of his fox blades into Zabuza's Zanbedu with enough force to push him into a skid along the ground. Zabuza was enjoying this thoroughly. Seriously, how many brats could push back a sword master, much less a legendary sword master with such a massive blade? After a few moments Zabuza finally regained a solid stance and threw Naruto high into the air with his head cleaver. Not bad for a kid, but you die now. Zabuza leapt high up towards him, going in for the final strike. Naruto on the other hand was loving the feeling of flight as he slowly flipped over in the sky, going into a skydive, leaving one blade to its freefall and gripping his favorite of the two with both hands, pumping large quantities of wind chakra into his blade. The two blades clashed with a great amount of force, sending a light shockwave across the area. Sasuke smirked as Naruto's blade seemed to overpower Zabuza's. The sheer cutting power of Naruto's enhanced blade sliced clean through the blade and Zabuza's body, only for every inch of his gains to disintegrate into a puddle of water. Naruto landed near his fallen blade with a smooth and graceful landing, slowly bending down to grab the blade. As he landed, watery remains of Zabuza's water clone rained down around Naruto, dampening his hair. Nice job, Dobi, you killed a clone. Sasuke's ranting was cut short by two Zabuza's hacking down at his head. The blades seemed to pierce though his body, but the clones were soon shocked into oblivion as it was revealed that Sasuke switched himself with a Kaminari Bushin. Lightning clone. By now the real Zabuza was off fighting Kakashi on the water, both forming dozens of hand seals at the same time. It was strange. There was no lag time between the two. It was as if Kakashi knew the seal Zabuza was going to use before it was formed. This can't be possible. Can he read my mind? Zabuza thought as Kakashi finished his seals at the same time as himself. Two massive water dragons burst from the lake, weaving around each other and heading for their opponents. The dragons seemed en route for both combatants, but thanks to their skill the water dragons crashed into each other, washing both shinobi away in a massive wave of water. Both Kakashi and Zabuza washed ashore from the jutsu but quickly regained their composure as Team 7 headed over to Kakashi's side, with Kakashi staying by Tazuna. Stay back, he's too dangerous for you. Kakashi stated, concerned that they would be in the way of Zabuza's next attack. Even if they were trained by the third, they can't stand up to this man. Not happening, you're clearly getting tired and you've overused your Sharingan. Sasuke raised his blades and channeled electricity through his blades as Naruto walked over to Zabuza, creating 20 shadow clones. It's over Zabuza, both of you are too tired to fight us anymore. Like hell, kid, Zabuza screamed, lashing out and throwing his blade. The massive sword ripped apart the ground as it tore through and entered the sky with a trajectory towards Kakashi. Sasuke thought quickly and bashed it down, cleaving the blade in two with an electrically charged blade, much to the dismay of Zabuza and the utter shock of the hiding Haku. Sadly for Kakashi, Sasuke's powerful attack only diverted the back half of the blade, leaving the front half to severely gauge Kakashi's left arm, nearly down to the bone. Sensei! Sasuke screamed in terror, fearing the worst. Sakura covered her mouth as the blood spewed from the wound, splattering the ground. As shocked as everyone else, Naruto looked to Kakashi nearly in tears, then back to Zabuza in anger. You bastard! He gripped his blades tighter and tighter till the popping of his bones could be heard even by Tazuna over 50 feet away. His eyes grew narrow and hard and his voice became a growl. His blades began to glow red as if drawing of the Kyuubi's chakra. If he dies, I will send you to the deepest bowls of hell. Finishing his sentence, Naruto took a wide swing through the air, forcing large quantities of chakra out of his blade, ripping up the ground and emitting a horrible dark energy from within the wind. The blood-red wave made its way to Zabuza as he opened his eyes in fear, leaping away just in time to avoid the blast. It was a very narrow escape, so close the leaking energy from the wave scorched his skin. Zabuza fell to the ground in pain. He was very much alive but shouting in horrible pain when a volley of Senbon whizzed their way through the trees and hit their mark, burying themselves deep within Zabuza's neck. Moments later, a masked hunter nin revealed itself. What the hell is that kid? To do this to Zabuza-sama, I am sorry, I am a little late. I've been tracking Zabuza for some time now and your battle gave me the time I needed to catch up with him. Now if you will excuse me. The hunter nin grabbed up the body of Zabuza and vanished as a whirl of mist engulfed the two of them. They were gone before anyone could question a word the hunter had said. It took a few seconds but Naruto calmed down, satisfied that the hunter nin went off to dispose of the body. And yet, something didn't feel right. The same uneasiness was felt in Sasuke's mind as well, but they shrugged it off, thinking the hunter must have had a reason for carrying off the body. Right now their primary concern was Kakashi and Tazuna. Kakashi was in critical condition and losing blood fast, while Tazuna would not be safe so long as he remained outside around injured ninja. Meanwhile, in Gato's base of operations, Team 13 was just walking into the large complex guided by several hired hands with swords. They all seemed proud to be working for the tyrant and held their blades with a cocky arrogance that made Aoshi sick. It reminded him of his time working for Kanryu. Nazamashi had caught up with the others nearly an hour into their journey. Much to the dismay of Hayate and Aoshi, it took Rei the majority of their remaining journey to get over Nazamashi's new appearance. He no longer wore a shirt, but a large trench coat with two large metal shoulder pads embroidered with the Zod emblem, a blossoming sakura tree with the sun rising behind it. Two long leather straps arched across his chest and an odashi with a blade surpassing 7 feet in length was strapped to his left side. His hair was in bangs and permitted to drape freely down his back, stretching down below his waist. Yay, I know, Sephiroth. If you haven't noticed by now, I am a Final Fantasy fan. And yes, several characters will receive a similar makeover. Expect Naruto to change again once he grows a bit older. Closing parenthesis. The team entered a large room with massive stone pillars and marble floors, with a chair at the far end where Gato himself sat extravagantly, surrounded by nearly a dozen men. Finally here, I see Konoha likes to take their precious time. Gato scoffed, mildly annoyed with their timing. We are sorry for any inconvenience we may have caused, Hayate said with a bow, trying not to anger the influential businessman. Although he wondered how the businessman expected anything faster. In all seriousness, most Anbu could have only made the trip with a day shaved off, and they were trained to get places fast. In his opinion, their team made amazing time for a team of genin. Hey, what is this? They send me a bunch of kids to protect me. I need professionals, not amateurs. I can assure you, Gato-sama, we are more than capable of protecting you from anything thrown at us. Sure you can. I thought I hired ninja, not swordsmen, and what's with the get-ups? This ain't Halloween kiddies. Gato was testing them to see how they would react. The last thing he need was a bunch of wet behind the ears kids trying to guard against a possible revolt. Mashinobi wear strange clothing. Most people find it intimidating, but really it's just function. Rei commented, trying to shrug off the question. In all honesty, the monk's attitude was annoying her more than his questions. Still, she liked the way she dressed. It wasn't fun having a bumbling pig like Gato calling her out on it. Yay, whatever. Look, you sure these kids can handle it? I've got all kinds of freaks that would love to see my head on a platter, you know. They all nodded in slight annoyance at the short monk's repetitiveness. With all due respect, sir, anything we're capable of is far beyond anything your normal hired thugs can do. Nazamashi stated with a hint of anger, though in actuality he was rather amused by the ignorant man. Hey, I could beat your ass any minute of the day. One of the numerous thugs screamed from Gato's side. Want to test that theory? Nazamashi taunted, much to the dismay of Hayate. This was Gato's perfect opportunity. he wanted to see what they had, so he decided push this a bit. You're on. The mercenary screamed as he took a step towards Nazamashi, reaching for his blade. Now wait a minute fellows. Gato waved his arms up and down trying to get their attention. If it's a fight you want, this would be the perfect test to see if you're ready to protect me. This fight is to the death. Musashi, take your pick. Yes sir. The thug from before screamed, drawing his blade and slashing at Nazamashi's head. Nazamashi glared at him, blocking the slash with the hilt of his blade. Pushing the blade away, he wrapped his own blade around himself into a thrust, smashing the butt end of the sheath into the thug's face, smashing his face in. Musashi was easily thrown over 15 feet through the air from the force of the strike, finally smashing into the ground, flopping around like a ragdoll. Nazamashi, stop this. Hayate screamed for his student to desist, though Nazamashi shook his head, wondering how much longer they would have to put on the charade of being new to fighting. Sorry Hayate-sensei, but orders are orders. Nazamashi retorted, using Gato's own orders against his sensei. We have the option of quitting the mission. The mission was to protect this man, not kill his subordinates or enemies. What was Nazamashi thinking? Frankly sensei, I don't care. Nazamashi shot Hayate one of his looks as if to say, I know what I am doing, so shut it and watch. Hayate drew back a moment in contemplation and finally sighed, deciding to go along with it. Fine, I don't know how Kakashi dealt with this stupid mind reading. Good, now finish the job. You work for me now and I don't tolerate failure. Meanwhile the thug was on the ground in pain, struggling to his feet. You bastard, you're smashed my nose, you. A massive blade was plunged through his neck and twisted, ensuring his death. As his head landed on the ground with a thud, Ray gave Nazamashi a glance that asked, what are you doing? Followed by Nazamashi giving his own, which seemed to say, killing a murderer, what do you think? Gato soon stood from his seat, clapping profusely. He was most satisfied with the results. Bravo, bravo, I like this kid, he knows what it takes to get things done in this world. Alright, it's time for you to execute preventative measure 2. There's a certain incomplete bridge. Before Gato could completely explain, a man panting for air burst through the doors, obviously in a rush. Master Gato, the man screamed, tripping on the carpet as he burst through the door. Yes, what is it? Gato rubbed his forehead in annoyance at the clumsy idiot. It's Haku, he just brought Zabuza back. He's badly injured. Zabuza lost. Weakling, I have no use for weaklings. I think it's about time I paid him a visit. You two come with me. He pointed to his 2 best personal guards. Excuse me Gato-sama, but do you mean Zabuza Momochi, the demon of the bloody mist? Nazamashi asked, knowing full well who they were talking about. More like Pussycat of the soggy beach. He has failed me and must be dealt with. I don't accept failure. Perhaps we could be of some assistance. Nazamashi inquired, attempting to arouse his interest. Now this was interesting. Someone with a brain was defiantly a plus. What do you have in mind? I am not sure who your opponent was, but clearly they had an elite Junin level ninja with them. Zabuza is clearly the strongest ninja under your orders. You see sir, I am a sword builder, perhaps I can give him something that would give him an upper hand. I have just the blade in mind. Nazamashi tapped his fingers together, adding a maniacal effect. You forget that he is injured and completely useless now. I have no use for a lame dog. Ah, but Rei here is rather skillful with healing jutsu. She could have him back on his feet in no time. Pawns are pawns, why throw away a pawn after a single setback? Especially if they can be used. It makes them expendable. Gato was likening where this was going. To him the term pawn meant it was intended to be thrown away. He liked expendable, but these words meant the boy knew at least one more use for the weakling. What exactly are you suggesting? Nazamashi smirked, knowing Gato was playing right into his hands. Clearly a shinobi of his caliber will want revenge against his defeater. Let us heal him and send him once again. Then once his superior opponent is weakened from their battle, we come in for the final blow with superior numbers. The pawn is scrap and checkmate is yours. You win and you don't have to pay him a dime. While speaking, Nazamashi had walked over to a marble statue next to a wall. As he finished up and stated checkmate, he unsheathed his blade, slicing the statue's head cleanly in 2 for dramatic effect. The head leapt from the pedestal from the force of the strike, shattering as it finally struck the ground. Kid after my own heart. Alright, I like it. I am leaving it to you, but if you fail me your life is forfeit. Yaus, got it. This kid's going to be the best money I've spent in a while. If all goes well I can bring him to me to be my personal bodyguard. I can't lose. Needless to say, Gato was loving every moment of it. Clear as crystal, Gato-sama. Nazamashi bowed respectfully while mentally admiring his handiwork. Weak-minded fool, it's far too easy to manipulate greedy bastards like him. It's like fishing. Drop some bait and once they bite, hit them with the biggest fireball you have. Gato exited the room with several of his personal bodyguards following closely behind. After Gato was finally gone, Team 13 was escorted out of the complex and told to meet Gato again in 4 hours for dinner. Once they were a safe distance away from the complex, Hayate broke the silence with an interesting question. Nazamashi. Yes, sensei. That wasn't your first kill, was it? It was blatantly obvious from the precision of the strike and the blatant lack of guilt afterwards. Hardly. Tell me, what has Kakashi told you of us? Very little, enough to know you are not genin, in any sense of the word. I think it's about time you learned the truth about us. It will make this mission significantly easier. Nazamashi placed his fingers to his forehead as he thought deeply on his next works. Before this mission is over, Zabuza will join us or die. Haku will join us or be set off on her own. Gato will be dead, and I will show this fool why they call me Hitokiri Zansatsu, manslayer of the massacre. Thanks for watching.